Hyderabad Youth Assembly has always been and will be one of the most valuable units of Streetcars Hyderabad, as it is the talent pipeline of Streetcars. It is a great honor that I would like to congratulate you all for clearing the rigorous interview process, and we are extremely delighted with the commitment that you possess. I would like to quickly brief you about Streetcars Hyderabad and what we have done so far in 2025 to 2026. We have raised a total amount of 35 lakh plus through donate.se and non-RFC fundraising. We have executed 23 projects spending around 4 lakhs plus on projects in the last 5 months and impacted 5,000 plus lives. And we have projects worth going 12 lakhs ongoing to be closed by this month end. Streetcars Hyderabad focuses on onboarding 20,000 plus donors under donate.se by the end of the tenure. Streetcars Hyderabad expanded into its nodal city Warangal. As one of our major focus points, we have organized JFC, Jam for a Cause, at the city level. The units and the divisions had their own JFC sessions to keep the workforce engaged, valued, to enhance the tenure experience and the unity for the cause. Our larger goal is to ensure high performance and the well-being of our workforce, and we have two rigorous feedbacks that have been sent out and one alumni feedback as we value the voice and aim for improvement. We are also implementing on the organization base of working, which is going to be the only way going forward. And we have expanded Streetcars Hyderabad into 6 new divisions. I would also like to present the Streetcars India and the CEO's office update. On a larger scale, I'm pleased to let you all know that we are currently in 11 new cities: Chennai, Bangalore, Delhi, Pune, Mumbai, Kochi, Kolkata, Visakhapatnam, Warangal, Coimbatore, and Vijayanagar. We have expanded to Warangal in 2025. It takes the immense pride in sharing that Chennai have executed its Chennai Youth Assembly Season 3 and executed its Season 4, Phase 1 Assembly last Sunday, and the Mumbai have executed its Mumbai Youth Assembly Season 2. The Streetcars web app is leading by the leadership president of the CEO's office, Shiraja, and to be developed in its best version in the upcoming months. A new unit, Streetcars Care, is launched for the well-being of streetcars, dedicated in supporting the volunteers through their self-growth, emotional care, and open conversations. The Streetcars Human Capital, Skill, and Leadership Unit is working on the pipelining potential youth to the right skills by enabling a platform to get an exposure of the industrial leaders and hold their skills. One session in collaboration with NHRD has been successfully executed. We will also be having Streetcars Gold actively working this tenure for the betterment of the society, their busy schedules. This tenure, the organization opened an opportunity for the final year students to work as the CEO's office leadership resident with a monthly stipend of 10,000 rupees. We currently have 3 leadership residents working with Streetcars. To strengthen our presence, we have launching a national PR team. We have donate.se where people can donate and take up subscription that is starting from 25 rupees only. And I'm humbled to announce you all the legacy chairperson of the Legacy Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 15, Shiraja. And the legacy chairperson execution of the Legacy Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 15, Rahul. Moment and acknowledge the work done by the organizing committee for this Legacy Season 15. Your dedication and hard work is commendable. Thank you so much, folks. Wishing all the members of the organizing committee the very best. Now, I declare the assembly open.
Thank you, Purnashri. It is truly an honor to stand on a special occasion celebrating the remarkable journey of Dr. Shivaranjani. Dr. Shivaranjani is truly an example of strength, compassion, and professionalism. Her dedication to her field and her unwavering commitment to public service has inspired many. Her pivotal role in the ORS case stands as a testament to her integrity and courage. She handled the situation with exceptional responsibility and humanity, ensuring the medical ethics and patient care remained her top priority. Beyond her professional excellence, what makes Dr. Shivaranjani truly special is her humanity and her constant drive to uplift others. She reminds us the real success lies in service and positive impact. On behalf of everyone present, I extend heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Shivaranjani for gracing the event with her presence and inspiring us all with her journey. Thank you. Ma'am, we request you to come on the dais.
A very good morning, folks. Did you all have your breakfast? How was the breakfast? All right, not really good. Good. So, we will be starting off with the session now. So, we will be debating on United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The 4 goals are no poverty, climate action, gender equality, quality education. We will start off the first session with no poverty. The house is now open for speeches. Any speeches on the floor? Member to my straight.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice, perfectly quoted by Nelson Mandela. In Hyderabad, despite of being a rapid growing city, poverty still remains a significant challenge. According to recent data, approximately 20% of city's population lives below the poverty line, struggling with inadequate housing, limited access to quality healthcare, and unemployment. Many households face income insecurity, especially in marginalized communities and informal settlements. Globally, more than 730 million people live in extreme poverty, surviving on less than 75 rupees per day. In India, over 90 million people are affected, and urban centers like Hyderabad have a substantial share of this population. Addressing urban poverty along with rural poverty is very crucial as the city continues to expand and disparities widen. Poverty is a barrier that denies millions of their rights and potentials. It hampers social development, fuels inequality, and hardship. However, through collaboration and innovative solutions and unwavering dedication, we can break the cycle and build a future of inclusivity and prosperity for all. So let us work hard and hand in hand, inspired by compassion, driven by purpose, to turn the vision of poverty-free Hyderabad and a poverty-free world into reality. Together we can make a lasting difference. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any new speeches on the floor? Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Before discussing how we should prevent poverty, how we should deal with this problem of poverty, we should ask ourselves that what is poverty? Poverty is not begging on traffic signals. Poverty is not sleeping on roadside platforms. Poverty is not a wealth or money problem. Poverty is the shackles which restrains us from moving forward. Poverty is the silent will that whispers, you cannot do anything about it. Poverty is a harsh truth which everybody wants to believe is a lie. Poverty is ignoring the alarm which is set for tomorrow's morning, not because you're lazy, because you know nothing's going to change tomorrow. It's a shame that even poor people who have nothing, who have no hope left in their life, have become shameless about this issue and making it a business. Yesterday, I was at Falaknuma railway station. I saw a boy who was about 3 to 4 years of age. He was asking me for some money. I had no money, but I had a water bottle of 20 rupees, which was a little bit chill. He was asking like, if you don't have money, please give me the water bottle. So he was insisting me for giving him my water bottle. I gave it to him. The thing he did next, he didn't use the water bottle. He straight up goes to his family, his mother, he gives his water bottle and comes back with his siblings to ask for some more money, and to be precise, he asked, Bhai chai dila do, bhai chai dila do. What is this? They are not feeling shameless. Before addressing this problem, we have to strike its roots to solve this problem. And if you really want to change, and if you really want to become the revolutionists that we dream of, if you really want to bring change in the society, in the norms of poverty, we must change the way we look at it. We must strike hard. We must obliterate it. It has to be uprooted entirely, but not partially. And I'm really looking forward to discuss the motions that you and I have brought here with us, which are eagerly waiting to be recognized by the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any new speeches on the floor? Member to my left.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. Today, we must realize that poverty is not based on the economic social factors. It's also based on the livelihood, the mentality, and the striveness for living. Sir, and the chair, I believe poverty should not be eradicated. Poverty should be eradicated, and it should be done in a way so that the upcoming generation should also know that everyone who strives gets a fruitful action. And I believe poverty is like the basic problem of everyone's life. And we need to solve that problem, because that problem has been discussed for long decades and no action has taken till now for eradicating poverty. And the false promises that are done by the governments and done by the institutions and hereafter will not go unnoticed. And I believe, here I challenge this assembly to bring the solutions that are not present from decades, to bring new solutions that are creative, that will really impact the lives of poor people. I would like to say an example. Day before yesterday, when I was at an hospital, a poor lady came to me and he was like, Babu, koncham dabbulu iyandi, memu koncham mandulu konukovali. So that shook my heart. Is this the reality of poor people? Do not have the basic facilities for medications also. It's a pity on the society. So I request and I urge this assembly to bring solutions that not only eradicate poverty, but also make sure the development. Thank you.
Thank you, member. We will now move to motions. Any motions on the floor? Member to my straight.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. One of the greatest challenges humanity faces today is poverty, a condition that strips people not only of financial stability but also of dignity, education and opportunity. Every rupee invested in this project here becomes a seed for independence, helping in individuals not just earn but learn, not just survive but thrive. Because when we empower a few of them with skills, we create ripples of hope, and those ripples can one day wash away with poverty. The project I propose is Project Print Hope. We actually develop digital printing setups at places where there is less income for individuals and where their women cannot have any work at the places. Here, by keeping this digital printing, we can actually give them employment not as a temporary solution but as a fixed solution. And the market here we get is not just the external or the market which we have to search for. This is a market which is internal and which is reachable. Suppose we take our NGO. Our NGO is being from 16 years and which had a very good impact on the poor lives. But in this case, we also take this shirts, everything printed from other things. Instead, we can take from these poor people and actually give them income, not just for themselves, even for their family, even for the society. The initial market is not just external. And the plan of action is starting with the setup phase. We start setting up the digital printing at the places, and next comes with the training phase. We give them the basic skills and knowledge. How can the people actually run this digital printing, and how these people actually can make customized printing and everything. Next comes with the production phase. The market which we have in, we give them the quotation of how many shirts or how many items we want, and we make them produce those. Next comes with the scale phase. We can actually produce our scale not just with the t-shirts, we can actually make this digital printing into mugs, into keychains, into whatnot. Item cost includes for the press and for the digital press it takes 70,000, and the raw materials everything consists of 10,000, and total with digital training and everything, logistics, everything, we can conclude this project by 95,000. Thank you.
Member, could you please summarize your motion in a statement?
Poverty, that doesn't mean just giving.
Sorry, member, you did not acknowledge the chair. You may be seated. Any new motions on the floor? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Today, I propose a solution that I plan to set up a micro enterprise in villages to ensure self-employment. As because the basic foundation of poverty is not having awareness. What to start, where to thrive. I plan to start in rural villages situated in borders in Telangana, where the job employment role is less. The budget will be for each individual will be allotted rupees 8,500 to each member and rupees 1,500 as a micro loan. Duration to repay the loan will be 4 months after distributing the money. Why is it important now? Poverty reduction directly drives economic growth. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Member to my straight.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. Giving them money as micro loans wouldn't help them, because the lack of skill in poor people includes of the saving, the mobilization of saving. That skill lacks them. First, we have to teach them how to save this. If you give money, they would use it for the consumption, not for investment or for savings. You have to first teach them how the money should be invested, instead of giving them as donation or charity.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my straight. Sorry, member, you're not audible. Organizing committee, could you please check with her mic?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to agree with the point that my fellow member raised in contradiction. I would also like to add that the money provided to them would be like charity, and I don't really understand how charity extends to poverty reduction, because they would rather use the money instantly, and because they lack the knowledge of digital literacy and financial literacy, they would much rather just use it instead of buying or investing it. So I don't really understand how that extends to poverty reduction in any means. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my straight.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to ask the fellow member who raised the motion to give a glimpse or brief explanation of plan of action for the motion, please.
Member who has raised the motion, would you like to answer?
I've already answered that in my speech.
Sorry, member, you did not acknowledge the chair. You may be seated.
We acknowledge the presence of Teji Shachari, the current CEO of Street Bus, City Mentor of Street Bus Hyderabad, CFO of Street Bus 2425, Associate President Street Bus Hyderabad 2023. We are pleased to have your presence here. We acknowledge the presence of Varsha P. Nair, the current Chief Financial Officer of Street Bus. We are pleased to have you here. We acknowledge the presence of Sai Ganesh, the current chairperson executive of the Fundraiser and vice president of People's Sanitary. We are pleased to have you here. We acknowledge the presence of Saket Mallela, executive board member, People's Hyderabad 2425. We are pleased to have you here. We acknowledge the presence of Yashna Chaudhary, Associate President of Street Bus 2016 and 2017, and President of Street Bus Board 2025 and 26, Street Bus Hyderabad. We are pleased to have you here. We acknowledge the presence of Sunyan, Vice President Digital and Branding, Street Bus Hyderabad 2425. We are pleased to have you here. We acknowledge the presence of Dhruva Narayana, Vice President Division Expansion, Street Bus Hyderabad 2425. We are pleased to have you here. We acknowledge the presence of Lasya, Chairperson of Employee Season 15 and Associate President of Street Bus Hyderabad 2025. We are pleased to have you here.
Thank you, Sri. We now acknowledge the presence of Dr. Shivaranjani ma'am. Ma'am, we would really like to, we would really have you to give insights about the no poverty goal.
It's very nice to be with you all, really, like, it's so nice. And I really appreciate the work, and what you're doing is like so valuable, so important. And about the topic, three things. I want you all to study the Kerala model. I think a couple of days back, they have declared that there is no severe poverty in Kerala anymore. Okay, since that's your topic, I think you should study about that. Second thing, empathy is the most important thing. So whenever you are planning something, okay, put yourself in that person's shoes. Then you'll come up with the best plans. And third thing, my suggestion, let it start at home. Ensure your household staff, everybody is getting right education and right, as somebody said, like, they can't even buy medicines. Okay, they can't educate their children. I mean, it's so painful. It's so painful. We are all sitting here so nice, we are all so privileged. Okay, so you start it at your home first. Make sure your house helps or drivers, daughter and son is well educated. I mean, is getting the support from you, the necessary support. And be it for health or education. I think that way you all will make tremendous change. It will have a ripple effect. If each one of you do it, obviously, it will have a tremendous impact. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I would have liked to stay longer, but I have to leave. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone and all the very, very best. Thank you. Thank you. All the delegates. This is the right word? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all the very best.
We acknowledge the presence of Street Quiz Chennai Executive Board. We are pleased to have you here.
Okay, folks, getting back to our motions. Any new motions on the floor? Any new motions on the floor? Zaid.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, like my fellow delegate mentioned earlier, poverty is not just about saving having consumption. Like people in India just know how to consume, like majority of the population at least. But what is savings according to people? Saving money in hand or in your locker or something? No, that's not savings. By saving money as cash, it's basically the opportunity cost of interest foregone by bank. And saving in bank, which gives you a fixed interest rate of 6 to 8%, is not what you think is your income. It's basically...
Sorry, member, are you trying to raise a motion or are you trying to contradict?
I'm trying to raise a motion, but I'm trying to...
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so 6 to 8% is merely to beat the inflation that is fluctuating around 7%. So what I suggest we do is, instead of doing expecting people to make money, we remodel the financial course for Bharat, which is made explicitly by Securities Board of Exchange, SEBI, and it is a 22-hour long course which we people, that is people who are educated, can learn easily. We can also, it's very basic, and I feel like not just the people who are under poverty line or anybody like who are poor should learn it. I feel like everybody, every student, every citizen of India should require that knowledge of how to make money, because money needs, like people need to know how to multiply money, not just consume or save. So yeah, that's the...
Member, could you please summarize your motion in a statement?
Teach people how money multiplication works, not just by savings or consumption, but by investment. So yeah.
Any points of contradiction? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Teaching people about money multiplication is not a sustainable method because people in the rural areas and poverty line lack basic need of education, and telling them about money multiplication is not a really great idea. That is what I would like to say.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I just want to say one line. Multiplying anything by 0 is 0. So how do you multiply something like this?
Any points of support? Any points of support to the motion raised? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging. My support is to the project because there are many safe investment platforms where even if a family has their income of 10,000 or else at least imagine if there's a 5,000, they can even save 500 to 1,000 rupees where they can invest in a safe platforms like SIP, and there are many more. So by this they can these investment platforms will multiply their savings. Even if it is 500 or 1,000, it can multiply the savings. So I support this. Thank you, sir.
Any more points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my straight.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. The main point I would like to raise is they're essentially proposing that they take this 22-hour course by SEBI in order to learn financial literacy, and there are multiple reasons for which I think this is not feasible. Firstly, if this is something they have to do, it's not something that HYA necessarily would have to promote. It's something by the state government, the central government, that people can look up if they want to. But the problem is that they're not educated enough to do so. And if it's something that's easy for educated people to look forward to, I believe it will be very difficult for them to access the course and be able to finish it. As far as the FD and SDI is concerned, SBI is concerned, I think opening up bank accounts for them and teaching them how to invest would be more sustainable in a language that is comfortable to them as opposed to English or anything else. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my straight.
As the member delegate, thank you for acknowledging, Chair. As the member delegate has spoken about investing in SIP and this, SIP does not give any positive impact or just at once. It is something where net amount actually multiplies, and with the net investment, whatever shows the net profit, whatever it gives you. And people with the mindset of that, when even a rupee has decreased, people tend to remove it very fast so that at least a minimum profit they would get. But with this mindset, people mostly will suffer losses. They have seen many more cases of share market where people have lost their lives, people have lost their livelihood, people have lost their living. But investing in this is not just the case. Even people who are educated, very much educated, come to losses. But giving a high risk thing wouldn't be good, I feel. Thank you, Chair.
Any points of support to the motion raised? Member to my street.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I support fellow person because it's like a new way of gambling to poor people where they waste their money in a very different ways, like proper not uses of resources which the people provide to them, and my point is, if they get the knowledge also, they'll not properly utilize this. Instead they play politics, or they use the money in a very different way. So that is my conclusion.
Any points of support? Sriram.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. I heard a lot of people say that it should be done by the central government, it should be done by the state government. I feel if that was done, we wouldn't be here. We are here to bridge the gap. We are here to look at possibilities which can be done by other organizations or other government schemes. We here are there to bridge the gap. So I feel rather than relying entirely on other organizations to do it, we take it into our stride and we can become their medium of instruction. They say that they don't know anything, they're not educated enough. We can become their medium of instruction. It is when someone's on zero knowledge, the person who comes even with 1% knowledge, they would listen to them with more conviction is what I feel.
Any more points of support to the motion raised? Any points of contradiction to the motion raised? Member to my street.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think one important point that a lot of people are overlooking is that poor people do not have the resources to access to such things. A lot of people do not even have phones. They use all of their net worth on consumption, on just barely making it through the next day. And the problem here is not like money multiplication, it's employment. A lot of people do not have employment, and I think that is the one thing we should look at. We should be giving them employment opportunities instead of poor people with whatever net they have, they use it on consumption. If they put it aside for something else, in case of emergencies, they will not be able to access it. And since they already do not have any livelihood, that is a very risky thing.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I agree with all the points of contradiction raised by my fellow delegates. I would like to add up to the person who raised the points for support of the motion. She said that at least they'll have 500 rupees in their account. Like, as mentioned in the opening speech, like according to the data and surveys, approximately 20% of city's population lives below poverty line. So how do you think they'll have even 500 rupees of money in their account? So how will they invest when they have even bare minimum? So that's my point, and I don't think it will be feasible for everybody living in the rural areas. Thank you.
Any points of support to the motion raised? Points of support to the motion raised. Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I am actually in support of the motion raised by my fellow mate. Actually, we are here discussing the first sustainable goal is to sustain what we are going to be proposing. So if we are going to be providing them with whatever basic necessity is at the moment, then at the moment if you are going to be providing anything to them, they are going to be consuming it and rather not saving it. So the saving has to be done in a way which has to be done with educating them. And also, if you are going to be thinking about how they're going to be not losing it and how they're going to be not having bare minimum of 500 rupees as well. So there are multiple apps for SIP and as well as there are multiple apps for this to be implemented. For example, there is this jar app called, this name is basically jar app, where you could basically invest from ₹10 daily and you can set up an auto pay, and then you could be leaving it on auto pay, and I guess at least 10 rupees would be there in anyone's bank account. Thank you.
I hear a lot of contradictions. Any points of contradiction? Member to my left. Organizing committee, could you please actively provide the mics to the members?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. my fellow mate already has announced that like 2 days before he gone to the hospital, and people ask him for money because they don't have money for buying medication. So how can my fellow mate tell that they have a 10 rupees to invest in an app where they can multiply the app? So, and one more thing is that where there's no 10, where they have 10 rupees, they can also buy something food which they need at that time. And we can't know that when is the emergency occurs. And how may people also know about the using about the 10 rupees in multiply, and how can they use in emergency situations where they don't have the knowledge of the phone, of using a phone or using of technology in a proper way. So this is my point.
Member who has raised the motion, would you like to answer all the contradictions? Please go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Okay, all the contradictions which you guys stated. First, people not being able to access the resources. Firstly, the course by SEBI, it's free of cost. And secondly, if people do not have devices, what I said was, at least we could, have some basic sort of knowledge which we could take from the course, and we could educate them about this. And thirdly, it's very basic. It's not very complicated. Okay, and you guys complaining about people not being able to take funds out when there is an emergency or something. There's literally a liquidity market. Money market is so liquid that you can take money out of it anytime you want, and you can start investments from 1 rupee. You don't even need 10 rupees. You need 1 rupee. You can start investment in gold cars. You start investing in gold with 1 rupee, and telling that people don't have phones. I don't know how that works, but then I've seen a lot of people, even the beggars on the road, have phones these days. So I'm not asking people to educate everyone, but then it is totally feasible to educate majority, I would say. So yeah. Apart from that, was there any major contradiction? Yes, the question.
Thank you, Member. You may be seated. Any new motions on the floor? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is to create a digital skilling and job incubation cell for rural unemployment, registration in collaboration with TASK or central government digital platforms.
Any points of support to the motion raised? Member, could you please summarize your motion in a statement?
Actually, thank you, Chair. The state government provides TASK.
Member, you may be seated if you acknowledge the chair. Any new motions on the floor? Member to my right. Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, out of all motions and contradictions, whatever we have discussed right now, they basically tell that some are educated, some are feasible, and some are not having the resources. So here as HYA, all of us are here to bridge the gap, as my fellow delegate said. So keeping the government and resources and education aside, I have a new motion to propose, and that is, what if we run an adoption kind of programs where we adopt families from our college groups and provide them monthly few essentials which they need. That's it. Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of support to the motion raised? Any points of contradiction? Member to my straight. Please go ahead, member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for acknowledging me. So, firstly, I would like to say that charity is not the option here. And I think for us to reduce poverty, we need to go beyond charity. And we can invest in minor entrepreneurships and develop many such entrepreneurships and actually educate people on because the best way to reduce poverty is to not let them fall into one. So yeah.
Any more points of contradiction to the motion raised? Member to my street.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As the member said that we can provide them with monthly support, I don't think so. We are here for some monthly support, and we are here for something like sustainable development in the very least amount that we can do.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair. The motion which my fellow delegate has raised has so many gaps in it. One of the main gaps is it is not fair. We are here to inspire, empower people, not to select some families just to provide them monthly. This is totally unfair to go with. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So as my fellow delegate mentioned that he would be providing basic necessities for few families, so it would directly make them dependent on us forever. So here we are to create an ecosystem which functions itself. So we need to make an ecosystem which functions itself and doesn't require any maintenance. Yeah, thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As this is for support of the other contradicting points my fellow delegates have raised. Poverty is not just about, making sure people are being provided food, clean water, etc. It's about making sure people are being educated, they are getting shelter, and they are being literate. So if we are providing them monthly funds and everything, they'll be dependent, and there's nothing which they are making for themselves. And poverty is truly ended when they make something for themselves.
Any more points of contradiction? A very strong contradiction, please. Member to my street.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Firstly, I would like to preface this by asking the question as to how many people this can truly impact. Because providing resources monthly by picking people you're associated with, I'm assuming that would be workers in your family, and since they're already employed, they don't fall under the severe poverty bracket as provided by the Indian census, which is people who live below ₹100 per day. So I'm exactly not really sure how adopting people from our college groups and donating supplies to them would be helpful, because one, they're going to grow dependent, and two, it's not going to affect many people, three, it's not sustainable, and four, it's going to get expensive very quickly since there's no income generated for themselves. Thank you so much.
Any new motions on the floor? Raina.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I hereby raise a motion that we should do something like a thrift and donate fair. So what we'll do here is we'll collect all the gently used books, clothes and accessories, and we can set up a small exhibition or a thrift stall kind of thing at a feasible location, or we can do it in multiple locations as well. So by this way, we all the rural people or the local people or anybody who wants, we can donate these things to them, and it will really help them.
Any points of support? Member to my street.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as my fellow delegate has raised the motion of setting up thrift stores, stalls, it will really help. It will really help the poor people and people who are in poverty to access the donated supplies, and by that we can really help them come out of the necessity, help them provide with the necessities. So thank you.
Any more points of support? Points of contradiction? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging. As my member said, it is a good idea, but it doesn't give a permanent solution. Donations can help them for a time being, but it is definitely not a permanent solution for the Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my straight.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So basically the matter is again coming to charity. So basically the thrifting means, it's indirectly means like charity. And we need, basically the main aim of HYA is to bring a permanent solution for the poor people. And it would be better if you provide employment. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, if the pointers of Thrift, Hyderabad is the main place where thrift really happens, and if they really want to buy thrift store, like thrift clothing, they can go to KPH New Market, Sultan Bazaar, and Shah. That doesn't mean that we have to place a thrift store ourselves.
Any points of support to the motion raised? One last contradiction, please. Contradiction to the motion raised. Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. We already have people who donate every month and stuff, but the real question is, how do a few donated books actually eradicate poverty? So it's not even a temporary solution.
We'll go ahead with the new motion. Any more motions on the floor? Member to my street.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Everybody here has discussed about employment and giving opportunities to reduce poverty. But the actual thing is, if the people who are below the BPL line are not healthy, then no matter how many opportunities you give them, it is of no use. So what I suggest is we have to provide them with basic balanced diet nutrients such as multivitamin supplements and healthy snacks. Because today's youth is tomorrow's future, right? If the youth today, like the young kids who are not healthy, then how will they even be capable enough to educate, go to schools and educate?
Any points of support? Points of support to the motion raised? Raina.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. To the motion raised, I would like to add another point key. Apart from giving them the supplements, etc., we can also run a free health fitness or any like checkup camps. These camps can be done even by the students who are pursuing degree in the required course. And apart from that, we've done something like this in the previous season as well. So we can just conduct camps and that would be feasible. Like conducting camps will give them awareness session and we'll give them supplements or whatever that would require. Thank you.
Any more points of support to the motion raised? Any points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. My point is, they already are organizing a lot of camps around us. This is not, especially the Youth Assembly does not have to do that. There are a lot of camps every day organizing. And one more point is, there's a white card thing organized by government. So there's rice and dal and a lot of other things that they give for the poor people who hold the white cards, especially for food. I don't think there's any problem. And multivitamins, though, supplying all of those things are not feasible in my view.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. To contradiction, I want to add, if we provide a correct employment opportunity, they're gonna pay for their bills, they're gonna buy their own multivitamins. That is eradicating poverty for people.
Any points of support to the motion raised? Any points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Instead of giving
Member, you may be seated. We will not acknowledge the chair. Any new motions on the floor?
We acknowledge the presence of Krishna Desai, the current CEO's office resident at Rainwater and president of Hyderabad Rainwater. We are pleased to have you here.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. My new motion to the desk is encouraging local craftsmen. Here we don't donate any money. We just provide them a correct way so that they can go outside and see what the industry and marketing is, and they will provide their own, their own basic needs and everything.
Any points of support to the motion raised? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my fellow delegate proposed the motion, I would like to add to the support that this motion would eradicate the middleman policy, where people would directly go and sell their needs, and they wouldn't be involved as a middleman, and they would get the right transportation and the money that they truly attain. Yeah, thank you.
Any more points of support? Member to Mr.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. Eradicating poverty is not just about giving money, it's about empowering skills. And I truly support the statement given by the member delegate, where they are actually giving work which is fixed income for people, which is actually enhancing their skills. Instead of giving supplements and instead of giving charity, which is not actually giving them just it's fine if they're giving physical health, but the mental health is actually being very low for the poverty people, and for them dignity stands more. Dignity is everything for them. It's more about creating opportunities for their income growth instead of giving charity. Thank you, sir.
Any more points of support to the motion raised? Any contradictions? No.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to ask my fellow delegate that what is his exact plan of action to eradicate the middleman? Because I feel
for a tenure of 6 months to 1 year, for a student, it is really impossible to eradicate because it is the government work and it's not an NGO study. Thank you, Chair.
Member, raise the motion. Would you like to answer? Please go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So what my motion exactly says is, we gonna go to them and we just provide a way to them. We don't take their supplies and we go into market. We just collaborate them with some big shops or big industries. That's my plan of action.
Any points of support to the motion raised? Any points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The major point here is to eliminate middleman. Even if you are tie up with them, the big shops, they will also act as middleman to the resources. Because the middleman is not a man who will be between you and the customer directly. It can also be either of the form. It can be a shop, it can be online market, or it can be a government even. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Member to my straight.
Firstly, thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I love the intention that the fellow delegate has raised in order to provide employment through art and craftsmanship. This is something that has been Telangana's motive for a really long while now. We've seen how the railway station and even the metro pillars have been decorated beautifully with Indian craftsmanship. So this is already something the government is uptaking. We've also seen a rise in handicrafts and handlooms. And recently, in the last 5 years, there has been a decrease in the number of suicide cases being committed by Pochampalli artists, and also people whom I personally know, particularly my mother, who's a huge fan of handicrafts, who directly purchases from the manufacturers themselves. So I believe middlemen are a part of the problem for those who are essentially not aware of where their finances are going. If people are made aware, even if the wealthy are made aware that purchasing directly from the manufacturers is an option, I think that would be feasible. Secondly, I love the idea of educating and making people empowered with skill hub. So I would support that. However, this is my only point of contradiction that middleman isn't really a feasible option. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member. Now I invite Lasya Vankadari, the former chairperson of the chair.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Poverty is not just a lack of money; it's a lack of opportunity and dignity and access. So my proposal is about creating an opportunity. My proposal is one skill, one family campaign. One skill, one family campaign is a powerful and the youth-led campaign way to fight poverty and build dignity. And not just by giving money or food, but by sharing knowledge that can never be taken away. My proposal is about each volunteer teaches one income-generating skill to one lower-income family. Just one skill, but in a way that helps a family and save or improve their lives. The example of my skill is nowadays the ban of plastic covers are increasing day by day, and the demand for making of paper bags and jute bags are increasing rapidly. So, if we, for example, if we take a family in the DPL, we will teach them how to prepare jute bags and paper bags. So
it can be helpful for them to generate income. Now I will tell about how it works. It builds confidence and dignity and creates immediate earning potential. And my final summary is, instead of giving food that lasts a day, let's give skills that last a lifetime through one skill. And then one family we can equip every struggling family with a tool, a trade, and a chance to rise.
Delegate, can you please summarize your motion in one statement?
The motion of I like to summarize that one skill, one family. In one skill, one family, our volunteers will select a family which are in the below poverty line, and we will teach them a skill which empowers them and to generate income for themselves.
Just to summarize, is it to provide the skill and teach them skill for their employment?
Yeah.
Is the motion clear for everyone? Any points of support? Member to my left.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. So, if we provide poor people skill, then automatically clear all like poverty and all. Because if skill nowadays matters, if there are no skill, it is like useless for people who are like really want to earn money, but they don't want the interest to like even learn a single bit of skill. So skills are important. So if a single skill can help the family, so it is the best thing to a family can grow in a current situation of the market. So that is my conclusion.
Any points of support? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. It is a very vital role to encourage and implement the skills of the craftsmen which are getting underrated and being resided in the below poverty line.
Any points of contradiction? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. As my fellow delegate mentioned that we'll be taking sessions to the families and let them know what the skills. I just wanted to ask, I don't think so taking a session or 2-3 sessions would help them gain skills about something. And if you are giving them skills, if you are letting them know all the skills, and who is going to give the raw material required for them to get into business models. And I don't think so we could impact a great number by this idea. And I even want to ask the plan of action to make it more sustainable and so that we can impact in large scale.
Delegate who raised the motion, would you like to answer back? You may proceed.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. As my fellow delegate mentioned that teaching them a skill is not helpful for them. In my land, by just giving a food and giving a money is also a solution. But in my view, when we teach them a skill and empower them with the knowledge, they can on their own they can raise their income and they can be they can. My point is that they can empower themselves on their own.
I could hear banks. Any points of contradiction? Member to my left. Organizing committee, could you please hand over the mic? I request organizing committee to keep the mic very handy.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As the main point of the move forward is that to remove the poverty in between the people. So when there is no income for the people, how can they get the raw materials, or how can they create a new skill without even knowing without even getting the raw materials or any basic needs to create it. So any points?
Any points of support? Any points of support to the motion raised? this, right?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think that poverty can be reduced either only by education or employment. So I think that if we provide them by basic workshop things or teaching them how to do stuff, like from basic, a person will not do anything until we teach them some or the other thing. So I think teaching them the basic things like tailoring for women and carpentry for men and stuff, then I think they can do something. And I really believe that if one is educated, the person can change the lives of the entire generations coming forward.
Any new motions on the floor? Whom do you think that you have a very unique motion other than creating employment, doing campaigns, providing the supplements and all? Remember to my extreme right?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So, my motion for the poverty is actually a two-step motion, where first one I want to say is orphanages are always in short of food. So, it is no less than poverty. And then you have beggars, who few of them are actually richer than us, but few of them actually are willing to change their lives. So my motion is to create a self-sustaining harvest within the orphanages. Like orphanages have few open areas, or they at least have terraces. How about we go ahead and create even in a simple lemon tree, even if you take a lemon seed, it might be 50 rupees. And if you want a, immediate harvest, the lemon tree, which has fruitation, is only 500 rupees. So if we consider, harvest for the entire orphanage, and we get one beggar who we want to adopt and send to that orphanage to take care of the harvest and, everything, I think that will create a self-sustaining environment, and this is my motion. Thank you.
Any points of support? I heard taps, but I don't see any placards raised. Vijay.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. To add on with my co-delegate, we can even plan of setting up aeroponic or hydroponic farming in an orphanage or old age home, where we could even make them learn how to do organic farming on a terrace roof, and even they'll be getting all the requirements from their group garden, and they'll be even getting to know about new things, and even it will be sustainable and it will be impactful on a long scale. Thank you.
Any other points of support? Man, I heard tabs, but I don't see any placards raised. Can you please hold it up? Yeah. Member to my left, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my fellow delegate has also announced a motion about giving a food or clothes to the persons who are really needy, like the poor people, like beggars, and the organization, or orphanage. So my main thing is that before producing or announcing some motions, first we need to also know the ground level of the poverty. Before, what is the poverty? The poverty where people don't have also the basic needs like shelter or a basic a bedsheet to cover on themselves on the night. So I see many people on the road, on the footpaths, where people sleep with a cover, like plastic cover stuffed with their old clothes and making themselves as a pillow. So my thing is that we can also give them the nets, like a mosquito net, and also kind of bed sheets, which can also impact in a small scale, but not in a large scale, which make them feel healthy. Like before giving them employment or before giving them anything like a charity and etc. Before giving them employment or before creating something like what do you say, a craftsmanship and etc. First, they need to be alive to do those things. So that's my point.
I heard so many bangs. Any points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I don't get it. It's still charity anyway. So how is it even like suitable for long term? So I would like to ask my fellow delegate, how is this suitable for in long term, rather than just temporary charity?
Delegate who raised the motion, would you like to answer back?
Yes, thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So, providing mosquito nets and all wasn't the part of my motion. My motion was, combining orphanages who are always in need of food, and then combining beggars who need the basic, shelter, food and all of that, and one beggar for one orphanage adoption, which will create a self-sustaining harvest throughout not just 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, for generations to come. Because once you seed a plant, it's always growing. You don't need to do anything for it. So yeah, it's a high sustainable thing. Thank you.
And now I heard so many bangs. Any points of contradiction? One very strong contradiction. Member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. It might be a self-sustaining management, but there's no economic development there. It's just giving what's here to there and there to here. And there's no proper economic development there, and that's not eradicating poverty anywhere. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? How many of you think that you have a very unique motion on which we as students, Hyderabad Youth Assembly, can work on? Not awareness, not campaigns, not some supplements and all. Delegate to my left. In the first row.
Thank you for acknowledging the chat. So, if I remember right, one of my fellow delegates mentioned earlier that how can people who are in zero multiply when we're talking about savings and investment initiatives. So that's why I would like to bring in my motion, which provides an initial kickstart to these people who are stuck in poverty, not with money, but with sponsored items which can be used to set up mini stalls for these people stuck in poverty. So these items can be easily procured by approaching sponsors, like for example, getting healthy snacks by MyFitness or some other companies as well. And we can exclusively target homeless people living in platforms and set up these stalls for them, which enables their first initial income. And after that they can multiply, or we can even teach them how to multiply after they get their income. So how to proceed with this? We can approach sponsors, get these retail items, and set up these stalls for homeless people in a way that it doesn't create public nuisance. At the same time, help these people come out of their never-ending poverty. Thank you.
Is the motion clear for everyone? Any points of support? If I'm not wrong, I heard taps, right? Remember to be straight.
Firstly, thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I heavily appreciate what my fellow delegate raised in order to create more entrepreneurs or micro entrepreneurs. But there's one major question that I have, which is, And if the people are homeless, how are they going to eventually live? That's one question I have. However, I would like to support the claim altogether. Thank you.
Delegate who raised the motion, would you like to answer?
So, thank you for acknowledging this, right? So we see so many homeless and beggars coming up with, books and pens. I mean, children sell those items, and it's really easy for people to just be where they are. And if we give them these initial supplements or initial retail items that which they can start a mini stall, I don't think how hard it is to just wait there for customers to come and buy those items. And it provides the initial income can be used to money.
Any points of contradiction to the motion raised? I'm asking for the points of contradiction. Number to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I just have 2 points. You had mentioned fitness brands and like healthy snacks. I want to ask which fitness brand wants to hire homeless people to go and sell their products. Secondly, this model is also already there. Like on the streets, you must be seeing people selling balloons, toys. So how is it any different from the same thing? Thank you.
Any other points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. All of this actually just adds on to the same agenda that like a minimum amount of income should come to these people, but we're not looking for just minimum amount of income. We're looking for a sustainable solution for this, and all of this will only go towards their consumption, their own consumption. It will not actually help them in the long term. Thank you.
One last point of contradiction. Delegate to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I don't understand the entire house thing that poverty is only for beggars, poverty is only for charity. But poverty is a mentality that world is suffering from. Poverty is not only being lack of money, but also being enough and happy with what they have. Not only beggars and not only street vendors or not only people with lack of money or under BPL, but people above BPL are also being suffered. People above BPL are also being in poverty. Only they are satisfied with their own needs, with lack of quality of education, quality of lifestyle, and quality of their resources. So the major thing is, we 100 or in the assembly we might have 100 people, or only overall street calls we might have few thousands of people. But it will help to only 6 months or 1 year, but not totally for long-term vision. In collaboration with government welfare schemes, as we are the youth assembly, as we are the youth of this nation, and as we are the citizens and tomorrow's leaders. So here we collaborate with governments, we collaborate with MNCs, and we collaborate with self-help NGOs and organizations. Here the major things which you look into it is not only helping them, also getting them dignity. That also my fellow delegates said that we'll support them. It's good. We'll support them for initial kick. Let them have their future and let them work on their work. Yeah, thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my straight.
Firstly, thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to begin my motion by addressing that Telangana has managed to successfully achieve second rank in poverty reduction last year based on the UNSDGs goals. This has been a remarkable feat, but we have also ranked second in most number of people living in urban slums. So the problem with people living in urban slums is not essentially employment. There are people such as maids who live in urban slums. They might be above the poverty line, but the problem is that they lack the skills to manage their finances efficiently. which is why they still remain in the slums. So I would suggest that we use the Kerala model that they implemented to eradicate severe poverty, which was published in the news just yesterday, which is to open bank accounts and educate people in financial and digital literacy so that they know where their financials exactly go. And by educating them digitally, we make sure that they are aware of where their money is going. And there's also one issue that most of these people function manually. They need cash. Even my own mate till date does not have a proper bank account or a GPay account and prefers taking money by hand. So whereas the world is moving online at an unpredictable pace. So I would suggest that we teach them digital literacy skills and open up bank accounts for them. Thank you so much.
I heard a lot of banks, but before that, any points of support? No points of support? Okay, any points of contradiction?
Thank you, Sharon, for acknowledging. I feel with the motion pass, it is more relevant to quality education because digital literacy refers to educating them towards a progression, which comes through quality education. I don't see a fact where it can eradicate that poverty. It's just that opening back from the go over, because at the end of the day, we all know about the multi-scams which happen where the rich omit taxes and the poor keep paying taxes. So it's just that it's just adding fuel to our fire is what is my opinion on that.
Any other points of contradiction? Remember to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my fellow delegate mentioned that she wanted to educate people living in slums and teach them digital something. So my question is, why would someone living in slums would come to us and learn? Because most of them are daily wage workers. So who will support their livelihood? And the second thing is, it's not feasible. There are hundreds and thousands of slums in our entire state. So the workforce required to teach is huge. So how will we support the workforce and who will provide them money if they come to us and learn?
Delegate who raised the motion, would you like to answer back?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Firstly, I would like to get back to the fellow delegate who said that this aligns with quality education more. I definitely see the intention he's making, but one thing I would like to say is that if people are not educated, and this is the model exactly implemented by the Kerala government, so we know that it works if implemented even on a small scale, which might be possible for us. And the second point I would like to answer back to the fellow delegate who said that there are a lot of slums in Hyderabad, which is true, but the entire intention that we move forward with is to not change the world, it's to bring up some empowerment so that at least a part of it can change. It's not about changing the entire world altogether, it's about changing a small section of people so that more people can get inspired. Thank you.
Any other points of contradiction? Move to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My fellow delegate mentioned that we can adopt the Kerala government model, but the thing here is we are not the government, we are NGOs, so our potential is very limited. So we need to think something which is best, not but better.
Delegate who raised the motion, would you like to answer back?
Yes, thank you for acknowledging me, Chair.
I declare the House is open for debate.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Firstly, what I mentioned was that we will be making a small change by implementing what the government has doesn't exactly mean copying it. You do it by measures that are within our limit.
So implementing doesn't mean doing the same thing, right?
No, we are going to modify it based on what we can afford.
Can you please elaborate?
For example, opening bank accounts is free, so that doesn't include any of our budget. We just need volunteers who are willing to do it, who are literate enough to go ahead and help the people out.
But who is ready to support us? Because we are NGOs, not government. Yeah. We need a huge workforce.
So, are we not a part of the workforce?
We are, but there are multiple projects, but we need to spend a lot of time on that, right?
Yeah, so if you're not spending time with the people who need to be and what are you planning to do? This is my question.
See, the time and the impact should definitely match. So we're gonna spend a lot of time on that, opening the bank accounts and teaching them. So how the workforce and impact gonna be?
Sorry, but if you're not raising awareness among people and helping them move forward with their lives, exactly are you doing? And I think this is a better investment of your means.
I get your intent, but it's not feasible because we are not government. We need to accept the fact, right?
I never mentioned that we are the government. I'm claiming that we could target 1 or 2 slums and bring about the change so that more people could do it. And if you want the government to be involved, we could raise a PIL and ask the government to get involved.
Cool delegates, cool. Please calm down. This is just a debate, not a fight. I request you to be in a lower tone. I here close the debate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Before proceeding, if you feel that if we didn't acknowledge, and if you feel that if you have any good motions, you can write a chit to the chair table so that we can acknowledge the motion. Let's proceed. Do you have any new motions on the floor? Number 2, Ms. Straight.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. No poverty means ensuring the people with basic needs like food, shelter, healthcare, and opportunity to live dignity. But many many tribes doesn't have connection with the world, so they don't have basic facility like drinking water. Many people facing health issues with that problem. So my motion is to build a UV/UF purifier, which does not require much maintenance. Like UV kills 99% of bacteria, copper kills bacteria and algae. Like we can connect it with solar, so it can be run sustainably. Thank you, Chair.
So silence in the room, right? Are you all feel bored? Okay. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Delegate to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate mentioned that we will be using UV/UX purifiers, firstly the point is that this will not come under a goal called no poverty, because we might take this goal and call water and sanitation, clean water and sanitation. Also, if we have to consider this motion, I guess building UV purifiers for the tribal areas will not, it is not mentioning the point that there should not be any poverty, because even in tribal areas, if you see, they might buy drinking water or just collect them from the ponds or lakes beside. So if you also mention that the ponds and lakes are not clean and you have to build purifiers, it still comes under a goal called clean water and sanitization. So I would like my co-delegate to elaborate how this motion will be under no poverty and give me a plan of action. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate who raised the motion, would you like to answer back?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me.
I didn't ask you to talk. You may please sit down. Any points of contradiction? Number to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Honorable Chair. Actually, as I said, tribe which does not have connections with the world, then where's the electricity going to come for the purifier?
Any other points of contradiction? Number to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As the person said that these would run on solar systems, I would like to ask the fellow member who raised the motion, how much would the investment cost to set up a solar power plant? Thank you, sir.
Member who raised the motion, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. This project would cost around 1 lakh for each tank. And as a delegate member said that how we it comes under like no poverty. Like we have to provide them basic facilities. Like drinking water is a basic facility. If they will stay healthy, they can work. But a lot of tribes doesn't have this water facility, so I raise the motion.
Any new motions on the floor? So before proceeding, we have been receiving few chits, but most of the chits are based upon skill building workshops and awareness sessions. Is there anyone who feels that your motion is very unique other than the skill building workshops, awareness sessions and all? Number to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Before I begin with what I'm proposing, since I did not get to talk much, I would like to say that most of us are proposing here to be giving directly funds or giving charity. If this is how we are going to be proceeding with, then we're not actually doing a sustainable development goal. We are not following it actually. So in order to break down the goal, sustainable, which has to be sustained for a long period of time. And before that, so if we are going to be thinking about giving funds, there is this line once I heard कि फुर्सत तो बहुत थी देश के लिए कुछ करने की, लेकिन जब पेट भर गया तो नींद आ गई. So if we are going to be providing free arms and free food and doing charity, so this is how we are going to be proceeding to be staying for next 70 years, like how we have stayed for past 70 years. Now bringing up with the proposal for the motion, what I have right now is the Hura Car Wash Livelihood Program. This is a startup which has promoted itself in Shark Tank, India, if you have watched. So what it actually does is it provides basic kits to the people who are below poverty line, not only below poverty line, but also for people who are above poverty line. And then it actually provides a platform which actually gets the customers and charges them based on a percentage basis after getting each of the customers. So it works as Ola, Uber, or Rapido, Zomato, similar kind of thing. And so this, what we would be doing if I propose plan of action. So one person from each of the home, which is below poverty line, we could be actually targeting them and then making them connected with this brand. And also we'll be guiding them, and we won't be disconnected. We won't be getting disconnected with them until they get first penny in their homes. Yeah, thank you.
Member, would you like to elaborate? You have mentioned that providing basic kits. So what do you mean by these basic kits? What everything will be considered and what exactly, can you summarize it in one statement?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. In a statement, the basic kits we are not going to be providing it, but we are going to be paying it to the startup. The startup which is called as Hura, and we'll be getting connected with them. And that basic kit costs around 10,000 for professional car washing. And
Hura.
Hura. H-O-H-O-O-R-A.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, just to summarize, is it like we connecting with startups who will provide basic kits and necessities to the poor people? Am I right?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, but we are going to be actually buying it from them and then giving it to the people who are not aware of it.
Okay, got it. Is the motion clear for everyone? If it is not clear, can you please raise your placards? Okay, I understand. So just to summarize it, we as students collaborating with startups who will provide basic kits where we purchase from them and we provide to the poor people. Am I right? Is it clear? Is it clear?
Yes.
Any points of support? No points of support? Over to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I support my fellow delegate that not only Hurak, Car Wash Kit and multiple startups within our task or within our T hub, because funding them will be a greater extent rather than funding MNCs, and rather than being charity, creating an employment, creating a resource for the unemployment youth and to make them the entrepreneurs, and thus we also do helpful for the no poverty law. Yeah, that's my point. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? I request every member to raise your placards very high so that we can see the placard clearly. Just to show. This is the way that you have to hold the placard, not this or not in a very legible way. Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I just want to say, how is this motion different from the one who told about startups and introducing like healthy snack kits to the poor people? So it's the exact same thing but in a different sentence. Thank you.
Any other points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, how will a car wash kit help the people to generate income? Because how are we going to ask them to go on roads and just ask people around to wash the cars? How is it going to help? Yeah, thank you.
Delegate who raised the motion, would you like to answer back?
Thank you for the acknowledgement once again.
I didn't ask you to speak. You may please sit down. I didn't acknowledge you to talk. So we have received a chit from Dushyant. Would you like to elaborate the motion? May I know who is Dushyant? You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. So the basic idea is that India provides annually 62 million tons of waste, which can be reusable and recyclable. So my main vision or my main motion is that recycling the waste into the products and selling the products in the market. In this way, we can also generate employment and also create an income to the people who are really not really poor, but who are also capable of knowledge and etc. And the basic things like papers or tissue papers or a craft like a mug and poetry and etc. So this may also bring out the skills and different types of art in them, and also bring a new kind of business form. This is already has been executed in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and also in Karnataka. So I also want to raise it in a small scale so that we can, like, starting any company in a small scale will lead to a large scale industry. So by we initiating this project may also lead to a greater vision at a greater time.
Can you please summarize in one statement?
Yeah, saying turning the wastage into the products and giving employment to the people who really need it in many rural areas.
Delegate, do you have any plan of action? Because I've heard so many people mention Kerala model, Tamil Nadu model and all. But how exactly that as students we're going to do? Do you have any plan of action for that?
As students, we can set up machines like what is it? If you need, I'll give it to you personally the names of the machines and etc. The machines we can produce them, and also we can also collaborate with the companies who are providing or making these machines. So that machines may start up in a small shelter in a village.
So is it like setting up recycling units where we'll recycle the old and waste products to produce new things and supply them to the needy?
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Is the motion clear for everyone? Any points of support? Remember to my straight.
I support the motion, however, I just have a really small question. Doesn't this align with climate action as well? So which goal does this essentially come under? Is the doubt I have, but I'm very supportive of this motion.
Any points of contradiction? Delegate to my extreme, right?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to ask, not a plan of action, but as you have already asked them, but I would like to know, like, for how many years do you think we'll be monitoring or mentoring the recycling units about turning the wastage into something recyclable products? And also, I want to know how, like, where you will be going, how, like, how much of waste you will be collecting, or are we mediating with people who collect waste and also establishing recycling units, and it is also being done in our budget? Because already, as you mentioned, as Kerala model and Tamil Nadu model, those all are being done by governments. And I also know that we want to do it in a small scale, but we would like to know how exactly we are going to implement it on a small scale, because you are asking us to build a recycling unit, going to other vendors or mediators where how we can convert wastage into recyclable products. And also, for how many years do you think we'll be managing the stuff? Like, it is basically like giving this whole thing to some other mentor or anyone to monitor everything. So I just want to know exactly and how clearly you want to raise this goal. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate who raised the motion, would you like to answer that? You may proceed.
Thank you for following me. First, I need to, bring it in a generalized way. When a small kid who is in like 1 year, he starts like walking at 6 months and 7 months. After that, he will only walk on his own way. So this is the same thing. We are just starting in a small scale, and I never mentioned that this is a Kerala model and this is a Chennai model and this is a Karnataka model. I just told that these are the startups which have been mentioned and which have been executed and which have been established in the Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. There is no mention about the model, and I really appreciate about the raising of the questions. So my fellow mate wants to know about what is the plan of action, and we need to be mediate only for a few months. After that, the people from whom we mediate, they only directly approach the people who are doing at the unit. And one more thing is that there's no mediation for long term. We can only mediate for a small 6 months or 7 months, so that they can build a connection with the direct owners and they can have the direct connection and the communication with them. And one more thing is that she also mentioned about that how much long-term process is there or not. Actually, there is a long-term process. As we can see, there are so many paper carry bags, plastic carry bags, and also the traditional waste like flowers, and also the coconut waste, which may also turn into products like a plate or agarbatti and group sticks and etc. So this I really want to mention everyone in this house that I never had mentioned the model about any state. I have mentioned about the establishment of the company of every state. And thank you.
We get your point, Manu. Thank you. Let's go on with one last motion. We want this motion to be very, very unique. If you feel that, only then please raise your placard. Are you all feeling bored? Had your breakfast, right? I think there's a lot of time for lunch. So are you feeling bored? No, but I feel. So with the chair's permission, can we conduct with an activity? Can we proceed? Okay, I think it's time for an activity because I feel that the house is going in a very low pace. So let's start with the activity. Do what we say. I want everyone to be stand up. Sit. Stand. Raise your right hand. Left hand. I didn't ask you to down your right hands. Close your fists. Hands down. Sit. Hands raised. Stand. Both hands down. Right hand up. Left hand up. Right hand down. Left hand up. I didn't ask you to down your left hand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Most of you have raised your hands down. I never said that, right? Both your hands up. Close your fists. Stand. Sit. Stand. Hands down. Sit. Hands up. Sit. you're so confused. Hands down. Hands up. Rotate your right hand. Left hand. Up. Stand up. Sit down. Hands down. Yeah, that's what I think. Are we good to go now? Or should we continue for like 1 or 2 minutes more? No, I heard no's. Tap if you want more and bang if you don't want. Good. Let's proceed with one last motion. Any new motions on the floor? Remember to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And I think we've had pretty many motions today. But one thing I think they've missed is the health aspect of poverty. Like poor people don't have the right for good health. And like health is the utmost important thing for every one of us. Be a billionaire and have billions of dollars in your pocket. But if you're not healthy, you won't live a long life, which is the ultimate goal. And today, I have a motion with me. So my motion is to provide first aid kits to anyone who is underprivileged, who isn't able to buy one, to every house in a village. And people might raise a doubt that this may come under the role under health and sanitation, but no. Like I said, this is related to money. It is monetary. And yeah, that's my motion. Thank you.
Yes, I understand your emotions, but before that, any points of support? I repeat, please raise your placards high. If not, you won't be addressed. Remember to my left, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for coming. Actually, I like the idea of my fellow members who are executed about this and etc. So my question is that, can this be a long-term vision? Can we provide a first aid kit for every year, because the first aid kit have also an expiry date, like after 1 year or 2 years. So can we proceed, or can we provide them for 1 year or 2 years, or for how many years can we provide them? Thank you.
Delegate who raised the motion, would you like to answer back?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me.
Sorry, Delegate, I didn't ask you to speak. You may please sit down. Any contradictions? Remember to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. As they said, providing first aid kits, it is a good idea, but it definitely doesn't improve the poverty in the villages. And also, government already, if there is a scheme, government provides first aid kits and also medical camps which are arranged by the government, and there is no specific need that we need to conduct or provide these first aid kits, and it will not improve the poverty. Exactly. Thank you, sir.
Any points of contradiction? Delegate to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Okay, let's just assume that a very healthy person who is in the below poverty line, we cannot say that a person with no diseases help in reducing poverty. So I don't think providing first aid or improving health is anywhere related to reducing poverty. So thank you.
Any points of support to the motion raised? Okay, one final contradiction to the motion raised, then we'll proceed with the votings. Stuff. Delegate to my left.
acknowledging me. My point of contradiction is very simple, that how is this motion different than the one we raised, like donating supplements and all of that. We want to make some new motions and projects, right? So how is it different? Thank you.
I'm sorry. I find the organizing committee doing crosstalks. Satvik and Biogas will be suspended from the session for the next 10 minutes. Please do not enter the hall for the next 10 minutes.
Please do submit your ID cards. Let's conclude the goal no poverty. Let's proceed with the voting.
Project Print Hope, digital printing setups, digital skilling and job incubation cell for rural unemployed youth. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion not passed. Setting up micro enterprise in villages. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion not passed.
Delegates, I feel so many, I see so many delegates are not participating in the voting. This is a very crucial part where we have to decide what projects that we are going to do in the coming 3 months. So we request everyone to take part in the voting very actively.
Teaching people basics of how money works so they don't fall into debts of poverty and can learn how to save money and have those savings grow. People with the motion. People against the motion. Let's go for voice vote. Members with the motion say aye. 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 Members against the motion say nay. Nay. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Members against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion not passed. Adopting people from college. Setting up thrift stalls to access the donated supplies. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion not passed.
Arranging awareness campaigns and skill improvement courses in rural areas, specifically regarding one skill for their employment. Members with the motion. Against the motion? With the motion? Motion passed. Providing self-sustaining harvest in orphanages and old age homes. Adding on a point to this, hydroponics and aquaponics setups for the self-sustainability. Members with the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Motion not passed. Sponsoring food and other items which enable people to kickstart a business for employment and fulfill their daily needs. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion clearly not passed. Using Kerala government model to educate people regarding finance and digital literacy skills and including opening their bank accounts for them. Members with the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Motion not passed. Building UV or UX water purifying plants in rural and tribal areas for better health. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion clearly not passed. I think we can consider this in good health and well-being. We can proceed in phase 2. Moving on to the next motion, providing basic kits to the people of below poverty line by purchasing the kits from startups. Members with the motion? Motion clearly not passed. We want everyone to actively take part in the voting process because I could still see so many people not taking part in it. Setting up recycling units in rural areas to recycle the waste and convert them into useful to supply for needy and required people. Members with the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Motion passed. Providing first aid kits in rural areas for healthy lifestyle. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion clearly not passed.
Thank you, Lasya, for chairing along with us. The House is suspended for the next 5 minutes. Members, you all cannot go anywhere. The House is just suspended. You can sit here itself and prepare for your motions. We'll let you know if there's a break. The organizing committee, please ensure that members are not going anywhere. We have not given the permission for them to go out of the hall. be at your positions. We expect full discipline and no cross-talkings are allowed. The House is now in motion. We expect full discipline from the members in the organizing committee. Please maintain the decorum. No crosswalks are allowed and no phones using is allowed. Next goal for the second session is gender equality. Achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Any motions on the floor? Any speeches on the floor? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging. The motion gender equality. Gender equality is not a favor, it's a foundation. When girls are educated, families rise. When women lead, villages thrive. When everyone learns respect, dignity grows. When motions are about to be passed, let's build a village where every child walks with pride, every woman speaks without fear, and every man stands behind her, not above her. Because we build equality, we build strength. You know, there is a saying, "Oka chedito kotte chapatlo padau." The same way, when women and men work together, there is a better nation. Thank you.
Any new speeches on the floor? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. A very good morning to everyone present here. For centuries, women have been denied the right to education, equal pay, and the access to even make their own choices. Gender equality is not only about liberating women from the bondages of patriarchy, but also to free men from the cage of toxic masculinity and forced responsibility. It's not a woman's issue, it's a human issue. True equality emerges only when we change our mindset, and together we can strive to change the gender norms and societal conditions that have been forced upon us for centuries. When we uplift one gender, we uplift all of humanity. I hope together we can pledge to stand up against discrimination, gender injustice, and strive for true equality, be it for either of the sexes. Thank you so much.
Any more speeches? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Firstly, I want to make us understand what gender equality is. So I think a lot of us misunderstand what gender equality actually is. Gender equality does not mean that men and women are exactly the same. Gender equality means equality in opportunity, equality in safety, equality in access to resources, equality in wages, equality in also giving women the infrastructure to work. Just giving them jobs is not the solution. If you give a working mother a job, but you don't have a creche in your office to keep her child, how will she come and work? So gender equality does not just mean equality in the sense of a man and a woman. And I might get a lot of backlash for saying this, but men and women can never truly be equal in the same sense. We have different roles to play in the society, and men have certain roles to play and women have certain roles to play. So gender equality does not mean that men and women are the same. Let us take an example. In the same house, two sons will also not be the same. So how can men not just equality. Thank you.
Any emotions on the floor? Kirti.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Gender equality also, as one of you mentioned, is equal access to every facility available. And this is why I would like to put forward my project to establish community-led units that train women to make reusable, hygienic, sanitary pads from local materials. This is we can start by 500 to 700 women, and it actually builds a long-term impact which reduces their dependency on sanitary pad companies. Already women are paid less and they are overworked, and they do not get and they have this extra expense of pads. So if they are able to make it themselves, if they are able to sustain themselves, then they will have a reduced cost, and then they will be able to sustain themselves for longer.
Delegate, could you please summarize it in statement?
Train women to make usable, hygienic, sanitary pads and provide them with materials for the same.
Any points of support? Member too much right.
Actually, I love the idea, and recently I've been hearing a lot of news circulating around that sanitary pads are actually hazardous and incredibly dangerous to use due to the plastics and microplastics contained in them. So I love the idea of eco-friendly and sustainable pads, and there's also other products coming up recently, such as period cups and, if I can mention, period underwears if no one's uncomfortable. However, I don't really like the idea of those. So I think for women who are truly comfortable with pads, this is a really good opportunity to raise employment as well as gender equality. Thank you so much.
Any more points? Any more points of support? Any points of contradiction? Last year.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First of all, I really love the idea, but I just want to know how long that we can, we'll just provide the skill. But what about the raw materials so that they have to make the sanitary napkins? And what about the connectivity between, the makers and the market? How are they going to sell it, and how are they going to exactly get the employment and the, needs? I would like to get an answer if possible.
Member, would you like to answer?
Yes.
Sure, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to answer this question saying that women will be using local products that are local things that like cloth and cotton that are very easily accessible, and they will be using that for the bags, for making their own bags.
Any more contradictions? Last year.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yes, I understand that you are telling to use locally and vernacular materials, but even those materials are not cheap, and those materials are not free also. Even they too cost. Even the cotton will cost us, and even the cloth will cost us. So my major question is how long that you will be supplying the cotton or cloth for them, because all the people cannot afford to start the production. Ultimately, at one point that we have to stop, right? So how long that we're going to proceed, and how exactly that will happen? So let's, as HYF, we look for sustainable projects. So how are you going to define that? Thank you.
Member, would you like to answer? Yeah, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First of all, the cost of plastic pads from big companies is much higher than whatever I am suggesting. And these are reusable, not just for one-time use, whereas the plastic pads are just for one-time use. much larger weightage on expense instead of this. This is much more economical if that's what you're asking. And also, we will provide them the materials for a first, but then later on they will be able to access their own materials. It's just cloth and cotton and a few like maybe a metal sheet. Those are all the things that is needed. They're very accessible, and you do not need an extra you do not need to take an extra step to get them.
I hear a lot of thanks. Now, Lasya, would you like to reply back? Now, the house is open for the debate.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me, but let me just repeat my point. Yes, I understand. You will provide the initial supplies, and you have mentioned metal sheets and whatever the materials that you have given. But to purchase the materials again, they have to sell them out, and we need to create a chain where the vendor gives to the machine makers, and from them to the market, and market to the people. So it's really difficult to build a chain in the span of 2 or 3 months, and then at one point the materials will not be supplied efficiently.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from, but it is like it's not just us giving them the materials all the time. Okay, normal cloth can be found anywhere, like normal cotton cloths can be found anywhere, and they are very accessible. And we will be training them to be able to make those pads actually like in a proper way, so that there is no like unhygienic process taking place. And like the chain that you mentioned, I'm not quite sure about that, because this is self-sustaining. Women and men, like whoever wants to do it, they can do it themselves for themselves. It's a very close thing.
As you mentioned, cloth is a very feasible material. Yes, I agree that cloth is a very feasible material. But how long will you supply? We will sustain for a tenure of 6 months or 1 year, whatever. But who will take care of that cloth supply after we leave? And who will take care of that machines if they're getting used properly or not? What's the point if they sell it or use it for their own purpose? Because it happened. So how guarantee that we can say that they'll use it purposefully, and how guarantee we say, because I agree, plastic pads and whatever the sanitary pads that we are getting are harmful for our health. But there are a lot of girls and women out in the society who are very, very scared to use the recyclable pads and other alternative materials, because there is a lot of health and hygiene issues also. When it comes to recyclable, we are talking about something very, every woman feels it very personal. Health and all other things also comes into matter. And how are we going to deal with it to make this production improve and the sales improvement?
First of all, we would like to raise awareness that reusable pads are not unhygienic if used in the right way. If used in the right way, they are not unhygienic, and they are supposed, instead of, the normal pads.
Please conclude with your statements.
I would like to conclude that setting up these sanitary napkin machines is not really that feasible, because there are a lot of issues with the raw material and the usage. So I really contradict this point.
I have never mentioned the use of any machine.
Please conclude with your statement.
I would like to say this is a much more feasible, economical, and also sustainable option for women who would like to reduce their costs for sanitary products.
Thank you, members. You may please sit down. Any new motions on the floor? Shri Balaji.
Thank
you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, gender equality doesn't mean only giving girls opportunities or jobs. I mean, it's giving them the right to dream and choose their own path. So, I found that 80% of women say family expectation decide the career because most of the young girls, like from age 16 to 18, they don't have clear roadmap what to choose their future. So my solution and my motion is that we connect college girls who are currently studying universities and doing the BTech to the younger girls who are currently studying in schools or inter, to choose them which they can supporting their ambitions. I have heard girls of my college on previous minutes that they have been forcefully choose the current courses because they don't got the freedom to express their ambitions to the parents. So this connecting the college girls with the younger girls, mentoring them how to pursue the graduation can help them.
Got it, Delegate. Any points of support? Himanshi Gupta.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I honestly think it's a great initiative, but I would rather say it's not something that would bridge the equality gap. So I think this would come under quality education and not gender equality.
Delegate, are you supporting it or contradicting?
I apologize. It's contradicting.
Okay. Any points of contradiction? Vijay.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. I do agree the point that giving a mentorship from a senior person to a girl is needed. But we do have a lot of career guidance sessions happening in YouTube and other platforms. I do think and as my fellow delegate mentioned that they are choosing the career options forcefully and they are not able to convince their parents or their family what they want to do. When they are not able to convince them or when they are not able to put their point in front of their family, what is the use of egoing and motivating? It will create a lot of impact and I don't think it is sustainable. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Rohit.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Okay. Technology is in just a space. It's not just a shaping of future. It's defining it. Technology. So basically, there is 30% of women in worldwide across in technical fields related to software or else hardware related stuff. There are less percentage of women contribution in this. So to eradicate this, we can launch a Women in Tech Club, which will help specifically for women who are interested in software related stuff. They are free to share their experience with them.
Any points of support? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think it's a good idea because it will inspire little girls who have been told since their childhood that being in tech is something what girls don't do. So it will inspire people around the world and it is something will bring a change. So thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Shriram.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. I remember right, the fellow delegate mentioned the word called club. Clubs are something which require continuity, and when looking at execution in 3 months and a tenure of 6 to 12 months, non-feasible ideas which I would say, because they have no continuity, they have no impact as well. Only when it is done over a period of time, extensive period of time, that can create an impact. So that's my point.
Any new motions on the floor? Vaishnav.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Firstly, I would like to ask a small question to everyone present here. How many of us know the Mahila helpline number? You can raise your hands up if you know the answer.
You can lift your placards.
I see absolutely no one, and that's very disappointing, knowing the amount of women who are present here, who are standing here currently, who have left their homes to attend this meeting. And so the motion I'm proposing is that there are, whenever there is a rape case in India, what is the first thing people ask? What was she wearing? A doctor's coat, a blazer, something else. No one cares. We ask what was she wearing. But the whole point was help provided when she needed it. The objective is that there are helpline sources in India, but women fail to utilize them at the right time because they lack the awareness. The helpline number, I think we all know the ambulance number. Anyone knows the ambulance number? You don't, know the ambulance number? You don't know the Mahila helpline number? So the thing is, women lack awareness. It's not just about guys having the wrong eyes. I mean, puri nazar to hoti hai, that's undoubted. But we don't know the number we can dial and access. We all know She Team, right? Hopefully. We know that, does everyone know that you can file a complaint with them? Yeah, so what I would propose is that we organize a small awareness camp where we go and educate women about what you can do in instances where you're threatened. For example, recently there was a guy following me in the metro and I immediately called my dad up and he was like, don't call me, call 181. Because if there are people, they are the ones who are going to help you. And there's also NCW Women Helpline and She Team. Does anyone know what a taser is? Taser? Pepper spray? We know what a pepper spray is. I assume not many know what a taser is. So the motion is to raise awareness about measures that can be taken by women in danger. Thank you.
Delegate, could you please repeat your motion?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair, again. I would like to summarize the motion by saying that we organize an awareness camp where we mention measures that women can take when they are in danger.
Got it. Thank you. Any points of support? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I really appreciate the idea which my fellow mate has announced. I want to add on some points about creating an awareness camp is really good. In that, we can also give them some products like which are like pepper sprays and a taser, which may helpful at the end, like danger situation where they can't find their phones. They can use it from the back and they can use it immediately, because calling to a number which may take times, or where there is a no signal area, which may which may lead to something endangerment, like the Nirbhaya case, or like the case which has happened in the HRD case and etc. So in these cases, the main sources was there was no signal and there was no people around them. So I'm thinking that by providing introducing a product which has been already in the market and giving it to the people, where we can also conduct an awareness camp about the helpline numbers and also about the products and we can also tell them that how to use and where to use.
I am sorry to interrupt you, member. I find that Manu from organizing committee is doing cross talk with the members. You're suspended from the hall for the next 10 minutes. Even after a warning, if we find anyone cross-talking once again, we'll suspend them completely. Manu, please submit your ID card to the chair table. Thank you. Member, you may please continue.
So the weapons are, like I told you before, that the pepper spray and tasers, which they can carry back, like they can carry in their bags and also in their school bags, and we can also give it to the people who are in a school, or we can't assume that it will only happen to the age of 18 to 29. It can happen to the age of 7 to any age, and even old age. So I really want to provide this weapons to people who for every woman in the rural area. Thank you.
Member, please summarize.
Yeah, providing weapons like tasers and pepper sprays while conducting an awareness about how to use them helpline numbers.
For your kind information, tasers are banned in India.
But we can use the pepper spray also now.
Yeah, okay. Any points of contradictions? Sridhar.
Chair for acknowledging. A fellow delegate mentioned an age group of 7 and above. For kind information, weapons in the wrong hands are even more dangerous. Unless and until people have complete knowledge on when to use, how to use, it's not safe to use. Kids of age 7 to 8, they wouldn't even know what are the issues of pepper spray. They would just go randomly spray it on someone. So I really hope that all this is taken into consideration before passing the motions or supporting the motions.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my right.
Organizing committee, is there an issue? Member, can you use the 2 mics present on your desk?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I would like to take a step further to what my fellow delegate said, and I would like to propose panic rooms. So basically, panic rooms are rooms that are constructed in particularly focusing in the areas where there is no signal, and also where women tend to travel alone at nights and where they are extracted. So panic rooms are basically rooms where helpline numbers and nearest police station numbers are provided, and also with first aid kits. So basically panic rooms are act as a first line defense, and it's a protection. Rather than helpline, you approach a helpline number after you sense a danger. But whereas panic rooms prevents the escalation. So I propose panic rooms as my motion.
Any points of support to? Shivaranjani.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to ask if the panic room, instead of having panic room, could the ATMs which are there, which are already having several cameras and a panic button, could they be used instead of having separate panic rooms and having their maintenance and surveillance would be a problem? So could they actually be used? This is my question.
Member, would you like to answer?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So firstly, in a highway, we don't see ATMs that often. And also, when it comes to area with low signals, I think panic rooms are the best option, where we'll also provide with satellite networking, so that they can contact better in an area with low signals.
Thank you, Delegate. Any points of contradictions? Raina.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. She just raised a point that we can implement this idea in highways and places with no signals. Sometimes we don't get signals in highways. How are you going to do that? How is it going to make it work there? How are you going to do with panic rooms there? I don't see it coming into action and making it more feasible. Thank you.
Any more points of contradictions? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. How can it stop, like, the people who are threatening the woman to be prevented by not getting not threatened? And if there is any group of people falling behind the girl or a woman, how can it stop by creating small panic room?
Member, could you please summarize your motion more clearly?
Like, if there are more number of people falling behind a single woman, how could it help?
Okay. Any more points of contradiction? Member to my left. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The only thing that I would like to say to my fellow delegate is that how can it be only accessible to women? You never know who might be ending up in the room, right? So how is it only accessible? Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Prem Sindhu.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my question to the one who proposed the motion is, who is going to safeguard the panic groups? So highways are mostly isolated areas. So someone who is following any gender can easily get into the panic room along with them. So who is going to safeguard and protect them?
Delegate, would you like to answer? Yeah, you may proceed.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, firstly, I would like to address the delegate who said that how are they gonna, what if many people will run behind her, if they chase after her, how is she gonna protect herself? So, firstly, panic rooms are itself is a room for protection. Okay, so there will be safety locks installed, and also when in case or if digital connection fails, panic rooms can have offline distress alarms. So I guess that will answer many of your questions regarding the signals and in a low signal area. And also, they also raised what if this wrong people, what if other people might enter the panic room. Firstly, what is the point? Like, what will they do entering the panic room? All will they have is helpline numbers, and so it doesn't matter. Like, there is no point in a man entering a panic room with helpline numbers and police station numbers. So yeah, it's only for female.
Any points of contradictions? Vanilla.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would actually like to contradict the point with the very first point saying that it is only for women, because I strongly contradict whatever you said that it is only for women, because gender equality completely depends on safety and giving protection in spite of what gender they are being. And also, as a part of panic rooms, if I am being followed by someone or I am in a threatening situation, I would not search on roads and colonies searching for a panic room. In that phase of time, anything might happen. And also, I just said there will be numbers, helpline numbers, everything in the panic room. I support your point that we would be contacting them. But what if the signal fails there too? Or if it is due to climate condition or anything, okay, it's fine. We can still, I still support your point. But the thing is that I strongly contradict saying that a woman can actually escape from a threatening situation by panic rooms. Because you can't construct panic rooms for every single corner. If I just go out of this room, I need a panic room, I cannot find it. How should I even think of a panic room in that people to help me, I'll just dial on my phone the number. I just want to understand what kind of plan of action you will be giving it. I just wanted to elaborate it. Thank you, sir.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the motion I want to put forward is something which we had discussed in eradication of poverty, but with an extra step. So everybody knows that India is a land of vast cultures. It might not be valuable for us, but everywhere else in the world, there is immense value for all our handicrafts, all our local cultural artifacts. So my motion is to connect women who produce these handicrafts with like online purchasing sites like Amazon and connect them to the international market. I think the cost of operation will be very low over here because the whatever is the cost of production remains the same. The only extra step we are adding over here is to introduce them to the concept of Amazon. So the international delivery charges will be included with the product. So let's say there's a small handbag. Over here it might cost 200 rupees, but in international market you can sell the same handbag for at least $50, $100. And I think that's 10, 20 times more than the price that we're getting over here. So I think if we just have a platform.
Please summarize your motion.
So to summarize my point, I think that we should connect local women who produce artifacts with international market. Thank you.
Any points of support? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I really like the idea which has been proposed by my fellow men. There are many women in the household who have very hidden talents which can be only come through by kids or by relatives, and it cannot be presented in a large scale or in small scale. So this idea may present their skills in a small scale, and it can lead to a large scale industry. Like promoting them, like if my mother is a she's good at the drawings and painting, but she also sells her paintings in a exhibition. So, but for my mother, she has the privilege of presenting her art in the exhibition. But for rural areas, they have no privilege of presenting their art or any kind of skills in an exhibitions or in any stalls and etc. So this idea is really encouraging, and it may also I want to add on in this that it will create an entrepreneurship for women, and also independent women can also be benefited with this.
Summarize your statement.
Yeah, this I want to I want to support this motion by telling that it may become independent. It may become an easy action for the independent women, and they cannot be reliable on any person.
Thank you, David. Any points of contradictions? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think the motion which is going to be passed should be promoting equality for both men and women, and not only for women. Thank you, Chair.
Any more points of contradictions? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my fellow delegate has said, if just because Western cultures take Indian heritage seriously, doesn't mean we'll just sell Indian women's artifacts to them. If that's the case, we have to acknowledge them first. We have to encourage them first to make women independent, and we can give them more recognition, because gender equality is not about making them go into international market and profit enhancement, but about making them confident and more, giving them more encouragement.
right, Cygonist, the state person is
We acknowledge the presence of Nihal Krishna, the Vice President of Union Expansion, Policy Governance and Culture, and Career Advancement of Street Class Hyderabad 21-22, President of Street Class Board 23-24, Vice President RSC Board 23-24, CEO's Office Advisory Panel, Advisor, Student Leadership and Civic Affairs. We are pleased to have you here.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my street.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. I want to question that, do anyone in this committee knows how many genders are there? It's not just male and female. There are 72 genders in this country. And I feel just valuing only 2 genders doesn't complete this goal. Valuing all 72 genders is the main goal of this. And bringing sustainability in between all these genders, bringing equality, equity, and everything between all the 72 genders is my concern. Just not between male and female. We can bring this by bringing out a wall of voice, making people know what the story of a person, how they felt in the society, so that they can bring awareness to the community. They can make sure that these communities also feel valued and not deprived.
Thank you, member. Any point of support? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I really like the idea of fellow male or what is it, member has proposed. But can I have a question about what are the 72 genders? Can you refer it or be
mentioning
any new motions on the floor? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, my question is about gender identity. So, first, to provide people knowledge, we can use social media, which is very free. We can use Instagram, we can use YouTube, we can use very different variations of social media platforms. Like to understand gender, their roles, gender, what is the role, and what is good practice. What is the proper way of environmental clothing to teach them. Then let women and male can be never afraid to speak about their good things in public, about helping other people, or by we can never discourage this by using gender. And one more thing, this is a human ethic. So human ethics should be free, and everyone should know about this. Even your parents, even me, and upcoming generations. And the other thing is, parents should have the knowledge of teaching their son or daughters about the what is about gender roles. What do a woman or what do a male of a certain age should know. And one more thing, we can easily approach people by making them in an enjoyable way, entertainment way to teach them, using Instagram memes and to help people approach them in a funny way, which goes very viral. And we should make a spokesperson to approach.
Thank you, member. Thank you. I can hear a lot of contradictions, but any point of support? Any point of contradiction? Tejas.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to acknowledge that the members' intent is very noble and good. That's a good one. But what do you exactly want to do? What's the plan of action? And if there is It's just fancy words about a really good and sensitive topic. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Member who raised the motion, would you like to answer to the contradiction?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I'm just helping people who doesn't have proper knowledge about their gender roles or whatever knowledge, basic knowledge of human ethics, which is very free. So, we as a people of HRA stand for helping Hyderabad and other cities to what should I say?
Delegate, are you talking about creating awareness regarding genders?
Yeah, I'm talking about creating awareness. I'm talking about telling people what are the proper state way, gender equality comes under some jobs, applications, everything. It comes under free knowledge we give in social media as people. They can easily know.
We acknowledge the presence of Naimisha Akkenabali, Vice President, Sweetwater Hyderabad 2421. We are pleased to have their esteemed presence here. We acknowledge the presence of Sneha Gupta, Maximum Board Member, Sweetwater Hyderabad, Corporates of HR and Organizations. We are pleased to have their esteemed presence here.
Member, could you please summarize with your contradiction?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my point is, we should let people know the basic ethics of other gender role by approaching them with good proper knowledge, which is very free. We can easily, with zero cost money, we can easily provide them knowledge by using social media, or if we want, we can even advertise them.
Rajesh, would you like to reply to that?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Again, I still don't see a plan of action person. What I want to do. Some initiative. What exactly do you have on your mind? Thank you, Chair.
The floor is now open for debate.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So basically, I want to prevent all the things going on against women and brain, which is affecting us our brains through social media. So people, how we can properly provide them knowledge using social media, and we can even sponsor our thing by advertising in metro or else posters, so that people can easily.
Okay, remember again, very noble intent from your end, but I guess we need to discuss more on what can be executed. What are we trying to execute here, right?
Trying to execute, right? See, you're telling I'm globally approaching this. I'm just telling that we can tell them about the Mahila helpline. We can tell them about the current situation when they are in danger easily, and if they need anything, we can even give the contacts of the emergency numbers, which can be very useful in their scenarios.
Just to remind you, HY follows UNSDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. A very impactful idea you should do, but what exactly is sustainable about this? And how are you going to make this sustainable?
If I can say, protecting people which I love is through this is very good thing, I guess. This.
Chair, I would like to conclude my point saying that the initiatives need to be more sustainable, and we need to have a more clearer approach towards plan of actions.
Thank you, members. Any new motions on the floor? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. My motion to the gender equality is integrate gender sensitivity workshop in schools or educational institutions led by the youth. We here conduct fun-based activities, sessions on respect, equality, breaking stereotypes for both boys and girls. We make some skits or theatre, use games, story instead of making a big lectures. Thank you, sir.
I can hear a lot of bangs again. Any point of support? Member to my straight.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Personally, I love the idea of engaging people and kids through via a fun manner instead of something like a boring speech where most of the people would fall asleep, including myself. So one thing I would like to ask, despite supporting the motion, is who is performing these skits? As children, as like what exactly? How are we going to exactly execute it? I would appreciate it if you could answer that. Thank you so much.
Member who raised the motion, would you like to answer to that? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. We make the children to make these skits because both boys and girls take equal part in this skit and they understand and they make others to understand also.
Member, would you like to reply to that?
Thank you for acknowledging me, sir. Thank you. That solves the one query I had.
Any more point of support? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. I support the statement that providing sex education to the children is a very nice idea, but also only to the children. Like when the puberty hits, then the gender disparity is up. Or only it's not about providing sex education to girls and boys, only categorizing two genders as a form, but also providing them the proper education of good touch, bad touch, and all the genders in the early age as possible primarily in the school. Because I was taught in the BTech fourth semester, but not in the school. But many children lack of sex education in the school time. Yeah, that's my point. Thank you.
Any point of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as my co-delegate mentioned about providing awareness on various genders and making sure that the skits are happening within the children, right? So, matter of fact, during season 9, when I was a member, I conducted this particular project. Where based on my experience, what I have seen is, first of all, creating awareness is not an easy task, which whatever we're thinking about, because it's not a one-day thing, it's a one-time thing. And majorly, if you are focusing on the students who are based out of government school students, the way of environment which they are living in, that's a major factor you have to consider upon. Why? Because we from an organization, for them at least, going to them and educating about gender equality, we have to consider about the external factors. Why? Because more than us, they are living within the parents and external factors. That is what we have to consider upon. And this particular project I have done straight 4 weeks. Exact for straight continuous 4 weeks. From season 9 we have done it. But I don't know whether that has created impact right now. You know, it's because of a very long-term impact. And we as in Hyderabad Youth Assembly, we are focused on practicable, sustainable, real-term impact, not just creating awareness. Thank you.
We acknowledge the presence of Yashwant Kumar Rore, Vice President, District Council of 1560, and Chairman Culture for XY6. We are pleased to have your esteemed presence.
Thank you, Nihal. Any more point of contradictions? Member to my left.
So, you mentioned about sex education.
Yes, member, you may please be seated as well to acknowledge the chair table. Any more point of contradiction? Member to my straight.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Can I know how a children's skit will contribute to gender equality exactly? Because raising awareness comes till one point, but other influences are more, influential for like young boys actually. Even in my generation, I have seen that boys do not view women as humans. So I think we need more education for boys than for telling them about this awareness.
Thank you, member. Any new motions on the floor? Mohammed.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Firstly, I would like to quote Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. He once said, when women move forward, the family moves. Then the village moves, and then the nation moves. And so for the women to move forward, we need to make them financially independent, irrespective of how much they earn, if they are below poverty line or above poverty line, or if they are just homemakers or anything, for them to have financial independency and not be dependent on their spouses. Secondly, the world, especially guys, have been exposed to toxic masculinity by the toxic influencers like Andrew Tate. That's a different thing. But what I'm proposing actually is providing sewing and beautician training kits, providing sewing machines like Jack F5, which costs around 20,000, and which could be donated to small women NGOs, and also which could help them train and employ in low-income areas. Apart from that, why we are actually thinking of donating it to other NGOs, and why not we are actually doing it? For them to be sustaining, and we have to be knowing certain people who have specific type of skills for them to be teaching them. And in order to save the time, because of the time constraint, I'd like to say if there is going to be a question or a point of contradiction going to be asked to me, why just restrict it to women? Because women are paid less, discriminated, restricted, controlled, humiliated, etc., etc. And if another point of contradiction is asked, question might arise, why is this not under decent work and economic growth? This could be uplifting the women to get financially independent and getting the equal pay. And yeah, this motion is not just for the women who are under BPL or who are financially not stable, but also for the women who just are homemakers and to have self-dependency. Thank you.
Would you like to summarize the motion?
The summary is to be providing sewing machines and beautician training kits. The exact name of the sewing machine would be Jack F5, which costs around 20,000, and providing it to the NGOs, women NGOs, who are specifically there for training that specific skill. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Members, I would like to once again remind you all, this is Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 15, and we have funds and we have project sheets for that for reference. Kindly take a note of it and pass larger scale motions that a non-governmental organization could do. And any points of support? Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As mentioned already, if you want to really give away stitching machines, we've done that in season 14. And instead of, I really want you to consider the price. We've done the same project. We could use a better quotation and a better vendor where we've got per unit for just 6,900 instead of the one you quoted right now. So if you really want to make this motion like practical in all of it, so maybe you should just change the quotation and vendor and you could just proceed and with the NGOs, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any points of support? Yes, member to my street.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to mention that this is already mentioned in the project sheet distributed to us. And secondly, one thing I would like to ask is, can we not distribute sewing machine to men who are interested in stitching? Some men are not allowed to stitch. Because personally, I have a tailor who's been a man all my life, so is this not for men? This is just what I'm asking.
Thank you, member. Any points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I
I really like your idea, but why are women just limited to sewing kits and beautician things only? Why do we have to do things? Limited to making more things and we're just not limited to those two things.
Thank you, member. Any more point of contradiction? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. I just want to ask my co-delegate how distribution of saving visions could bring up gender equality in the society, and moreover, when we focus on sustainability and large-scale impact, distribution of saving missions will create impact, but we'll be limiting to numbers. We can't impact a large scale, and even as already my co-delegate mentioned, why are we only limiting it to women and why not men? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any more point of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you so much, Chair, for acknowledging me. I just wanted to say a line that these workshops, I just want to do these workshops to break this gender stereotypic mind. All I want to say is, guys can also cook and girls can also code.
Thank you, member. Member Shikala, who passed the chit, would you like to summarize the motion?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion was to promote women and to create awareness about how they can dominate the male-dominated fields and a non-traditional via, for example, carpentry, plumbing, and solar installation, and many more.
Thank you, member. Any points of support? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. As my delegate mentioned, it makes female also go into the male-dominant fields and explore new things. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any points of support? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my fellow mates said that, we can see as recently our chief guest was Dr. Shivaranjani. She also won a case against ORS. So we can let the people know that girls can also win in any type of field. As we are Indians, we are living in a nation where the President of India is a woman. She is none other than Draupadi Murmuji. So that we can let everyone know that the women and men, both of them can be in any type of field. Thank you.
Thank you, member. I can hear a lot of bangs. Any point of contradiction? Sriram. Member, you may kindly please be seated as you fail to acknowledge the chair table. Any points of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First of all, I don't see here any kind of motion from the delegate, just making random speech is what I am observing. Why? Because, you are just mentioning about fact that the president is a woman and women can definitely do wonders in many fields, but here we are looking for a motion which can create impact. That's what I am looking for.
Thank you, Nihal. Any point of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So basically, women should have interest in those male-dominated jobs. It's not like we are stopping women to take participate in the jobs.
Thank you, member. Any new motions on the floor? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I just want to tell all of you that there is an app called Disha in Andhra Pradesh, and people have been made aware about it. So it's a women's safety app. So my motion is particularly pertaining to safety of women. So what this app does, it has inbuilt location, and if you double tap the power button, button, it sends out a call to the police. So I think rather than providing safety kits and stuff, if we create awareness about such apps and make women install these apps, so like all the women who do have a smartphone, then they will have certain safety, like they will have their location on, which will be sent to the authorities for the click of a button. Thank you.
Any point of support? Any point of contradiction? Tejish.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to understand what exactly the plan of action again here is, because I don't think it's just the case in this one aspect. There has been a constant case that we've been noticing that there have been no proper plan of actions or proper project ideas that are executable by a non-government organization that has raised funds. So I suggest the team to go towards more larger scale projects where you're actually executing something. And again, a very noble intent and a very noble thought, but we can do much larger impact through much different initiatives. So I want the members, all the members in the assembly to think a little out of the box, think a little more larger, a little more sustainable as we go forward.
Thank you, Tejish. Any new motions on the floor? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my motion is regarding promotion of gender equality, as we are speaking about the goal. So my particular idea is, I raised this motion a couple of times, where this motion is, we have a notion that generally boys should only have bats where girls should have dolls. That's what the gender notion is. We have to, in order to break the stereotype, what we can do is, we can go and we can conduct an activity session in government schools, where we can interchange the activities between the boys and girls, which means we can encourage boys to actually do any kind of rangoli activities or creative activities. Why? Because boys are not just meant for physicality, they are also meant for something creative as well. At the same time, it also applies to girls as well. Why? Because we are celebrating women's cricket team once we know when they actually won the trophy. At the same time, we have to encourage the young minds, especially girls and boys, that we have to conduct activities in such a way where boys can also do rangoli activities, girls can also play into sports. So we can conduct an activity of such kind. Many might pose a question that there might be this has to be a long-term vision, there has to be a long-term vision. This is definitely a long-term vision. We have to once actually try it, so that once if it's going good, we can conduct an inter-governmental school with our proper connects, a particular competition of such kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Any points of support? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, to summarize the motion, it could be just cross-gender activities, and I think it's going to be a great platform and a chance and opportunity, and as well as it will give a lot of exposure, because mainly we're focusing on kids, right? So, small primary school kids or secondary school kids. So, basically, we are going to do these activities or competition or anything like that, like boys will do rangoli and girls will do cricket or something like that. So when we are focusing on the kids, it's like we're shaping the mindset right from the childhood. So which means it will not, it will not get them stereotypes when they are growing older, and they will be free from the toxic masculinity which is going around. And apart from that, it will create a very healthy impact, like the thoughts and everything. So I think it's going to be a great project. So we really want to see this getting executed.
Thank you so much. Any more points of support? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think that's a wonderful idea, and as someone who was a girl/woman in the sports community, it's good that girls and guys, it can be told that stereotypes are not, they're not true, and they can break them and explore whatever they like and do.
Thank you, member. Any points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. As my fellow mate has announced a wonderful activity about creating rangoli and interchange of activities. But these are the activities which have been already done in the small age and in the schools. we actually see it in the private schools or even the government schools that government also conducts a competitions between. And I don't think there is no scope. There's no scope about gender equality in this because there's already an activity conducted by the schools, and we are like NGO. We don't think this is a beneficial to the people.
Thank you, member. Member who raised the motion, would you like to reply to that? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate mentioned about government is already doing or some private organizations already doing, everyone does everything, but that doesn't mean that Hyderabad Youth Assembly must not do one particular activity. Why? Because we are here to create impact. Irrespective of one has done it or one has not done it, we must do it. Why? Because when we see a long-term vision and impact, Hyderabad Youth Assembly takes that forward step, and we will definitely do it. That is what a major motto is. And as my co-delegate mentioned about this, no benefit might be seen. We have to understand that until now you might have a particular exposure, but until now, like these many years, what many people have seen might not you have seen as well. So we have to think from the largest perspective, largest spectrum, that if we actually try it, you will definitely next time you'll see that we have to do this motion next time only. Thank you.
Thank you. Member who contradicted, would you like to reply to that? The floor is now open for debate.
First of all, I need to mention that I never announced that it's a private organization. I told that it's private schools and also government schools, not a government organization. So that I need to clear the sky. And one more thing is that it's beneficiable and etc. But I think so you need to give a knowledge.
So you are only acknowledging rather that it's beneficial. Then you are acknowledging why are you again contradicting right now?
You need to not like a competition, but you need to give them the knowledge about what is the core thing.
I would like to make the point very clear, member, that we are at the stage that education is not the only criteria. We have to actually real time go and implement it. Awareness. Simple logic. From childhood, you know, our parents will tell you go steady properly. You get nice marks, but everyone are able to do that. Not right. So awareness is not the only thing. We have to actually implement. We have to actually make our hands dirty. That is what.
I can also see the implementations in our generation where people also do.
Could you name some?
Yeah,
could you name some?
Like organizations.
Could you name some where you have actually seen it? Where you have the data.
So that in actually Radha, like I don't know you guys have known of this. There's a Radha Yatra of Puri Jagannath of every year which has
remember we are talking about Hyderabad, we are talking about Telangana as a whole.
Also talking about the Hyderabad and
yes.
It actually happened in Hyderabad where men has done.
I'm talking about boys and girls, not men and women. There's a very large okay, there's a very large differentiation between boys and girls, men and women. Right?
Boys and men and girls and women have been painted a rangoli on the road for the god.
Wait, have you seen this in Hyderabad city?
Yeah.
I'm talking about rural areas. That's what the differentiation is.
Just now mentioned that
Hyderabad, Telangana as a whole. That is what my point is.
Okay, in that kind of thing, in a government or in a rural area where people, I can not judge like this, but people like narrow-minded, would you think that they will?
That's why Hyderabad Youth Assembly is here to make them narrow-minded, broad-minded. That's what we as a members are here for. We are not just thinking about the narrow-minded. We are here to make their mind a broader scale. That is what Hyderabad Youth Assembly major motto is.
If this motion is passed, I really want to check that if the people have been changing to broader-minded or if they're not. So I guess they're not changed because by just conducting a competition,
remember, I would like to make my point very clear. Conducting of rangoli activities for boys is just a small term which I'm using. It's an umbrella term, some major activities. That's what the narrow-minded is here right now.
Points. Member, please conclude with your points.
I conclude that I don't think so. There is a scope, but not the largest scope I see, and mainly in the rural areas.
Thank you, members. Rupa, the member who passed the check, would you like to summarize the motion?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Before I present my motion, I would like to ask everyone, is this gender equality only for women or girls or boys or men? And as someone mentioned, 72 genders, right? Yeah. Is it only for women or for everyone? for everyone, right? Okay, so everyone are talking like when it comes to the protection of women, everyone are saying that we need help. They should have known the helpline numbers and some apps, and also they should carry the pepper spray to defend themselves. But I just want to say my motion is that providing defense classes. These defense classes are not only for girls, women, men, it is for everyone, every gender. You know, when actually any situation occurs where she or he needs to defend, we don't really remember the numbers or and just we feel like, oh, is there a pepper spray in my bag, I should take it out, and it will not happen. But when you are when you are trained with this different classes like karate, taekwondo and everything, you will have that mindset that anything will come, you will be ready to defend it. You might not be completely safe, but for that moment, you can defend yourself. Me being a karate student, I can strongly want to pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any point of support? Before that, member, could you please summarize the motion?
Yes, thank you for acknowledging. I want to summarize that everyone should be trained with the defense classes like karate and taekwondo, despite genders.
Thank you, member. Any points of support? Member to my left.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I think this is a very good idea and good project idea. So the thing is, as she's mentioning, she is one of the karate students, etc. And this idea could be very feasible because she, along with her, one thing, this idea is not age specified, okay? So, and it's not gender specified, I believe, because it's gender equality. So, we college students, we can volunteer up, we can take sessions for the learning, practice sessions, etc. So, it's going to be feasible for us and for the kids or people or anyone from the gender who is coming and learning all this. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any more points of support? Member to my straight.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. But it is a great idea, I was motion. But my point is, what is the plan of action? How they are going to train, and who they're going to train?
Thank you, member. Any points of contradiction? Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to ask the fellow delegate that over a single class or max to max, the HRD has parameters of for max to max the HRD dependent 3 to 4 classes. Do you think the member will be trained in a professional way? He can self-defend himself. And one more thing. Where do you find the crowd? Whom you are going to train? How many people are going to train? That's my point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dhruva. Any more points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to ask a question to the fellow delegate for this motion. So when it comes to defense classes, I totally agree. But what about the infrastructure? What about the skilled persons who are going to teach it? How many members they can teach at a particular level? Are going the funds would be enough for training each session?
Thank you, member. Any more points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledgement. I'm also a student of Taekwondo, and I know how much time it took for me to learn those skills. It's not an easy time. Even the delegate who is in karate might not be done, might not the skills of karate and self-defense wouldn't be coming in a single day, or single class, or single week, or a month. It would take years. It would take years, 2 or 3 years. Okay, for mastering it. If not mastering, at least for getting self-defense, it's not that easy to get. For actually bringing, and you can find every layer of your community have self-defense classes, have karate classes, have taekwondo classes, have judo classes, everything, everywhere. But the thing is here, should be brought up here is, instead of just not bringing a long-term solution or very less community solutions. We have to bring a greater community solutions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, member. Rupa, would you like to reply to the contradictions?
Yes, sure. Thank you for acknowledging me. Okay, firstly, some of the delegates asked me to train whom and from where the crowd comes. So when I actually joined in the karate, I was the third person to join, and it lasted till 1 month. Later, everyone got to know and they realized the importance of defense, and they started joining in the karate classes. And there are many karate coaches who are ready, not even karate, even taekwondo masters who are ready to train, even in rural areas and urban areas. It is not that.
Thank you, member. We would be concluding the session with one last motion, and I would encourage members who have not been active to be more active and participate. Any new motions on the floor?
Apart from awareness sessions.
Yeah. Siri.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So we have been talking a lot about women and men, but we forget that gender also includes LGBTQ plus communities. So I believe that what we could do is we could adopt there are a lot of properties where transgenders or LGBTQ communities need help. So I believe that we could adopt a property and help them in various ways by impacting all departments. Let's say talking about mental health awareness sessions, or there are also communities where they need help in terms of skill development by giving them sewing machines or by giving them a lot of other needs required. There are also LGBTQ communities where they need help in terms of societal issues, but no one is willing to help them because, as we know, it's always been an issue in the society. But why not adopting a property is what I would want to propose, because I rarely see projects going ahead like that. And considering that HY is more about long-term and sustainable projects, and in fact Street Cause is about it, I believe that property adoption for long-term purpose would help it more.
Thank you, member. Any points of support? Sriram.
Thank you, Sir, for acknowledging. I would like to just add on that this would not only just, the property adoption would not only just, mental health or LGBTQ, it would break several, it would help people come out of several oppressions as well. There's a large number of, audience irrespective of gender who are being oppressed, be it because of the societal pressure as stated, and this one such thing would create a safe space for them. So that's my support to the point Siri raised.
Thank you, Sriram. Any more points of support? Tejish.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I believe, again, this is a very good idea about adopting the property, and as we've been discussing, a more sustainable idea. And it's moreover not, it's the way we can stop the oppression on the LGBT community is not by trying to push it or fight it. It's by enabling the community more. And I believe this is what
Thank you, Tejas. Any more point of support? Member Demonstrate.
I personally love the idea, but I just have one small question. What would the expenditure of adopting a piece of land be? Because land's been very expensive.
Would you like to reply to that? Yes, Siri.
Okay, so in my previous tenure...
Siri, you failed to acknowledge the chair table, please be seated. Any point of contradiction? Any point of contradiction? Yes. The floor is now open for voting. So the first session, train women to make hygiene sanitary pads, provide them with the material. Members in support? Members against? Motion not passed. Connecting with female students and helping them with cancer guidance. Members in support? Members against? Motion not passed. Awareness on measures that women can take when they are in danger. Members in support? Members against? Members in support? Against? Motion not passed. Constructions of panic rooms where there are no signals, where help line numbers and first aid kits are set up. Members in support? Members against? Motion not passed. Connect women who provide artifact market. Members in support? Members against? Motion not passed. Wall of art for all the genders or all others. Members in support? Members against? Motion not passed. Introducing skill-based classes to men or women. Members in support? Members against? Motion passed. Social media awareness for good touch and bad touch for both genders. Members in support? Members against? Motion not passed. Integrate gender sensitivity workshop in schools, colleges, conduct various games to engage them. Members in support? Members against? Motion passed. Provide sewing and beautician kits to support women to uplift them. Members in support? Members against? Motion not passed. Train women for male dominance field like carpenting, electrician, etc. Members in support? Members against? Motion not passed. Disha app, women safety app awareness. Members in support? Members against? Members in support? The floor is now open for voice vote. Members in support? Aye. Members against? Nay. Motion not passed. Activity session in government schools interchange the game roles like Rangoli for men and cricket for women. Members in support? Members against? Motion passed. Everyone should be trained with gender classes irrespective of gender. Members in support? Members against? Members in support? Voice vote. Members in support? Aye. Members against? Nay. Motion not passed. Adopt a property for LGBTQIA plus community to create a sustainable impact. Members in support? Members against? Members in support? Voice vote. Members in support? Aye. Members against? Nay. Motion not passed.
Thank you, Sai Ganesh. Okay, members, the hall is now adjourned for lunch. We will meet you all at 2 p.m. sharp again in the same hall. Thank you. You all can go ahead for the lunch. Organizing committee members, please guide the members to the lunch. Thank you. Also, members, please remember that you are not leaving the block without the prior information. Thank you.
Okay, folks, how was the lunch? Was it good? Was it really nice? How was veg and non-veg both? Did you all like it? Are you sure?
Yes.
I don't hear everyone's opinion here. Did you all like it? Are you all sleepy? Oh my god, I think you all are sleepy, right? Sorry? Oh. We will have to hold it. Okay, we will, sorry? Okay, we will start off with the session. Organizing committee, can you please take your positions? Please ensure that there is discipline and please ensure that you are maintaining decorum of the hall. Okay, folks, we'll go ahead with the third session now. So, going ahead, now goal for the third session is climate action. The house is now open for speeches. Any speeches on the floor? Member to my street.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Climate change is now affecting every country on every continent. It is disrupting natural economies. People are experiencing the significance of climate change, which include change in rapid weather changing patterns, rising sea levels, and more extreme weather events. It limits the, what is the importance of climate action? A sustainable goal is, it limits the harmful impacts of climate change, protecting people and economies, environment, and ensures a sustainable future for us and the future generation also. Thank you.
Any new speeches on the floor? Member to my street.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. There is a strange quiet in the world today, the kind that comes before a storm. And this storm isn't made of rain or thunder, it's made of consequences. Climate change isn't a faraway problem. It's the flood that drowned a village, the heat wave that stole lives, the forest that burned while we scroll past headlines. Earth is not asking us to save it. It is asking us to save ourselves. We are the first generation to feel the effects of climate change and the last that can do something about it. Climate action is not an Instagram story. It's survival. Every plastic bag refused, every tree planted, every habit change matters. We don't inherit the earth for our ancestors. We borrow it from our children.
Any new speeches on the floor? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, climate action is one of the most urgent and essential sustainable development goal in which we are going to face many problems right now. So, climate change is not only a distinct threat, it's happening right in front of us. We are seeing daily unpredictable rains, temperature rising. We are already paying the price whatever we have did in the past few years. And but it's good news for our generation that we can fix it right now by taking few measures and actions right now, which efficiently decreases the climate actions.
We will go ahead with one more speech. Very good, strong, confident speech. Any new speeches on the floor? Member to my street.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to ask everyone here, are you guys willing to stay in a place that stinks and is not at all neat? No, right? So I think that climate is environment around us. So no one can live happily and healthily in such environment. Sadly, our surroundings are slowly becoming like that, full of air pollution, water pollution, and all the kind of waste. Everywhere we look, there is smoke from vehicles, factories, and burning garbages, and etc. The air we breathe is no longer fresh. The rivers and lakes that once gave us clean water are now polluted with climate chemicals and plastic waste. Even the soil that grows our food is being damaged by fertilizers and dumping of waste. We are the ones who made this mess, but we are also the ones who can clean it up. If we continue to ignore the problem, our beautiful earth will turn into a place where it's difficult to live, breathe, or even find clean water. Let's take it our responsibility and change it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. We will go ahead with the motions. Any new motions on the floor? Member at the last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Before I tell my idea, first, I'd like to start with the farmers these days are usually using synthetic fertilizers, chemical fertilizers, which are usually made of urea and nitrous oxide, which is like 300 times more potent than CO2. Due to which there is more increase of greenhouse gases, emission of greenhouse gases. So it is causing pollution in the atmosphere. Due to which there is abrupt change in climate, and there is unpredictable weather such as off-season rainfall. So to control this, we might as well shift to organic farming, as it plays an important role in climate protection. By reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and it is sustainable. It mainly relies on compost and natural manures, and it is cheaper. And yeah, thank you.
Member, could you please summarize in a sentence?
I'd say organic farming can reduce the emission of greenhouse gases, due to which there won't be any pollution and climate change is not affected.
What is your plan of action for this?
Plan of action, basically we give farmers a kit of bag of seeds, composting guide, and a compost bin. So
could you please complete it properly?
So by giving these, farmers might shift to organic farming, due to which it reduces the greenhouse gas effects.
What does the kit consist of?
A bag of seeds, natural seeds, compost guide, and a compost bin.
Thank you, ma'am. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my street.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. The fellow delegate has told about the organic farming. It's actually an idea which reduces carbon gas emissions, but she has specified it is cheaper. But in reality, organic farming is more is not cheaper than normal farming, and the process for organic farming takes a long time than the normal farming. Then what would be the situation of the farmers where they have to sell their food items to the market, and they have to get money for their livelihood. How could they work upon that?
Member, would you like to answer?
Yes, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my fellow delegates had told, organic farming, okay, it is compared to chemical synthetic fertilizers, it might not be as cheaper, but during initial days of organic farming, yes, the farmers might not get equal as amount of return they usually get by using chemical fertilizers, but if they continuously do it, the yields will increase. And moreover, the market price of organic farming is more, due to which it will be beneficial for farmers to gain more money. Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Vaishnavi.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. There's one huge point that I would like to mention, which could be a drawback. Recently, last year, I guess, there was a massive food crisis in Sri Lanka because they converted entirely to organic farming. So this is one backlog that I'm concerned about, because we have a huge population, whichever city it might be, which is why during the Green Revolution we shifted to high-yielding variety seeds and synthetic fertilizers. So I don't really know how far the extent of this project can extend. If the yield is not satisfactory, it will not be able to fulfill the needs of a location like India or Hyderabad for that matter. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? We'll go ahead with the next motion. Any motions on the floor? Rainwater.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So with the growing population, we know that pollution is also increasing day by day. So with that, I propose a motion that we can use, there's an app called Bintix. So basically how this app works is, I explain in simple terms. So basically, we'll give them all the recyclable and recyclable products like glass, paper, cardboard, etc., which can be reused and recycled. So this app, they'll pick it up to like 15 kgs we need to store them, they'll pick it up and then they'll recycle it. So in the app they give us reports, like proper report of how much CO2 we are saving, fuel saved, trees saved, how much oxygen, etc. So we get a proper report and we can track all the analysis of the disposal matter we have given, and in return we'll be getting money. So this money can be used for our organization, for fundraising, etc. So, and not just one app, we have various other platforms like Scrapes on Reuse, Sahas Zero Waste, which does both dry and wet waste, Recycle One, which has all dry waste, and for all the e-waste we have ilima.il. So we can just visit their platforms. These are the websites, but there's a specific app called as Bintix, so which is very feasible. Usually we can do it like it's performed individually, but if we do it collectively, more waste we can give them, more it will be recycled, more funds we'll get. So it's like a double win situation, both for the environment and for our organization. Thank you.
Member, could you please tell me your plan of action for this?
Yeah, as mentioned, thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So as mentioned, if we are going with the app, it's very simple to use. If we are doing like, we can do it team-wise or goal-wise, or we can do it collectively from HY as well. We just have to install the app and we have to register ourselves. We can statically analyze how much waste we are giving them, like 15 kgs we'll be giving them, and how much funds we'll be getting. So it depends on how much we're giving them, like if we're doing individually or collectively. So the app is like very simple to use. And it has great reviews as well. It's been used since years.
Thank you, Member. Any points of support? Did you all understand the motion? Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Did you all really understand the motion? Members, could you please explain once again?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So basically, this app, let's just focus on the app right now. Okay, so this app called Bintix. So what it does is it collects all the recyclable and reusable waste. For example, glass, paper, cardboard, etc. Plastic as well, obviously. So it collects all the waste. So we need to just give them. They'll come pick it up from whatever the location we are giving them, and then in return they'll give us money. So see, we are giving them waste, which means it's gonna be reused and recycled. And we can track all this waste in the app. They'll give the whole analysis like CO2, how much fuel we have saved, how many trees we have saved. This will get in the report, and in return we'll be getting money. So that money can be used for our organization, for other projects, etc. So this is the app. Apart from that, there are various other alternative platforms as well, like Scrape Zone, Saha Zero Waste, Recycle One, Elima.il. So that's it. Like basically they all work in the same manner.
Any points of support? Member at last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The idea is really good, but I don't know like how we are going to implement like plan of action I required.
Member, I think the other member has already provided us a plan of action. I will be giving you a brief about what the motion is. So basically there's an app called Appendix, wherein they take all the recyclable items, wherein we have to give recyclable items to them, and in return they would be giving us money. Is that right? And that money, member is saying that we will use that money for fundraising and for our projects. Is that right? Did you all understand the motion? Any points of support? Member at the level.
So, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think it is a great initiative. This will really help us with fundraising as well. And it is also a way to recycle the waste, a household waste, and there is we all at homes, we give our, donate, we call it like, the people who come and collect them, they give us money at homes, right? So instead of giving them, we can give it to this app so that they will recycle it also, and it will be a great initiative and also for fundraising. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Are you all asleep? You had a very nice food, right? So I think you all are feeling very sleepy. Right? Shall we do an activity? Not again. I think we can do one activity. What do you say, alumni?
Yeah. We should.
Yeah. Can you all stand?
Stand.
Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Raise your hands. Sit. I didn't ask you all to lower your hand. Stand. Sit. Lower your hand. Stand. Sit. Lower your hand. Stand. Sit. Lower your right hand. Stand. Sit. Right hand at the top. Top of your head. Stand. Sit. Okay. Are you all awake? Yeah. Still feeling asleep? Should we do some other activity? Not sit, stand. Probably we can do something else. We'll do after some time then.
Now I would like to invite Yashwant Dure, the chairperson, former chairperson.
Any new motions on the floor? Achha.
acknowledging me, Chair. So, we have seen the recent effects of Cyclone Manta. So, I would like to propose a motion on rainwater harvesting systems. So, we can't control cyclones, but we can control how much damage they cause. So, I propose a motion where we adopt a village that is going to be where there is a heavy rainfall, or where water scarcity occurs, and we can build rainwater harvesting pits in a cost-effective method, and that is actually even beneficial in the longer term. That would increase the groundwater recharge, and yeah, so that is my motion.
Thank you. Any points of support? Points of contradiction? One to my right side.
Thank you, Chair. I have a doubt regarding the rainwater harvesting. If the water amount is so huge that it can break through bridges and dams, how can you harvest it?
Yes, but as I said, something is better than nothing. Okay, so
Sorry, you haven't acknowledged the chair. Can you please sit down? Any point of contradiction? Vaishnavi.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. One thing I would like to ask on the scale of this project is the cyclone rain, the rain that occurred due to the cyclone in Warangal was not controllable by any means. So, could you please mention the exact plan of action, the scale of the project, the budget, the land you are planning to use for the rainwater harvesting pit? Give us a ballpark figure, please.
Yeah, please, can you answer that?
thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, for starters, there is a village called Pachirla in the Jogulamba Gadwal district, which is almost entirely rain-fed, okay, pointing to the insufficient water storage. So we can adopt villages as such, and we can build harvesting pits, and we can conduct it, and it will create a ripple effect so that we can adopt more such villages and implement more such harvesting pits in the other villages.
Any points of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I have a very small doubt that as adoption of village first rainwater harvesting, first of all, where can we able to set up? Why? Because first of all, there are open lands which if the member is asking us to set up the rainwater harvesting pits in an open land, first of all, the ownership of the land, there might be a chance of several issues that might arise because of the open land system. Why? Because that too, if we set up in an open land, there will be no single ownership in terms of the maintenance aspect as well. Why? Because we have to look at the longer term vision as well, right? We have to look at the maintenance aspect as well, not just building and be going away. Why? Because when there is an ownership issue that might arise during an open land, that would not be a feasible aspect, I would suggest.
Do you want to answer that question? Yeah. How is open to you?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So firstly, when I say we'll adopt a village, I don't mean open areas. I mean community buildings, or we can even ask the owners of the land, because this is for a good
First
cause.
of all, wait. I would like to ask what specifically are the community buildings in that you can't expect gated communities like in rural areas, right? Definitely.
Yes, it could be. It can be schools, temples.
Sorry, I mean that's the major point of like we are major vision is adopting a village, then we are only focusing on a specific school or a temple that might be confined to a limited set of people, right? So that's what we have to look for, the possible maintenance aspect and the large term, like who is your target audience as a whole. Why? Because if you are looking for adopting a village, obviously you have to be concerned with the respective person. You need to have a POC who constantly guides and maintains that particular project. If it's a good cause, definitely it's a very good project, not mentioning that, but there are certain flaws as well. If we have a proper point of contact, a trusted person who can give us an assurance and guarantee that this particular project, or there's a particular landowner who can contribute for this particular project, that would be a great idea. But we have to even consider this fact that there are many external factors we have to even consider, right?
Can you mention the external factors, please?
Yes. So coming for the external factors as well, whenever we are trying to adopt a village, there are many external factors as well, like within village level politics is one of the major things we have to even understand. Why? Because this is the ground reality. I'm not mentioning, but this is the ground reality what I'm speaking about. Why? Because usually many people, they try to use our particular projects for their own benefit or their own credit actually. So we have to be an organization, an independent organization, a neutral level organization. We have to even look into that aspect where there's no one is being, we are not supporting or we are not biased to one particular person. At the same time, we are even contributing for the welfare of the entire village. So based on these factors, we have to first go ground survey. That is what I would suggest. But simply adopting a village for the rainwater harvesting system is not a feasible option that I would like to suggest.
Any new motions on the floor? Ruchit.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. Bhutan, a small Himalayan nation with an area of just 38,384 square kilometers, has achieved zero net carbon emission. Then why not a state like Telangana still struggling to balance development and sustainability? If a small nation surrounded by mountains can come into clean energy, if Bhutan can breathe cleaner air with fewer resources, Telangana surely can with greater power, technology and units. So here my project is Project Green Roofs, Cool Schools. Bring sustainability to every rooftop. Instead of expensive technologies, we propose turning school and colleges rooftops into mini green zones using recycled plastic bottles and tires. This initiative doesn't just fight urban heat, it educates the next generation to live sustainability. We can turn barren rooftops into climate positive spaces. Together, let's make our roof greener, our cities cooler, and our youth more aware, because climate action begins where we stand. By this, we can actually decrease around 3 to 5 degrees Celsius of your environment. Thank you.
On the contradiction. One in the center. Vaishnavi.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. First point that I would like to refute is Telangana is unfortunately not Bhutan. We don't have the same priorities as a peacekeeping state such as a peacekeeping nation such as Bhutan. We are a IT manufacturing powerhouse and a booming software center, so I don't really understand how the priorities of Bhutan can apply to us. As far as the rest of the plan is concerned, I support it. Thank you so much.
Any points of support? Points of contradiction? One in center.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I want to ask the delegate that how will you approach people for rooftop gardening, and how will you, what is the plan of action?
Number, would you like to answer? Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for the acknowledgement. The plan of action is basically, I've told you before, that even the Bhutanese don't have enough resources and Telangana does have enough resources was my comparison. Not just Bhutan cannot and Telangana cannot. That was not my comparison and that was not my idea. And the plan of action here is where we actually collaborate with the schools and colleges and we ask them for the rooftops and we the plastic bottles which can be recycled, we actually we actually cut them into hangings and we can actually bury with them with soil and actually grow some seeds or plants, and we can have an interactive program with the school students also so that they will know what sustainability is.
Any points of contradiction? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So first of all, I would like to get a clarity on what is the feasible financial aspect as well for us to take this project forward. Why? Because there might be a case where using of the recycled products might be a bit expensive than what, because there might be a particular reason as well why villages are still using the regular tiles or normal cement as well for the roofs, right? So we need to consider what is the financial aspect if we have researched that so that we can, it would be feasible or not. And one more thing is, in terms of a practicability, see, we need to implement projects where in the next 8 months, think aspect of the tenure of next 8 months. So what we can do in the next 8 months is what we have to focus upon, because what the kind of project you have mentioned is a very tedious and a long term of effort must be required. So if we can get a clarity on that, it would be great.
Can you please answer that? Thank you, sir, for the acknowledgement. First thing, this project won't take long time. Actually, to make and the financial things is nothing but just we have the bottles which cost very less cost from 10 to 20 rupees itself, and the seeds also cost around 50 rupees like for each bottle. So actually we can complete each plant which is around, like, in a rooftop we can actually plant 15 to 20 plants easily, and which can actually bring a lot of change, and which will bring 3 to 5 degrees Celsius of change in the surroundings. This will actually help them. And second thing, about the time constraint, actually planting trees will actually take very less time, because the method of sustainability here is where we water those daily on a daily purpose, but the plants where we have here will actually take less of maintenance and more of sustainability.
Contradiction? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. I would beg to differ the point that plants require no maintenance. Why? Because trees are the oxygen which they are providing. So the fact that it requires no maintenance is a very wrong fact I would like to correct. At the same time, instead of rooftops, there are coolant painting itself. There an alternative easier way or feasible option is instead of, and the rooftops are just, and one more thing is, member is mentioned that we collecting the bottles, because you mentioned that, which means we need to collect plastic bottles, we need to convert it into recycling materials, then we have to go for the rooftop. So this is a very tedious process, right? And one more thing is, during when I was in my E-Force, we have planted 1,000 saplings in 1 month across Telangana. Trust me, even though we might have done such a great project, it was really difficult for the maintenance aspect as well, because trees or samplings take out any fact. Maintenance is very important. If you not water them, what will happen? That's what the major question is.
Do you want to answer?
Thank you, sir, for the acknowledgement. There exist some plants where you need less water, less sunlight, and actually it would bring up sustainability if there were. And second thing, you are telling about like the samplings which you have done, right? In my school, Delhi Public School, we have actually planted every month we have actually planted 100 to 200.
So which means you are thinking that every month we'll be going to villages and we'll be planting saplings, because Hyderabad Assembly is meant for doing large scale.
That was done for every different place, not at the same place the planting was done. So here we are actually planting at the same place, and actually the maintenance is very less, and we won't do much.
Remember, I would like to mention we have Streetcourse E-Force as a separate unit itself for environment protection, and but Assembly is meant to do projects which is out of the box projects. And one more thing, I would like to ask that what would be the financial aspect of the rooftops which you are mentioning. You are giving me the 20 rupees for plastic bottles or 15 rupees for plants. That is not what I'm asking. I'm asking about what is the entire total value of the financials which will go for this particular project you are mentioning. And you are mentioning about the time constraint. You can't engage all Hyderabad Assembly members into this one particular project. Why? Because manpower is a very crucial role in order to make.
Sir, actually making rooftop plants, you don't need that many people. Actually, one person one person can be engaged for making those bottles, the cuts of the bottles, and one person can be engaged for making this oil.
Sorry, member, that's what I'm mentioning. We are here to create a large-term impact, not something we are
That
not.
will bring a larger. This is not only for one school or one university.
How many, I would like to ask how many schools would you be targeting and what is the time limit you are keeping?
I would be targeting around 50 schools within a month. I promise.
Sorry, member, that is highly practically impossible what you're mentioning. We have to be practical in terms of reactive versus. So I beg to differ your point.
And actually, even the government schools don't take much of the place. Their rooftops are very small, but still we can bring a larger impact. And most of the government schools actually would encourage this. This is not just about the non-cooling paints which you have mentioned. That actually, it helps in like what you say temperature in temperature, but it does not bring sustainability more than this. And I beg to differ that bringing this will actually create awareness to the students, even though there is a big of street costs which is lead to environmental.
I think there are many more projects which brings awareness about street costs and Hyderabad which assembly rather than this. Why? Because street costs is right now a particular organization which already being aware of many villages and rural areas. So this one particular project I clearly suggest not practically feasible. Think for the next 8 months, not something 10 years or 20 years you'll be taking. Think practically for the next 8 months.
Thank you. Can you please give me a conclusion on that?
Yeah, I would conclude that making this project would actually be sustainable and would actually bring a lot of change and awareness even to the younger generation, because the younger generation is the future of this nation.
Any new motions on the floor? The one in the corner.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is to encourage household wives and developing a single window through which household women do terrace farming and awarding them on weekly basis or monthly basis.
Any motions of support? Points of contradiction?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as my fellow member said that terrace farming, isn't it the same with the guy who said in the past one?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I don't know that terrace farming. We award the terrace farming which is being done on social media. We'll launch a campaign regarding who the household wives who participate in terrace farming will be awarded on weekly basis or monthly basis by the street course.
The contradiction. One in the corner.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to ask my fellow delegate how it is a permanent solution.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. It's not the simple small steps pave way to the larger steps. As I am telling that we are awarding a very lump sum amount. We are just asking them to participate in a campaign. In a campaign, participation in a campaign does not require a lot of effort, but a small thing, small steps can be done, making to larger impacts.
Points of contradiction? The one in the middle.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. How long can we present the prices for growing the trees and for farming?
Thank you for acknowledging me. I told that take on entire 8 months. In the 8 months, overall participated, just give them 2,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees for their effort.
Points of contradiction. Starting.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And yeah, of course, street cost Hyderabad is organized to permanent projects, not these type of projects. We can't give salaries to those type of like this, like every week 2,000 rupees or every month 2,000.
Any motions on the floor? floor.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Okay. Present students who are studying in the schools are the future generations of our world. Okay. And what they learn and practically they see will be followed by them in the future. So, keeping this in mind, I am going to organize a program called as Trash into Treasure. So, in which students collect trash from their homes and build some new creative tasks or activities which they can learn how to convert the trash into the treasure and build a sustainable society.
What's your contradiction? The one in the middle.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I just want to ask whether it is trash or treasure, it still exists on the planet, so it's not reducing any harm to the environment. So how is it impacting climate change and all?
We acknowledge the words of Pranav Sisla. We acknowledge the presence of
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I'm basically saying that students can understand the importance of cleaning the society by transferring the trash into the treasure, which they can build the toys using the plastic bottles, old papers, or else cloths.
In the use of plastic, right?
Yeah.
What's your contradiction? Manish?
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. I wanted to ask my fellow delegate that it is indeed a good idea, but we as a Hyderabad Youth Assembly, it would take a much longer time to create something out of plastic, and it is not feasible to do it within a week or months. And even if we take time and make toys or any objects out of used plastic, who would we give it to? That is my question. I need clarity.
I'm not saying it's as an activity.
Any other motions on the floor? One on Madam.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, there's a new project about cleaning about the river. So we can usually see that many Muslim rivers, or not only, I'm just taking an example, many Muslim rivers or any rivers in the local areas or rural areas which have been polluted through plastic bags and other wastes, which like traditional waste of traditional waste like using for the god like garlands and etc. So the machine I want to introduce that is debris. Debris is invented by scientists to clean the river both in the floating area and also in the underground area, which can be remove the garbage from the river, and it can be cleaned in 2-3 days. And also by collecting the garbage, we will not throw the garbage in other areas. We will decompose it by using a machine called incinerators. Incinerators is a machine where it doesn't release a harmful toxin gases in the air, and which can also be environmental friendly machine. So I announce you that we can clear the river, and we can also decompose the waste which have been cleared from the.
What would be the budget for that, and what is your exact plan of action?
Exact plan of action maybe is 2 lakhs per 2 machines.
Any points of contradiction? Balaji.
So how long?
Sorry, but please sit down. Any points of contradiction? The one on my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I really want to ask the fellow delegate that here you mentioned 2 points. One is that lake cleaning drive is what I can sum it up, and another is you want to burn it up all by incinerator. So now let's just think practically, okay? Last season we did Ameerpur lake cleaning drive. So we did it once, but nowadays do people really listen to that? They keep polluting, they keep throwing trash to the water bodies. So again you have to do it again and again. It's not. So firstly, it's not sustainable. Secondly, what's the point of doing it again and again? See, there's no sustainability. That's the basic point. So why to spend so much on the incinerator, all the lake cleaning drives and everything? Thank you.
Thank you for calling Chief Chair. So as my fellow mate has raised a point about how it's not sustainable, so I'll ask my fellow mate that what is sustainable in their thing, like in their point of view. Because
the house is open.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, do you really understand when I rose the point that people don't really listen and they keep polluting? Do you not understand that point right there?
clean a river for 1 or 2, 3 times, the people only themselves will push up themselves and for example, it's Moosey River.
Okay, why just Moosey River? Let's go to Tangbird. Come on. It's been there since years, I believe. Decades, no? It's still, you can still get the foul smell. Of course, trash is there forever.
Okay, even in this even in the false smell which are you mentioning, you are also having immersing your Ganesh in that river only.
So you're contradicting yourself, right?
I'm telling you that cleaning a river will also help by immersing a pure God which have you been what is say praised for 3 or 4 days. Which can be immersed.
I'm unable to understand. Are you in support or are you contradicting?
I'm in supporting and
Then how are you saying about emotions? Do not.
Emotions were like
Emotions, sentiments are 2 different aspects, my delegate.
Emotions like not.
Here we're talking about sustainability and not about sentiments.
Okay, so I'm not going that point. So one more thing is that the sustainability of this product is that it can be sustainable for one.
Any emotions on the floor? Much.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I want to make all of you aware that India already has a lot of recycle programs where companies are doing amazing things with plastic. They even make bricks with plastic. But the only thing that lacks is the gap. So let's take example of malls. They produce a lot of plastic waste in a single day. But malls are least bothered to connect with these companies and give their plastic products for recycling. So what I suggest in my motion is we connect these entities, and if you think that these companies are not bothered to recycle their plastic, I would say you're wrong. If you would have studied company law, then you know something about the corporate social responsibility. So just for this sake, the companies will want to do something good in society, and if it's especially if it's something as small as just shipping all their plastic waste to a particular place, maybe even local recycling bodies, then that also would make a very big impact. So I would say what we are doing would be a one-time thing, but it'll have a permanent solution. All we have to do is figure out these places, like maybe big apartments, big malls, big companies, and just one time we go and then we connect these plastic producing entities with the recycling entities, and they will have a link like forever. So that's what I want to do. Thank you.
Any point of contradiction? Siddharth.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. How can they promise that if we do once, they'll follow that the same thing afterwards?
Any points of contradiction? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And my colleague mentioned about we being the connecting point between the plastic producing entities and the recycling entities. I think Hyderabad Youth Assembly is not here for mediation or between two particular entities. Why? Because we are the ones who must implement anything. So just being a mediating entity would not be a project that worth, to be a separate project itself. Why? Because that we can do even personally, not through Hyderabad Youth Assembly as an organization itself. Maybe something larger scale would be a better option rather than just we being a mediating entity. Thank you.
Any points of support?
Thank you, Yashwan, for your time. Now I invite MCR HRD, the current CEO of
Any motions on the floor? Members of the meeting. Victor.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging sustainability as a part of sustainability initiatives. I'd like to suggest that Hyderabad Youth Assembly can establish e-waste collection points in their respective, members can have it in their respective colleges or in street cross divisions, because it's a very big menace. It barely costs you anything. Anybody can just come and give all their e-waste that can be then provided to an official e-waste scrapper. He will even provide funds for that, which can again be reused for other initiatives of street cross. If nothing, you're just reducing the waste and hazardous chemicals can be handled more efficiently.
Any points of support? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As this particular system is kind of a very interesting and very useful as well. Why? Because it's not something like we can't do it. We can actually do it. Why? Because there are certain entities which actually provide funds by we providing the e-waste or any such kind. Apart from that, it's not just funds, they would also exchange with some of, for example, during my school days, there is a particular entity where we used to give our all the waste materials, where they used to, in exchange, based on the weight, they used to give us books, pens, and so on, so useful items. So I think this would be an interesting project we're taking forward. It would really help both as a unique one and giving us in funds as well as a new rate of initiative.
Any other points of support? Or member to the back.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think this project can be incredible by the means of action. Also, to say that technology has been so far, and there are so many important metals that have been used in the production of phones and other electronics. So we can also conserve metals by using this, and we can also avoid the uneven and improper disposal of harmful chemicals like scandium and titanium used in the mobile phones and etc.
Any points of contradiction? Member to the back.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. But I would ask you a question that how you are going to maintain it. That's my question.
Do you have an answer for that?
Respected Chair, there is no specific maintenance as such. You just have e-waste dumping bins. I'm sure if any one of you have been to the Western countries, most supermarkets have just a small bin where you can dump all old batteries, mobile phones, and everything. It's periodically picked up and then sent to a specific designated e-waste scrapper. So there is no maintenance as such in this initiative. Thank you.
Any other contradiction? Member to the left in the back.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. I want to ask, how long is it sustainable?
See, that depends upon our will, if I can put it across like that, because if you make it as a part of the street cost division, collaborate with them, okay, because e-waste is only going to increase and it's not going to come down anytime
So delegate, you can take a seat. You did not acknowledge the chair.
Sorry about that.
Any motions on the floor?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as a part of this climate action, I want to, from the HY, we want to introduce atmospheric water harvesters in the villages where they are having water scarcity. So, using these atmospheric water harvesters, this device collects the water from the atmosphere, and this is like a sustainable project which helps in collecting the water from the environment.
Assembly, did you understand the motion?
No.
Remember, could you repeat the motion?
So atmospheric water harvester is kind of a device which collects water from the environment, and this is a sustainable project which comes under the climate action.
Any points of support? Vikram.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. It's a brilliant initiative. It's been widely used across multiple areas, and actually one of the companies which actually manufactures these equipments and has the patents is based out of Hyderabad. The company is also called as Sanitary supplies it to Saudi Arabia and all these other countries where there's severe water shortage. So yes, it's a doable thing if you have the requisite funds. So.
Any other points of support? Last year.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. I would definitely support the motion because there are a lot of places where we don't have proper water resources available. So these kind of devices are really helpful to provide them with water. But I have a small doubt. We're not really sure about the cost of the machine and how exactly that is going to be, fitted into the places. So it will be better if we could get a clarity.
Member, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Sir, for acknowledging me. And each machine costs around 65,000, and per day it can extract around 25 to 40 liters of water per day. So it would be a great initiative if we go ahead with this machine.
Any points of contradiction? Shashank.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I really believe in the intent of the idea, but I just had a few doubts regarding the implementation of the specified device. So, how long will the device will be placed in the exact place, and what will be the ఎన్ని రోజులు అది వాడచ్చు and exactly and how will villagers or the place people will understand the device, how to use them and how to handle it.
Thank you, Sir, for acknowledging me. And this machine can work around 5 to 6 years continuously. And after that, we have to regenerate the fuels in it. So yeah, it is we can use it for 5 to 6 years.
Any other points of contradiction? Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to ask my fellow delegate that a village who has water scarcity, who doesn't even know how to operate a mobile phone, and who is going to maintain that device, and what security are you going to give for that device, security for that device? Thank you, Chair.
Would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Sir, for acknowledging me. So while deploying, we can provide a awareness session how to use the device, and also coming to the assurance about the quality of the product, we can try to get the warranty from the company so that we can have a proper assurance.
Somebody that answer your question? Any other points of contradiction? Yeah.
Thank you, Chef, for acknowledging me. Just small doubt, if this particular device is an alternative for the regular water plants what we are establishing until now? That's the major question I'm having, right? Because usually water plants, we extract water from the bore system, right? That's what we have done until now. So my question is this an alternative to this? If it's an alternative, it's really a good project. Just I would like to work with how the system works, right? Because usually a regular water plant, we extract the water from the bore, like from groundwater. This device is actually using the water from the moisture aspect, right? Because the temperature and moisture is not equal at all times as well, right? Because during summer, during winters, the moisture and the water level might differ. So how the system works is a major question. It would be great help if the member can give a clarity on this. Thank you.
Member, do you have an answer for that? No. Any new motions on the floor? Member to the back.
Chair, for acknowledging me. As we know, climate change has caused global warming and extreme pollution, and it's also caused due to exploitation of natural resources. So I want to propose an idea of save energy, save earth, where we as communities save electricity and switch to solar sources of energy or use LEDs and start saving energy. Because this will also reduce radiation in the environment, which will save a lot of organisms, and also help save money, which is also economically beneficial. Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to the right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Firstly, I would like to ask the delegate that do you realize the cost of solar panels? It costs around in lakhs. So how are you trying to be feasible here with the funds and everything? And it's not going to be feasible. See, if you have one particular village in mind, that's fine. You can just cover one thing at a time because it's costly. So how is it going to help? Thank you.
Member, would you like to answer that?
Yes, thank you for acknowledging that. So I know it is costly, but it is sustainable, very sustainable in the long run. And it will help, as it has many benefits, like benefits such as the economical benefits, and also it saves, it decreases radiation, it saves a lot of water.
Member, would you like to answer that?
Thank you for the acknowledgement. Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So, firstly, can you tell me a practical plan of action for that, please? Practical plan of action for your motion.
We send out volunteers, try to get people to fully understand what impact this will bring, saving energy and all of that, and later tell them how, because a lot of Western countries use this and they are economically benefited and animals organized.
I get your motive. Yes. I get your motive and intentions behind it. So you are telling installation of solar panels, right? Where? Rural areas, remote areas, or suburban?
Mainly rural areas.
Okay. Have you seen season 14 Star Project? I believe you've not done your homework. I am pretty much offended being a member and vice chair from season 14, but yes, we've implemented it. Apart from the budget issues, this is a great project idea. But yeah, budget issue will be the most compromising thing which arise. Apart from that, it's great, but then if you have a lot of villages in your mind, you cannot cover those. And it won't be impactful if you have a lot of villages in your list.
We can start small and grow big.
Members, please give your concluding statements.
High budget. If we can do the budget, yes, or else.
I say we can start small and grow big, and solar impact is also small steps make a big difference.
Thank you, Rahul. Any new motions on the floor?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. A small renewable feasible project which as a part of HYA we could probably take up is establishing small biogas plants, even it can be in colleges, it can be in ZPHs, high schools, wherein all the bio-waste from within that village can be dumped into it, and the gas thus generated can be utilized for community kitchens and for school kitchen where the midday meal scheme runs. So it will keep on continuing without any hassle.
Could you please summarize the motion?
Establishment of small biogas plants in villages or in colleges according to feasibility.
Any points of support?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, as my co-delegate said that, the biogases can be, kept in the government schools and all, I feel it is a really great idea because the organic waste can be converted into electricity, which can be used. So, yeah, I really feel it is a very great initiative that, we can proceed with. Thank you, Chair.
Any other points of support? Member to the back, on the left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. This is really a very good idea. And while executing this in schools, colleges, and like anywhere, we can take the students near to that and we can explain. These biogas, which is also a part of the subject in biology, in intermediate, and even it is there in schoolings also. It will be a good experiment and it will be a great thing for the students.
Any points of contradiction? Member in the middle, please.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. There are mainly three questions I would like to raise. Firstly, what would be the budget of this program because biogas plants are expensive? Two, the point is where exactly is the waste being sourced from? Because as far as I am concerned, cow dung is one of the materials that a biogas plants can best decompose. Thirdly, the most important question I would like to ask is, my mom works for Telangana State Model School, and some of her colleagues work for, some of her counterparts work for ZPHS, and they barely have 1 or 2 students at most. So even if we are organizing an awareness camp and we want to involve the students, how can you possibly do it just for 1 or 2 of them? Thank you so much.
Chair, for acknowledging respect to my fellow delegate. I'd like to tell you that the cost of the plant depends upon the cubic meters of gas that you want to generate, and that can be, that's a scientific study. The biogas plant, the people who install it can tell you, because that depends upon the amount of domestic waste that you're generating in that specific area. Coming to the second question regarding the cow dung part, cow dung is just one component. Anything which contains cellulose, anything which contains glucose, or any sort of vegetable waste can be converted immediately into biogas. So that's not a big concern. So the reason why I was saying these can be set up in schools or any other places specifically was because you have vegetable waste here, peels, carrot peel, or whatever that's coming up, rice husk and everything. All of that can be used to convert gas, which again can be used for cooking in the midday schools. With respect to creating awareness about this product to the students, you specifically don't have to think about ZPHS schools. It can be for anybody, it can be even for, urban educated students who can just get to witness this, because this is not something which is extremely new. This has been happening for the last 2 to 3 decades. It's just that it just doesn't get enough PR as the marketing hype as solar panels. So,
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. Not one of contradiction, but this is small doubt. Like in terms of biogas, like for us, from the energy we have to generate to the biogas machine, I think large amounts of waste is required to generate some amount of energy. I mean, because to generate an energy from biogas device, you need to put in so much large amounts of waste materials. In order to generate a small amount of energy, that is one aspect. That's just a small doubt. And if biogas is one of the, what's the safety concern as well in terms of, because it might be a flammable thing, right? Because villages aspect, that's kind of a safety concern, might be one of the major things. Just a small doubt if the member could clear this.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. With respect to the doubt, my fellow delegates, the first point being about the amount of waste that goes into it. So yeah, like I said, it again depends upon where you intend to establish this. If you're doing it as a part of an entire Gram Panchayat, I don't think it's a very big problem, because the people who install it will ask you specifically about the amount of waste that is being generated. So there's two types of waste: point source waste and discrete point waste sources. Most of these point sources are restaurants, cafeterias, kitchens, community kitchens, etc. So there you have an assessment about how much waste is generated on a daily basis. So it's not difficult for you to figure out how much waste is going to come in, and so accordingly you can plan and set up the plant according to the needs of that specific point. With respect to the safety concerns, it's just as much as having a gas cylinder in your home. So there are, of course, it's methane, it's flammable, that's true. But again, these are usually set up underground, and there's only one small funnel that's coming out of a small pipe that comes out of the ground. So nothing here is exposed to the atmosphere. You can just directly connect it underground to the place where you intend to use this gas. Thank you.
Members, if you feel like you are not getting the chance to raise a motion, you can send them to the chair table through chits. Any motions on the floor? Member.
Chair for the recognition. Firstly, I would like to quote Wendell Berry. He said that the earth is what we all have in common, and there is no planet B. So secondly, the major problem lying in India is what we actually get trolled for on social media is we lack basic civic sense. May we come from however educated background we are from, but we still do at some extent. And in order to tackle that, I have a solution or a proposal, a motion to proposing clean surrounding build habit. So what it actually does is the divisions of street cores in the universities and schools, we would be asking them to get gloves, shoe covers and masks, and they'll be costing around 7,000 for each of the universities of the schools, which will be able to be sufficient for 14 students, and they will be actually going for Clean India Drive. This Clean India Drive has been initiated by a foreigner, which is a bit of shamefulness for us, and we should be reflecting on this because in Mumbai he has started it. He is from Albania, and he has started it, and he has been going on the roads and he has been promoting it. And I see many Indians in his videos on his social media littering in front of him. I do not know where this ideology comes from, but also developing a habit takes 21 days. So this would be 21-day clean drive program. Also similar to how schools in Japan and other South Asian countries, North Asian countries do it from the school onwards. So in order to inculcate and develop habits in the students, we have to be starting from actually schools and universities. Thank you.
Member, could you please summarize your motion, and also could you please explain the relevance to the ongoing goal?
Yeah. So thank you for the recognition, Chair. Since this is a 21-day clean drive program, and this actually aligns with the sustainability goal climate action. So since the climate has been getting affected because of the littering, if we have gone to the northern states, so we see near Himachal and other states as well, people have been littering it, and we don't see the root cause of why people are littering it, even after having dustbins around them. So in order to tackle that, I think we need to be starting from the schools, and we have to be building habits. Thank you.
Points of support? Points of contradiction? Member to the left, in the middle.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I firstly don't think that it is relevant with the goal that we are currently involved with. It comes under clean sanitation goal, and also to help divisions and everything to go with cleaning drives. It is already being done. It is not that a foreigner has come and initiated it. It is already being done. And we have Swachhta Abhiyan also in 2014, which was introduced by Narendra Modi. So
Thank you for considering me, Chair. To begin with, some foreigners starting in India and be feeling shameful, totally condemn that statement. 2012, till date, people, divisions and HY have been doing a lot of religious rights. It's nothing new to India, nothing new to us to begin with. And secondly, with a lot of experience and study, I can say that this 21-day makes a habit is no deal. You really need a lot more of time to make habits and not 21 days. And third thing, initiative is great. We've been doing it for quite some time in different colleges and schools. Can be done, but yeah, it's been done already and we can continue it. Nothing shameful about someone starting it here because we've done it way before.
Would you like to answer that?
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Once again, I would like to say that indirectly it is related to the climate.
The house is open for debate.
So indirectly it is related to the climate, and I also know that there have been many initiatives started by the government and NGOs, but that does not, have actually impacted on the ground, and mentally it has to be impacted on the people. Even after having dustbins, I see multiple videos, and not even videos, I see multiple people, just littering it just next to the dustbins. So actually we have to be actually tackling the root cause of it, what actually they think of it, and what they think of the sanitation workers, and they think that it is their job to be
I just want to understand. We've been doing it, and then this foreigner came in and he started. Did things drastically change after he gave some opinion? My only question here is, like I said, the initiative is great, the thought is great. It starts at the root cause, school level and college level, and becomes a habit. But all I'm trying to say is we've been doing it for quite some time. It's nothing new to us as street cause or HY or India to begin with. There are sensible people out here, and we can't generalize saying that no, it's not. At least from my term of HY, I think we've reached a stage where when we eat a 5-star, we put that wrapper in our pocket. We don't throw it out. So the awareness is there. We've been changing. The change needs to happen a lot more. But having said that, hold that statement of some foreigner doing it here and then we all have to be shameful about it. Sorry, I'm not.
Who have been doing it right in front of him, and which is actually impacting our global image on a global stage. Secondly, let me come. Yeah. First step towards change is self-acknowledgement. And if we don't acknowledge that we are having a problem, we won't be able to change. Like, we won't be able to be having self-criticism, and we won't be having constructive criticism to take with. And this is also a major problem, and we will also deal with this as well. Like,
can I? Getting back to my statement, I never said I'm not acknowledging the problem. There is a problem, and I know that there is a problem, and hence, we are like 50 people sitting in blazers and coats. If there was no problem, then there was no need for Hyderabad to essentially motions and goals and hundred other things. So I know there are challenge statements, and that is where we are trying to work towards. But having said that, yes, I do agree to the point that people doing something in front of the foreigner is wrong. But having said that, people have done it. When you go to a village for an event, you will still see police trying to target you while you're doing some good work. So we've been to Zilla Parishad schools and all of that back then. Even then, when we were trying to do something very good for them, I saw people bullying us. So that bullying happens with us also, not just because he's foreigner or something. So I would still say that I would not feel shameful about doing what I do here. Still fine. You will still see people like that, but my thought here is, it's not new to street cause, it's not new to Hyderabad Youth Assembly. It can still continue, is what I'm trying to say.
You drove the point somewhere else. I did not say we all should be shameful for what we are doing right here. I am saying for the people who have been doing this right in front of the foreigners, we should be embarrassed about it, and I felt embarrassed.
Okay, no, I'm saying the same thing. It happens in front of me also. But having said that, this is not something very new to us and something that, it's coming out of the blue. We've been doing it. I did say that we've been doing it, and I'm still saying that we will continue to do it.
We will start from the schools. That is what I mean.
We've been doing it in schools. Maybe you haven't been a part of that drive, but we've been doing it in schools and colleges.
The current CFO and CEO of Street Cause.
Any new motions on the floor? Move to mic.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So we would start with the idols immersion in Hyderabad. Most of the idols are basically immersed in Tanman and Shamirpet Lake. So my idea is to build small compound walls which are attached to these lakes so that the idols can be immersed in those compound walls. So with these, the idol waste could be collected by the municipality. And also the whole lake would not be polluted by this. Thank you, sir.
Any points of contradiction? Remember to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As a fellow delegate mentioned, that how can it be possible with street cost? It is a government job, I guess. So we can't connect with them and do this project.
Any more points of contradiction? Behind.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The very fact that we building compounds and municipality would actually collect it. So I would like to mention that there is an ideal lake near Kukatpalli. Even the municipality themselves, they only make sure that the idols are immersed within the lake. So it's not that we themselves, building compound walls and actually for your idol immersion is not practical, because take Hyderabad only. How many idols are usually immersed during each and every day during Ganesh festival? Do you think we can track each and every idol immersion and we can actually force people to actually come and immerse it here only, because it's a sentimental aspect as well that people are actually looking for. So building compound walls is not at all a good solution for this, I would like to suggest. Thank you.
Remember, would you like to answer?
There are a lot of idol immersions in Hyderabad, but I don't think so that everyone would do it on the same day and at the same time. And see, we are basically building a normal compound wall in which idols can be immersed and will be removed on the same day. It won't be kept in the lake for a longer period of time.
Thank you, Chair.
Please open the video.
Thank you, Chef, for acknowledging me. As you mentioned that, no one will actually immerse during the same day. Go to Tanban, you can go to Ideal Lake, you can go to each and every other lake. There will be large number of trucks, large number of cranes actually being ready for idols immersion specifically. So you mentioning that, and how many acres you would actually build for compound wall? Are you planning for 12 inches of Ganesh idol immersion, or are you thinking for Hyderabad Ganesh idol immersion? That is what you are thinking, right? Building compound wall is not the only solution, right? Because sentiments are also involved into this, and building of compound walls. For us, an organization is not a feasible. It's a responsibility of the government and the municipality who have to take care. Why? Because when a government themselves are encouraging to actually immerse in the lakes, how an independent organization or we can actually encourage people? That is my major question.
Thank you, sir.
Any new more questions on the floor?
Any new motions on the floor? This would be considered as the last motion.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to mention, and before that, my motion is kind of similar to the motion which was passed by our fellow delegate a few minutes ago. So I wanted to pass a motion regarding electric composters. As we know, we have maintained these schemes, Anganwadis, and there's a lot of biodegradable waste generating. And if we can introduce electric composters in these places, it will be helpful, and the compost which got generated can be used for plants. So this is one.
Any points of support?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I would really think that it's a great initiative for biogas plants or anything eco composters, because it will help. There's a lot of, even in households, there's a lot of daily waste that is being generated. So that that can be daily. We can use it for our own house gardens. We can use it for increasing the production of and also for plantation of vegetables in our own homes. Thank you.
Any more points of support? Number 2, my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yeah, I think it's a really good idea because any sort of waste reduction, energy, like reducing energy waste and exploitation of natural resources, actually saving natural resources, will do good for the environment and take part in climate action.
Any more points of support? Last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I will definitely support the point. And just to add on it, not only the electric composters, these days there are composters which run on AI also. So we can introduce it to the schools and so that small children can understand what composting is and how the technology, current days technology is used in the composting way. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. It's not a contradiction per se, but I would like to understand what is the power source here? Is it a non-renewable source or a renewable source? Because again, if by trying to avoid emissions, we are burning more energy in this process. And second, I would like to understand what would the cost be and how would the maintenance be of this electric composters? Thank you. What kind of role would we play in helping them with the maintenance? Thank you.
Member, would you like to answer that?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. To answer my fellow delegate, the source would be electricity. As I have mentioned, it's an electric composter, and the price would be basic price would be around like 5,000 and 6,000. You get a small size electric composter available in the market right now, and you do not get any smell out of it, and it also looks aesthetic actually. And we can give it in Anganwadis and schools as I have mentioned, and it can be used for used as the compost for plants.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate mentioned, mostly we are focusing on household waste, and household waste is mostly, it contains of liquids, and involving electricity and liquid wouldn't be such a great initiative. That is what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I just want to say, why do we need an electric machine for a compost? We can just put the vegetable peels or whatever directly in the soil, and how is it impacting climate change in any way at all?
Any more points of contradiction? Tejas.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I was trying to ask what the source of electricity is. Is it a non-renewable source or a renewable source? Because again, the intention is to reduce the carbon footprint and to ensure there are lesser carbon emissions, right? So how are you dealing with that if you are trying to use electricity from a non-renewable source?
Answer my delegate, it would be a renewable source which will be used, and I know there will be a carbon footprint, but this is just an idea from my side. Actually, I have no idea about the question asked by the delegate.
Thank you, Varshita.
Give farmers kits for organic farming to reduce emissions emission of gases. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion not passed. Installation of built-in app and giving recyclable products such as glass, paper, cardboard, etc. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Members with the motion. Let's go for a voice vote. Members with the motion. Aye. Members against the motion. Nay. Motion not passed. Adopt a village where water scarcity occurs and build rainwater harvesting pit. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Members with the motion. Let's go for voice voting. Members with the motion. Aye. Members against the motion. Nay. Members with the motion. Aye. Members against the motion. Nay. Motion passed. Installation of green roofs on schools and colleges. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion not passed. Award members for terrace farming. Members with the motion. Motion clearly not passed. Emphasize a program from trash to treasure. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion not passed. Debris, clearing the river upper and lower area and decomposing the trash. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion not passed. Connect companies to malls to provide the waste. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion not passed. Establish e-waste collection points in colleges and streetcars divisions. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion passed. Introducing atmospheric water harvesters for villages where water is extracted from atmosphere. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. With the motion. Let's go for voice voting. Members with the motion. Aye. Members against the motion. Nay. Motion passed. Establishment of small biogas plants in colleges according to feasibility. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. With the motion. Motion passed. 21 days cleaning starting from government schools. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Motion not passed. Building compound walls for idle emergence. Members with the motion. Motion clearly not passed. Introducing electric composters in places like midday meals, etc. And to add on to that, also introducing AI electric composters. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Members with the motion. Let's go for voice voting. Members with the motion. Aye. Members against the motion. Nay. Motion not passed. The session is adjourned for 5 minutes. The delegates to please stay in the hall. Please do not leave the hall as we will be starting on with the next session in 5 minutes. special point of contact in your place. Okay, our next goal is quality education. How many of you all are excited for this goal? Do you have any good motions? Are you all sure? Yes. Were you all waiting for this goal?
Yes.
Organizing committee, no crosstalks, please take your positions. The next goal is quality education. The house is now in motion. Any new speeches on the floor? Members to my extreme right, at the back.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging this. Education is the most powerful tool. We have to change the world. Today, we must ask ourselves, is education truly reaching everyone and is of good quality? Quality education means more than just going to school. It means learning new skills that empower individuals, develop critical thinking, and open doors to better opportunities. It means inclusive, equitable learning, where a child in rural village has the same chance to learn as a child in the city. Unfortunately, millions of children around the world still lack access to proper education due to poverty and gender inequality. That's why Self-Development Goal 4 aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education for all by 2030. Quality education helps fight poverty, promotes gender equality, and builds a nation of capable citizens. Educate one child, he will empower a family, he will uplift a generation. Each one of us has a role to play. Let's support schools, donate books, mentor students, spread messages. Every child deserves to learn and dream big. Let's make education not just a right, but a reality for all. Thank you.
Any new speeches on the floor? Zain? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Firstly, I would like to quote Nelson Mandela. He said that education is the most powerful weapon to change the world. And yet, millions of children are not even having access to education, forget quality education. And talking about India, in the last 10 years, more than 89,000 public schools were shut down, and we did not question the government why did this happen. This is a weird point that the population is directly proportional, should be directly proportional to the government schools. Like if the population is increasing, government schools should have been increasing. But why has they inversely proportional, and why did 89,000 schools got shut? And I see a very interesting deadlock in this. For India to progress, if you really think about it, there should be a good government. For a good government, you need to be having people, to be having critical ability, to be thinking and analyzing the best politician for them to be coming into the power. And then for that, you need to be having critical ability, and for that you need to be having good quality education. And for that quality education, you need to be having good public schools, and you need, for the good public schools, you need to be having good government. So this is a deadlock, and in order to break this deadlock, we need to infuse quality education and at the right place. Not only quality education, but at the right place. So I would like to just quote a few reports, and then I would like to conclude. According to Association for Democratic Reforms, more than 46,000, it's 46% of member of parliaments have criminal cases registered against them, and more than 20% of member of parliaments have serious
cases registered against them, and not only just accusations but also convictions. So this is the Association for Democratic Reforms. And the point of
That's correct. Please do not exceed the speech, folks. Any new speeches on the floor? You may be seated. Thank you. Any new speeches on the floor? Member to my street.
Thank you for your intervention, Chair. Education is not just about books and exams. It is the light that removes the darkness of ignorance. It gives us the courage to dream, to question, and to create a better tomorrow. True quality education means that every child, rich or poor, boy or girl, has equal access to knowledge, creativity, and technology. In today's world, where artificial intelligence is shaping industries and changing the way we live, education must evolve in it. Thank you.
Now I invite Krishna Desai, the current CEO of the
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my right.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging. In quality education, my project would be implementing digital screenboards in schools, which creates a better way learning than a normal board. It explains content visually with animated videos and to explain the complex topics in biology, chemistry, and science, etc.
Any policy support?
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I would like to add to this point, to the motion which has been proposed, that apart from having projectors or multiple screens, they could be provided according to the interest of multiple students in an orphanage or in government schools. What they could be doing is taking consideration of the multiple interests, and they will be dividing them into the groups, and refurbished tablets would be distributed among them, and they would cost around 6,000. Yeah. So, and there will be already installed the course contents according to what they want to learn, and there will be restrictions as well if they want to oppose that they will be misusing it or something else. Yeah. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Delegates, make sure your names are visible. That is the reason for giving a red card. Okay? Mahesh.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Smart boards are very expensive, like 70,000 to 1 lakh per each board. So rather than giving board, we can give one number of books, study games, and many more.
Any other points of contradiction? Vaishnavi sir.
One thing I would like to mention is that digital board, I feel like the hype is really overestimated, because studies have shown that physically writing and sketching things on the board has been a lot more efficient for kids to learn as opposed to viewing things or watching videos. I definitely agree that animation helps, but to which extent it can act as a distraction is also a point we need to identify. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So my proposal is a lot of women know about menstrual health but are not aware about sustainable ways of replacing pads. So maybe we could spread awareness of period underwears which are more sustainable, which last more than 2 years, and which also last up to 12 hours per day, and is more hygienic at the same time, does not affect their
Could you please tell us, how does this motion come under quality inspection?
Because we're spreading them awareness about new ways of sustainable way of using, how you're replacing pads. That's not, a lot of women are not aware of it.
I think this particular motion suits another university which is information. So I guess you can move to another motion on the floor. Any new motion on the floor?
Thank you, Chair, for your acknowledgement. I would like to propose a motion to promote inclusive education, for people who are blind, deaf, and for education for everyone who needs it and who will get it. So it focuses on the true inclusivity, which is often overlooked by everyone. And each classroom will get a multi-sensory learning equipment like audiobooks and braille writings, and it is very cost effective, and we are using a resource that is already there and we're just distributing it to the people who actually need it. In this way, everyone will get the education that they need and no child will be let down alone. Thank you so much.
Can you please summarize the motion?
Education, thank you for your acknowledgement, Chair. Education for everyone, inclusive education for people with disabilities and special needs.
Any points in favor? Yes,
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, as my co-delegate, presented an idea of, giving the braille sheets and the other audio, messages for the education purpose, I feel that is a very, very feasible idea because we get each braille sheet for around 6.5 to 8 rupees, which can help with the education of, the specially challenged students as well, along with the other students. So I feel that is a really great idea presented by our co-delegate. Thank you, Chair.
Any other points of support? Yeah, member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think this idea is very great because quality education, the whole meaning of the goal which we want to achieve is that every child, either rich or poor, a boy or a girl, or any sort of person having any disability or anything, everybody should have an equal opportunity to learn, and that is important, and this breaks the cycle of poverty and creates responsible citizens who will take care of our future. So yeah, that's a very great idea.
Any points of contradiction? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So while I say the idea is wonderful, but it's only going to remain an idea, because how do you execute this plan? How do you find the people? How do you know which people to get and where will you situate them? How will you provide the resources to? Thank you.
Any points in contradiction? We could hear a lot of contradictions, but
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. There are many schools in and around Hyderabad which are very exclusive to different needs. So we just make a list of that, target the schools, do a bare minimum survey of what is needed, and then we just go there and do it. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Can you the last one?
Thank you for acknowledging, Sir. So, my idea is to suggest a better learning environment such as paying classrooms, add education posters, improve writing and seating. Because as there is usually very less attendance in rural areas due to which the schools are being shut down. So to increase attendance, we can paint classrooms. And painting classrooms in a sense, I don't mean by painting it red, blue, green. You can paint them like by digestive system, respiratory system, parts of the brain. It transforms the environment into and it makes the students, it piques their interest, and it eventually increases the education outcome.
Delegate, could you please summarize your motion?
So I suggest we make the environment more interesting, engaging by painting the school walls, classrooms, and education posters.
So delegate, you want to work on the infrastructure of the
Yes.
school. So any points in favor? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Though the face of it, the idea seems to be very simple and straightforward, which is done by the street because it's a very doable task because there are ample number of schools that need a lot of support. And just because it's being done on a large scale doesn't mean there aren't other people who need our help. So yes, I think it's a great idea to start with. Thank you.
Any contradictions on the floor? Yes, Shivaranjani.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. I mean, the task is certainly doable, but is it impactful? Is it sustainable? I mean, what would a painted classroom drive you to come into class if not for attendance? So I found it I'd say it is very baseless, to be honest, because just a painting wouldn't change the entire way you
Any points of contradiction? Yeah.
Respected Chair, thank you for acknowledging. I think my fellow delegate here got the impression that we're doing it for engineering colleges where attendance is not. That's on the lighter note of things, but I think when the delegate here was referring to was going beyond painting and actually giving necessary infrastructural support to schools, which is a recurring issue because a lot of them don't get sufficient funds, and even if they do, it's not implemented properly. So as a part of street cause and HY, this has been done multiple times, but in spite of that, there are again schools which need it. So I think it's a good idea to go ahead with. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Yes, please.
Just to add on to what Vikram said, so 2014 and 2015, when we were, I'm sorry, 13 and 14. So sorry.
Any new motions on the floor? Shivaranjani.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, most government and low-income schools still rely on note-taking and memorizing lessons, but rarely have the equipment and to apply knowledge. So, my motion is transform schools into hubs for creativity and applied learning by setting up innovation labs like including STEM kits, which are science, technology, and engineering, mathematics learning, which helps students have innovation thinking. So this brings the hands-on, curiosity-driven learning for underprivileged schools. My target is 5 schools for 2 months.
Please summarize your motion. Is it you want to set up STEM learning?
STEM learning kids and clubs, actually, small poster designing activities, so they can impact other people at a small age.
Could you be more specific?
So basically, we create add labs to school, which make them, which help them solving the local problems, like good hands-on.
Delegate, it's okay if you're comfortable speaking in Telugu. You want to have some and water.
So basically this is an lab student-led innovation zone. Okay? So here we why it's important is because by 2030 most of the jobs are required problem solving and creativity, tech literacy, so which are taught in schools. So our aim is to transform schools into hubs of creativity for applied learning and set up innovation labs.
Any points in support? Yeah, member to my
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. And from what I understood from what he said, all of this has already been implemented by Cambridge in private schools, and it would be very lovely if we try to get that to rural areas, government schools in remote areas. So it would be a very lovely idea if we can try to do it all in a budget-friendly way.
Any other points of support? Yeah, Vaishnavi.
I personally, thank you for acknowledging the chair. I personally love the idea, but there's just one small point that I would like to add. Along with India is basically a very STEM-centric country with almost possibly every parent pushing their kid into engineering and medicine. So one small thing I would like to add to the STEM is an AI which we converted to STEAM, because with the evolution of AI and so many technical jobs popping out and people being mass fired, the one thing that is going to remain with you is your creativity and your ability to create. So I think STEAM would be a better idea with AI standing for art. That's what I would like to add. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Any motions on the floor? Delegates, make sure your names are present in the chat. The delegate in the last row.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I strongly believe that there is a huge gap between the curriculum now being taught and the modern workforce we need for this modern technology. So my idea proposed is that we're gonna bring awareness for the rural areas, for the students by introducing e-libraries which teaches them the latest technologies when they step out into the society, so they are not feeling very inferiority complex. Thank you.
Any points of support? Yes,
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I feel that this idea is really feasible, and as my fellow delegate has mentioned that we'll propose e-libraries. So I would just want to add a suggestion that we could also add guides or competitive exams, like all the books required, because there are people residing in rural areas who dream big and who want to join social services, etc. So it can also help in the preparation of examinations. So if you have guides and books of such sort, it will also help them in preparation. Thank you.
Any contradictions on the floor? Member to next room.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. We mentioned e-library, especially in rural areas, right? So where do they have access to internet, tabs, or certain devices like that?
Delegate, do you want to answer it?
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. I think some of the government schools do provide computer labs. There is a program for the state government is implementing the computer lab. So there are computers in which we're going to introduce these e-libraries.
So there's a if.
Delegate.
Thank you, Krishna. Sir. Then go to my street. Then go to my street.
I believe that education changes many lives of people. Like if one person is educated in the family, then it actually changes generations after it. So I believe that primarily English is very important that everybody needs to have right now. A person that I know personally, he lost his parents in his schooling, and then he actually failed in his inter-examinations as well. But just because of the fluency he had in English, through trading and stuff, he now owns an IT company. So I believe that English is a very basic thing that every person needs to have. So the motion I want to propose is that I believe that equipping rural youth with practical English communication skills through community-centric and technology-integrated initiatives is an essential strategy for achieving educational inclusion.
Great, thank you for your idea. Any points of support? Vaishnavi.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I personally love the idea because my mom's an English teacher, she holds a PhD, and she works with underprivileged kids as well, it so happens. But one of the main problems with these scenarios is that most kids can't understand my mom's English or relate to it because she's hyper fluent as per them. And another issue is that teachers teaching them oftentimes are not fluent enough to give them those practical skills that they truly require. It's not a literacy check. That's one problem. But however, if we manage to employ the right kind of people to educate them, I think this could be easily achievable. And it's practically doable as well. And even if they don't end up becoming CEOs or IT company owners at the end of the day, I think they would make really good people on the desk or on the reception so that they could at least be able to get past the gate. Thank you.
Any other points of support? Vikram?
Well, thank you for acknowledging me, respected Chair. I think it's a brilliant idea because English being the lingua franca of most MNCs for employment or even opportunities abroad, it's a great start in realizing this. Even government schools are now being teaching the curriculum, at least they plan to do so in English. Adding to the point she said, I think a certification from bodies like the Cambridge can help. There are certain companies which actually provide these certifications after providing them training for 6 months or 3 months. They have to take a test. It's not very expensive. I mean, the training per se is not expensive, but if they want a licensed Cambridge certificate, it's paid. But they have other free exams which do give the certificate, which can be a good fallback option for them when they're going for employment opportunities. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Yeah, Shashank.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Yes, I do believe it's a brilliant idea, but I exactly want to understand how will us as HY will implement this. Thank you.
Fellow delegate, do you want to answer?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think we can assign or allot tutors who in the government colleges, schools or something like that.
Any other points of contradiction to this statement? Apologies, I can't see your name, the one to the extreme. Yes, you.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. Yeah, obviously the idea is good, but yeah, we can see many members who are doing the Ola and Uber drivers, they speak brilliant English. They don't have a proper job. And we do even see many reels and videos where even beggars speak better English than me. I really say that. They speak better English than me. So it is not okay. And a question, how come you will be implementing this in government schools and colleges?
Do you want to answer that? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think we could not, if not government schools and colleges, maybe we can actually give them or something like that for a few days. But I'm not telling that people don't know English. I'm telling that everybody must know English. It's not like all the beggars here know English, right? Like, tell me that people come to your house to pick up your garbage also knows English, right? So I want every person to know English so that at least their upcoming generations can change.
Thank you. The idea is great as a statement, but if someone can explain me the execution part of it better, would love to make a note of it. Yes, sir.
Thank you for the acknowledgement. I guess since we are already spread across the universities and we have divisions over there, so peer-to-peer learning could be done. And in the government schools, since we know how the quality of education is over there, and we could be actually assigning one peer from a university or a school to be training 2 students, and from basics to advanced, and then we can be teaching them about the fluency and accent as well. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. So, be it English or any other language, yeah, definitely we are knowing that language, but understanding or having that fluency requires skill, it requires time, it requires effort as well. Right? Because any language, not only English, be it any language, it requires some effort, some time as well. So training on that, having that courses of English training requires so much of time and effort. It's not just a 1 day or 2 days thing, right? Especially learning the language, especially in terms of corporate level. Our mission is, at least the delegate mentioned that we have to make them corporate ready, or at least, the outside market ready. But for that, it requires so much of skill, time and effort as well.
Thank you. Still think the same thing. Great thought. Execution part, probably figure it out sometime. Any new other motions on the floor? Anyone who didn't get a chance so far from you guys? Anyone who didn't speak at all in today's assembly? Okay, back to the ones who were raising your camera. Yes, you. I'm so sorry I can't see your name.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I had a similar motion in mind. The idea is the same, teaching English, but we're not acknowledging a major point. English is only a subject in all these rural schools and government schools. What actually happens is the local language is the second language, and it's also the language in which all subjects are taught. Science is also taught in Telugu, maths is taught in Telugu. Government schools, and what we could do is we would talk to the administration and introduce English as a medium of language, as a second language, and that I think would really help people to change English. So personally speaking, I have worked with some NGOs and the students over there, so they are getting education, but it's not quality education because they are learning science also in Hindi, Telugu, and those words are not even understandable. I wouldn't even pronounce them. And then later on, after 10th, and then they want to change to English, it's very difficult. So what I suggest we do is we start at the bottom level and we implement English as a mode of language in these schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record of it, most of the schools at PHS teach in English, not in their local languages. Also, I do acknowledge the point that there are teachers who still communicate a lot of the part in Telugu, but the schools, they talk in English only. The teaching is done in English. Any points of support to what she's saying? But because it's a similar motion to what was previously carried, let's move on to the next one. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, Ashwin.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my motion is that most of the students, we also in school life, we have faced that we lack in practical knowledge. In schools, there is no equipment to conduct experiments, and students cannot only understand by reading it or just by explanation. So my motion is that we have to provide schools with experiment supplies, like science experiment supplies, test tubes, and and litmus papers, something like these supplies, so that it will help the students with increasing the practical knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it goes back to one of the initial motions that was raised where we said we'll take up a school and then provide them with a lot of stuff there. This could be a part of it, but I heard a lot of contradictions, so any contradictions on the floor? Yes, Mahesh.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I know many government schools, they take help from NGOs and other colleges, but they are not accountable. Because after we give equipment to them, they don't use properly. Like many systems were like broken, not able to use. So what about accountability? After giving, how they are going to use and how it is sustainable?
Any points of support to the motion? Any points of contradiction? Yes, please, come on.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I kind of have a mixed point. It's kind of like half-half, support and contradictory. So I really love the idea of the motion raised about, spreading practical knowledge, etc. And what I want to contradict about is like majority of the schools already have labs. Okay, let's just start there. Majority of the schools, they have labs, they have all the equipment already. So in schools who do not have lab and proper resources, there are virtual platforms like OLab and Diksha which provide e-learning. Okay, so it provides the complete procedure, etc. with all the simulation and all of that. So we can get hands-on experience with virtual as well. If not case, like we don't have to be accountable for the breakage of beakers or test tubes, etc. Thank you.
Good point taken. Any new motions on the floor? Vikram.
Respected Chair, thank you for acknowledging. The idea I intend to propose is a very normal and a commonly done idea, but something that is important. But is establishing community libraries in villages. These areas can act as points of spaces for learning for both adults as well as young adults as well as school-going children. So and some books can be kept as a part of it so that they get exposure to literature from important literature from different backgrounds. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any points of support? Yes, please.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. The motion raised by my fellow delegate is really nice, so we can just name it like book bank or library in a box or mini library setup. So here, as the point has been mentioned that we'll give books. Apart from that, what we can give is we can add comics or storytelling books or puzzles or something like that sort, which will also increase the creativity and the intellectual level. Apart from that, we can also give donated books. So like the second-hand books, we get a lot of them. On our books, like we surpass that age on our siblings, we can just collect the used books, or we get second-hand books along your Hyderabad side or somewhere. So we can give that as well.
Good thought, and I think each one of you in your own colleges, if you can just do an initiative, collect 10 per college, that itself I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, lastly, we can also add some flashcards in order if they want to see, if they want to learn any language like Hindi, English, Telugu, they can learn using the flashcards. So that will also help. Thank you.
Nice. Any points of contradiction? Yes, Saket.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. That's a great idea, but see, if you want to keep community libraries, you need a room, right? You need to keep the books in that room. How we are going to manage that room?
Do you want to answer in terms of where you get the space to set up these libraries?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So in general, most of the Gram Panchayats or even cities or classrooms have spaces, but it's just that they're not kept up to the mark. So you can, tidy up that place and make it more usable. Alternatively, I'm sure, as done in the past in street class events as well, the school premises that is present for ZPHs and all, where we can build a small space which can act as a library and a space for people to study by bringing their own books for competitive exams. Thank you. And I'm sorry, with respect to the maintenance, I think the school headmaster is obviously the person with whom the power lies to control that area, or any other responsible person according to the place where we are established. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, let's move on to the next one. Any new motions on the floor? Vaishnavi? Vasavi, I'm so sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Today, I just want to remind you that true education is not just about books and exams. It's also about discovering who we are through arts and sports. So, today I would like to promote an skill development center near our schools in which we prefer arts, sports, and many more other curricular activities to children who they show interest.
Great, love the idea. Any points of support? Apologies, I can't see your name, the one in the last row. Yes. Hey, Mani. Okay. Yes, you.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. I think that is very lovely because in a society where parents think only studies and being a bookworm will get you somewhere, getting kids involved in arts and sports will encourage them to find their creativity, their hobbies, in which they have zeal to work in. So they might even find a career in it. So
Great. Any points of contradiction? Yes, Satvika.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I want to understand how will HY execute the plan? I mean, what is your plan of action for the skill development? Because for anything that you want to do, you definitely need a room, a space, somebody to train you and guide you. Okay, so how are you going to execute it? Like, what is your exact plan of action is my question. Thank you, Chair.
Do you have a plan of action for that? Yes, please.
We can have Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Actually, we can have volunteer workers who are willing to let people gain knowledge in arts and sports. Who knows, we can have a Da Vinci in a government school. Who knows, we can have a Sachin Tendulkar in streets.
Any points of contradiction? The lady to my extreme right. Again, apologies, I can't see your name.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, as Satvika asked the question, still the answer has not been given. And one more question from my side is that, yes, we can find different skilled people, but equipment, how, volunteers, how they are going to get the room, the space.
Let's move on to the next one. Fresh new ideas and new motions on the floor. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my motion is to set up digital learning corners in orphanages. This is a one-time low-cost setup where children can learn through offline videos played on smart TVs. The content focuses on improving their communication, confidence, personality development, and language skills in Hindi and English.
Good thought. points of support? That's my name in front of you.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, that's a wonderful idea where we should implement. So, education. Everyone has a right for education. So it will be good if we implement. Basically, the orphanage people should get donations for them to study and to make the children study. So if we provide like the digital boards and everything, so they may improve their skills. Thank you.
Any other points of support that you can scale up the idea? I can't see your name in the last. Yes, apologies. Ritesh.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I'm adding a point to this. We can add TED Talks and communication skills videos to that.
Okay. Any other points of support? Scaling up more? Yes, Ihan.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to scale this up, not just being confined to orphanages, but also government schools as well. That is one aspect. Why? Because government schools have the largest scale of impact, and more than just including content of personality development as a whole. If we can try out, as right now everything is on AI, ChatGPT, right? Small course or small initiation of training the small children, at least small keywords. For example, in ChatGPT itself, you can there are very simple prompts which we can teach them. So that in future course of time it will be happy for them easily to generate as well. Why? Because ChatGPT is kind of on any AI as a whole is kind of a simple scale. For us to make them understand that thing with this added portion of digital classrooms, this would be a great idea actually.
Wait, any points of contradiction? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. As lovely as this idea is, who is going to make sure that this is leaving a significant impact on everybody who is going through the program?
Thank you. But one point that I want to make when you make a contradiction is anything that we do here, who is going to check if there is impact or not? After it's a decade of HY for me. Now, would I go back and check what's happening there? Maybe, maybe not. But the idea is to do something and then see if it works. Any new motions on the floor from folks who didn't get a chance to talk since morning? Or do we have someone who didn't talk since morning? Anyone? So we have all 60, 65 folks give an idea on something or the other. Is that true? Next 5 minutes while I go to the next motion, I want people who didn't talk to please start building up ideas and then raise new motions here. Can't be a scenario where we're in the last session and then people don't talk, right? So I want the delegates who didn't get a chance to brainstorm for the next 5 minutes. And then obviously the OC here, the chair here has an idea of who didn't get a chance or who didn't raise the placard. We would ensure that we call you guys out. So let's not get into that scenario. Brainstorm, think through. There's no good idea, there's no bad idea. Idea is an idea, you never know which will scale up. So just want you guys to talk, right? It can't go irrelevant where full day there's nothing but just warming up the seat here. Any new motions on the phone? Tejas.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I have a very simple idea. Since the last few years, we've been doing our renovation of classroom projects a lot. It's one of the most prominent projects because I've been executing, and we spend on an average of what I've noticed in the last 3 years around 20 to 30 lakhs on classroom renovation, school renovations, etc. And I've been going through the process of the task force document here, and the quality education mentions a project of renovation of school. So while I was trying to understand the budget and everything, there is this certain method which is called modular classrooms, where we use prefabricated bamboo or reinforced steel, and we try to build classrooms at a much cheaper rate or a much cheaper price. That would be around 30 to 50,000. Unlike the price being shown, 1,35,000. So trying to modify the expenses and trying to build those modular classrooms which also have the ability to relocate. We can just discard the system and we can relocate the classrooms as per the need. So if you try to build more such classrooms and build more portability accessibility with better accessibility, I believe that would also optimize our budgets along with increasing our impact. And also to carry on to this, we can modify it as we want. We can add green walls of plants and a vertical garden, or we can implement it with solar, like everything, whatever we want according to the need of the place. We can modify the classrooms accordingly. This is my.
Thanks. Any points of support? Yeah, Vikram.
Respected Chair, thank you for acknowledging me. I think it's a great idea to start off with, because once you have this standardized and you're implementing it, you're creating a much more larger impact with lesser amount of money. And expanding it a little further, I don't know how many of you have read it recent times that in forest areas you're not allowed to construct buildings, because of which in a lot of tribal areas like Mulugu there were no schools. Honorable Minister of Tribal Affairs, Sita Kuru, had taken up her ministry. She started a school in a temporary container building in Mulugu, which was the first of its kind in decades. And I just was going through the project reports of previous HY, and they've already worked in areas like Mulugu. So maybe expanding the idea Tejas has suggested, if we can club both these things where you have portable containers and these modular classrooms being constructed in areas where there is no access to schools like Mulugu, Patra, etc. I think you'll be reaching out to more people, or you can expand existing facilities because they're not very expensive to build as such.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Yeah, last year.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I will not contradict it completely, but as my co-delegate mentioned, there is a project mentioned in the project papers that we have that are in the file, right? So that is a place where the transportation is not available. You have to go through like 3 or 4 or 6 to 8 kilometers of walk. So my question is, even if we introduce modular construction, basically rather than normal construction, modular are little costlier, even though we can shift it. But in those kind of places, it is very hard to change the places. And in these kind of places, we are trying to build a fixed place so that everyone around that place can have a solid place to come and sit. Then what's the point of changing it, and what's the point of spending more and more money to shift the places, because we don't have transportation. Labor has to come, they have to take it, and they have to rearrange it again and again, because it's not like a Rubik's Cube or something just to fix it. We need to screw it up and all. So I just wanted to understand.
Tejas, would you want to, a couple of things, explain one, the expenditure cost of it, two, the implementation part of this project?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. To clarify, the budget will be much cheaper than your regular cement and bricks. It's going to be around 30 to 50% because it's prefabricated plan. And coming to the transportation, I think I'm having a little hard time understanding how is it hard to transport bamboo than cement to the schools. I mean, if it's a remote area, wouldn't it be easier to build something that is easily constructible and easy to travel? That would be my point.
I'll be honest, I was discussing something. Could you once repeat? I'm very sorry.
So the classrooms, the modular classrooms usually cost around 30 to 50K as their prefabricated bamboo usually. And I would also like to understand how would it cost more for transportation if, for bamboo than cement and bricks. If it's a remote area like Mulugu, wouldn't it be harder to take cement or bricks to the remote area than bamboo?
Thanks. Let's move on to the next one. Fresh new motions on the floor. And after this, we do have names of people who didn't talk. We're going to start that. So just be ready. Not kidding. Okay, Dhruv.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Like recently, we have spoke about Bulgu. There are 4 to 5 schools in the Bulgu, so many of the students don't have proper uniform or proper shoes. So what my motion is providing a uniform printer. And you might ask me, a technician, there is a technician available there. It's just that they don't have the equipment to just print the uniform. So my motion is providing them the uniform printing machine, because ఒకవేళ వాళ్ళకి యూనిఫామ్స్ అనేది ఇస్తే ప్రాపర్లీ 2-3 students might add up to the skills. Thank you, Chair.
So the motion is about providing uniform making machines to people. Great stuff. Any points of support? You guys discussed it and then like, okay, Saket.
Yeah, exactly. So last year we did a project in Bulgu, that school name is Being Children Happiness Center. Even Kramana, he mentioned that Sitaka constructed a school. That's exactly the school is Being Children Happiness Center. We provided benches and also tables in that school, right? With cost of 2 lakhs last year. But again, same thing. Uniform printing missions, they require that and they have the expert. So if we give it from HY, it would be great. And of course, Dhruva mentioned that 2 to 3 people, it would be enough.
Thanks, Akhil, but just to give you a reminder, you didn't acknowledge the chair. Next time. Let's move on to the next one. Fresh new motions on the floor. One humble request to all of you. I mean, this must have been told in the induction also when you hold your placard, do it this. This I can't like, not so skilled. I can't read this, just try to put it this way. Pawan. Yeah, yes you.
Thank you, Chair, for collecting old phones from the people and give it to the old poor people. It would be help to people to learn educating in rural areas. Collecting it from the people who have like work at a, they can buy now. From them we collect old phones and we give to the poor people who are unable to get.
Got it. So the motion is about collecting used phones from people and then giving it in the rural areas where the phone is.
They can learn online learning or something.
Okay. Any points of support? Wow. Zay.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I think it's a brilliant idea because many of the motions for quality education were proposed to be, promoting smart education, and I think second-handed or refurbished schools, which could be once quality checked before we get them, and then distributing in the orphanages or in the government schools, but also we having supervisors and we having restrictions into those schools would be really a great idea, and I support this motion.
Thank you. Any points of many points of contradiction, I can hear that. Yeah, Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as my co-delegate mentioning about giving old phones to people or poor people, first of all, we have to understand the basic psychology of ourselves itself. We are not even, ready to give our own very old phones to our friends itself. We want to, treasure. We want to use it for our own personal purposes, even if we take new phone. That is one aspect. Number two. Think that we should never give any kind of movable property. Why? Because there are high chances of misuses as well. Why? Because the government of AP itself has provided many tablets for the government, with restrictions as well. There are high chances that even though if you provide any kind of movable property, there are high chances of the villages or at least the poor people might sell them. Why? Because you are mentioning about poor people. They want basic daily needs for them to actually go and to survive them. For that, they might see this as an economic means where they want to sell it and they want to actually make this particular tablet or any phone which you are providing not for educational purpose but for something else. So, and how many phones would you be able to collect? That's one of my major questions.
Got your point. Do you want to answer this one?
1 second, you can say what.
Okay. Any other new motions on the floor? Yeah, Aman.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Char. I get that we live in a digital era where we might need technology and devices, but what about drifting back to traditional ways by I don't know how many of you all have used a dictionary here, a traditional normal dictionary, but when I used it for the first time, on the way of trying to find one word, I browsed through 50 other words, and I think I learned a lot of. Instead of trying to provide kids with phones, we could provide them with a dictionary and have weekly sessions with them in which they can have a self-learning session, or we could also teach them where and how to use these words, and so they could develop their vocabulary as well.
Any points of support? The lady to my extreme left, yes.
Thank you, Chair, for as it is a good idea. As for even children or students who will search for meaning for one word, in the process of searching for another word, they will gain a lot of knowledge. But even for looking over, so they gain knowledge of not searching one word, they gain a lot of knowledge in knowing different meanings. So it's right.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? But ma'am, you raised it for support also. You support yourself and then you contradict yourself. Yes.
Actually, I support it, but there is a default. Because, for the present generation, we don't have that patience to go through all the words and learn. So, many of them use their mobiles to make the time faster and learn it quickly. So, it is a good idea, but it is not that affordable.
Thank you. And just for the stats, ever since ChatGPT or AI engine started to function, Google search itself dropped by a major 40%. I'm just wondering how do we go back to the era of dictionaries to spend time on words? But the motion is still taken. I and the chair, we see a couple of people, the delegates here yawning, which is not accepted. And I'll tell you, it's very important for people to be attentive here, irrespective of you raising a point or not raising a point. A funny story, but I'll wrap it quick. Back in one of the assemblies, so someone was talking about, I think it was related to health, and someone was talking about these manholes on the road where the mosquito breeding happens because the water is stagnant and then no one is taking care. So someone said, let's start pouring in kerosene or diesel into those pit holes so that the breeding doesn't happen. This is not the funny part. So people were supporting, contradicting and all of that. And there's this very good friend who was probably yawning like a couple of you. And then he just heard kerosene and he heard water. And then bang, very loud bang, and full attention went on him. Then he raises the placard. And then he says, I totally contradict this. What about aquatic animals? So, going back, if you're not actually listening to what the motion is, there's no sense in raising your placards later. So, people who are trying to yawn, please be attentive for the next probably a couple of 1.5 to 2 hours. Thank you. One last motion. From someone who didn't, I've been seeing people who raise the placards. From a delegate who didn't raise the placard since morning. Okay. Who are the bunch of delegates who didn't raise a single motion since morning? Please raise your placard. Let's be honest. Someone who didn't raise a single idea since morning, please raise your placard. Is it true?
Folks, if you're not being honest, I think I myself will have to take out names. It's better if you yourself raise your placard.
One last call. Someone, members who didn't raise a single motion since morning, please raise your placard.
Please raise your placard here.
Yeah. Going back to one last motion. The member to my right, apologies again, I can't see your name. Yeah.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to say a few things before discussing my motion. I believe that education nowadays teaches to fight failure instead of befriending it. And quality education teaches us to befriend failure, because it is through failures which we learn things that good marks can teach us, cannot teach us. And I think quality education is not about studying in universities which have beautifully mowed lawns, and not something money can buy. And quality education is not about do this. Quality education is all about why this. It's about questioning. It's about curiosity, creativity, and questioning. Quality education leads civilizations. And the conventional education through which most of the school functions today, like the children by heart the questions and write it in exams just to show off the good marks to their parents, that limits the potential of our civilization.
What are we going to do?
So my idea is about we go to a couple of schools, especially backward schools like government schools, for children of classes 6th and 7th or 8th maximum. So we conduct certain competitions like in various giving speeches, writing essays, and something which really does matter in the future instead of just getting some good marks. And after conducting the competition, those who win the competition, we will be giving them prizes like mementos, prize money, or recognition in next level competitions like state level competitions, mandal level competitions like that.
So, just to summarize, the idea is about finding out talent from different schools on different things, and then maybe connecting them forward to the next levels.
Yes.
Got it. Any points of support? Yes,
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I think this is a really good idea for the people to be collaborating with what their interest lies in. And also we could be actually conducting, as you already said, like a hackathon. So street course hackathon could be conducted in the universities and schools which we are already there in. So from division level we could be starting, and then we could be seeing if people would want to collaborate with other schools as well or not. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Got it. Any points of contradiction?
We acknowledge the presence of Avinash leader. Peace Loka, Vice President,
Yep, back to our point of finding out talent in universities and schools and then scaling them to the next level. Any points of contradiction? Yes, ma'am, the one to my right.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. My simple question is that aren't school already doing this, like co-curricular activities? They already have this, no? So, yeah, like every school has this, like debate competition, extempore competition, poem, essay writing, all of that is there, and recognition is also there by mementos, prize, certificates, medals, etc. So they're getting exposure, they're getting recognition, they're getting everything. So how is it different? Thank you.
Do you want to answer that? Yeah.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I believe that what she said is correct to somewhat. It is somewhat correct, but it is not entirely correct. what I'd like to say is, there are students who are often called teachers' pets because they do their homeworks and aren't always responding in classes, everything. But there are some people who have real talent in them, and they are not easily, they are not so easy to find, and some of them are hesitant, quite hesitant. So this idea, this motion promotes someone who has real talent in them, who is not able to express themselves, to come out and promote themselves to the next levels. Thank you.
Again, going back to the idea is obviously sensible, but now what are Visharu Khan and Chakdev? We go to class, give that speech, and then. My point here being, doing a competition at an inter-school level or inter-university level will naturally bring out that level of competence and skill from people, and then you take them forward. But going into the school and trying to find that hidden gem out of that classroom is not doable. But the idea is still taken because it's a great idea. I've got a couple of chits here. First one from Manish. My motion is to conduct science fair and industrial visits for rural areas and government schools. Manish, could you raise your placard once? Yes, do you want to just summarize your idea quickly? Because we make a note. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. Yeah, my motion was to conduct science fairs, inter-level and intra-level, and few industrial visits for few rural areas and government schools. Yeah, that's my point.
You told the same thing in the chat. I mean, how do you want to do it?
It was implementable in inter-level and intra-level of the government schools and rural level.
Oh, thank you. Next one is from Gautam. Biggest factor to quality education, NGO experience, providing opportunity to underprivileged students in street course by nurturing them to a project. Assuming that you want to go into the schools and then give them a short project, if that's the thought, Gautam, would you raise your placard? Yeah, want to just summarize it, explain what you want to do here.
Thank you for acknowledging it. But no, it wasn't meant for school students. My idea was basically that a complete quality education experience also it not just includes the syllabus studying that your college provides or doing internships for certificate namesake. It also includes getting practical experience by working in a student-run NGO like Street Cause India. And how we do it is that, see, I'm from Chennai, so back in Chennai we have NGOs like Agram Foundation that provide 100% scholarship for 12th pass out, underprivileged students for 12 pass outs. And so I'm pretty sure there are several NGOs like that in Telangana. And so what we can do is we can approach these NGOs, get contacts of these students who are studying in the city and provide them opportunity in street course by making them do a project and certificate them for the same things.
Why can't we just go and open a division there?
We can. Thank you for acknowledging me. Can I answer?
No, genuine, yeah.
Yeah, but starting a division straight away to underprivileged children, they're not aware about how a student-run NGO works. So we can start by making them do one single project as part of the Hyderabad Youth Assembly itself. And with that, slowly they will engage with the organization.
Very new, and I like it.
I invite Rahul on the chair table.
One last shit that I got here from Zain. If you want to explain it, and then
Thank you for the recognition once again, Chair. I just wanted to say a few motivation words, but also I would like to address the group as well after mentioning it. What I wanted to say is this piece of blank sheet is the future of our country, and we youth have the pen and the power to be writing the destiny of our country down. We as youth have already assembled over here, and we need to unite against the corruption which has been going on. So since the very first speech I have given about is about creating awareness against the corruption, And for this, we actually have done from our university. We went to multiple parishads near our university in Hyderabad, and then we got the permissions from CP and Zira Parishad and everyone to be creating an awareness, election awareness program that each vote counts, each vote costs, and each vote coincides with the purpose of progressive and protecting the democracy. So we must understand why large number of schools with many problems are actually there, like books, shoes, and benches. This is because of the lack of infrastructure. As I've already mentioned, that more than 89,000 schools have been shut down in the past decade. And how diplomatically they need to be done in a sense, so that they do not understand that we are supporting a political party. Anyways, we are not, but still that could be discussed and debated. And I hope street cause will take the root cause into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I know where it was going, but thank you. Any other one last new motion? Okay. Going back to the bunch of delegates who didn't raise a single motion, could you once raise your placard? Let's do some activity. Raise your placard straight where I can see. Good. Quick thing. Want you guys? Again, this is not trying to point out or something. It's okay. We hope that you play a very important role in the execution part, but also ensure that in the next assembly you do talk. But I still want that placard to be raised for one last time. The ones who didn't get a chance to talk or who didn't talk. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's start from my extreme left. It's a very casual engagement, fun activity. There's nothing trying to point out, and like I said, hope to see you guys do a lot more in the execution part. So let's start from here. What made you apply for Hyderabad Youth Assembly? In your own words.
Thank you for acknowledging me, sir. And to be really honest, I had no clue when I was applying, and once I got in with the interview and everything, I learned more and more about it. I applied via my Instagram, my college's Instagram post, and I thought it would be a good initiative since I always wanted to join an NGO. So I wanted to try it, and I'm glad I did.
The next one, who didn't get a chance or who didn't talk today.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Actually, I'm not a part of HYA, I'm a part of Street Cause. I'm the
Divisional President. You just got to know. But you can, what excites you about Hyderabad Youth Assembly?
The way it helps people and come up with this new thing. Actually, I'm new to this HYA. This is my first assembly, and it's very exciting, to be honest, like coming up with a new idea. If I would know if it's this exciting, I would be preparing from 1 week back, for sure. But I was busy these 1 week. And apart from that, it's a very good.
Thank you.
And is it possible, can I raise a motion if you want?
What chances? No, like the chair will ask.
Actually, it is very different topic.
Probably write it in a chat because I think we short of time.
Sure.
But thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Hope your division does well. You will, by the end of the term, I think everything will change. Yeah. Glad you talked. Who is the next one? Hey, I remember I was counting names, yeah.
part of HYA. I'm the member of TICOS. I'm the vice president of GNI. I didn't know that it was this exciting. I'll apply for PH too.
New member incoming. Going to my right. I saw someone, the man sitting here.
Thank you, Shiv, for acknowledging me. Actually, it was great part to be here. I was not sending my any emotions, like I was lack of preparing for this kind of debate or all the kind of questions. So hope I could do better in the next.
And hope to see you do good in the execution part. Right to my right.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I'm not from HY. I'm from alternate Hyderabad. Actually, I have a motion, but it is a little bit option.
We do have money. The next thing is about fundraising. But I would love to see you write that and then send it. And probably the chair table can consider it if it is viable. Thank you. That's it. The lady to my right last. Yeah.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'm so sorry that I just want to tell about the quality education goal which was given by my member. She left earlier and I'm so sorry for it. I just got her motion right now and she asked me to introduce it. So I would like to tell a goal from motion.
No, it's not open for motion. I was just like asking why you guys didn't talk and what excited you about Hyderabad Youth Assembly.
Okay, I did contradict some motions from the morning, and anyways, what excites me about HY is really a place where I built networks, I built connections, I built everything which I couldn't do in my 18 years of my life in the 15 days or 2 weeks. Not just 15 days or 2 weeks, I just gave interview on one single day and I built like around 30 or 50 people around from different colleges. I have known people of my age or older than me, younger than me, and I felt so comfortable with them. That is the only thing I was searching. I was searching not only for my circle but also where I can connect with people coming out of my circle. This is what HYA gave me, and I would definitely recommend anyone to join HYA if they want to contribute something to the NGO or if they want to grow themselves. I would definitely recommend HYA because HYA builds us. Because, of course, what are we? Nothing but the best. Thank you, sir.
That one motion which the other lady gave you and then left, please send it. Okay, it's her and she will ask for it.
Yes, sir, sorry so much, but yeah, I'll be sending it to you. Thank you, sir.
Over to you, Rahul.
So, now the top 15 fundraisers of this Hyderabad Youth Assembly Phase 1 can be nominated for vice chairs and chair of projects. So I'm gonna read out top 15 fundraisers members' names. Okay. The top fundraiser member is Ruchit. Remember, you can stand. Firdaus, Vaishnavi, Sura, Archita, Himanshi, Hansini Gana, Vaishnavi Sai, Sapendra, Kashi Vishwan, Chitikala, Rishikesh, Thrift, Varshita Nandu, Sri Yashashwini, Satvika Reddy, Please hold your placards.
Yes, folks, so you all are the top 15 fundraisers. You can be seated. Once we close off with the voting for the final goal, you all can come over here.
holding your placards so that you can nominate yourself. Please be seated for now. We'll go ahead with the voting for the last vote now.
The same old way of doing it. People in support, when I say it, raise your placard. People not in support, when I say it, raise your placard. If it is equal, then we go for voice, right? Setting up of digital boards in schools, rural schools. People in support of the motion, please raise your placard. People not in support of the motion, motion dismissed. Education for everyone, basically providing equipment and education to differently abled people across different schools and probably different NGOs. People in support of this motion, please raise your placard. Motion passed. A lot of things under this one motion probably is to just adopt the school and then provide infrastructure, change the shape and size of that school. People in support. A lot of things fall under this thing, probably doing boards or doing digital boards or doing anything and everything in one school, taking up one school and then transforming it. Everyone is in support. Setting up of STEM learning, student-led innovation centers, innovation labs in schools. People in support. Motion dismissed. Providing English training or vocational English courses in schools. People in support of this motion. People not in support of this motion. Dismissed. Providing the schools with lab equipment again falls under the same thing. One school, we provide whatever they want. So adding it to the same. Establishing community libraries in villages. People in support of this motion, raise your placard. People not in support of this motion. Like, I can still see people who don't have any opinion on this motion. Like, they didn't raise for both. What is it? Neutral? People in support of this motion? Motion passed. Setting up of sports and art skill development courses, trainings in different schools. People in support of this motion? People not in the favor of this motion? Let's go for voice. People in support of this motion? Aye. Now nay will be louder now, anyways, because you know how I was. People not in support of this motion? Nay. People in support of this motion, you get another chance. People in support of this motion? Aye. Nice. People not in support of this motion? Nay. Motion withheld. Let's debate it later with the chair. Digital learning courses, digital learning corners in orphanages and Zilla Parishad schools, different places. People in support of this motion, raise your placard. People not in support of this motion? People in support of this motion, raise your placard. Let's again go for voice. People not in support of the motion? Nay. People in support of the motion? Aye. Motion passed. Sometimes I feel I'm a politician. Modular classroom setups in rural areas where you create these portable classrooms and then you can move across. People in support of this motion, raise your placard. People not in support of the motion, raise your placard. Motion not passed. Collecting mobile phones and providing these recycled or refurbished mobile phones to schools and the rural area folks. People in support? People not in support of the motion? Motion dismissed. Conducting science fair for students, science fair or industrial tours for students or of schools and colleges. People in support, raise your placard. People not in support of the motion, raise your placard. Motion dismissed. I think
covered. Chair, do you have anything else apart from this?
Thank you so much. Now, I request all the top 15 fundraisers to come over to the chair table. All the top 15 fundraisers, you will have to decide on which position will you apply for. We have two positions. One is chairperson projects, and we have 4 vice chairperson projects. So each one of you will have to nominate yourself for the position which you are willing to, and you will have to talk about it for about 30 minutes on the mic. 30 seconds, I'm sorry, 30 seconds. All the top 15 fundraisers, you will have to nominate yourself for either chairperson projects or vice chairperson projects. And you'll have to let audience know why do you want to nominate yourself in the mic for about 30 seconds. So I will be calling each one of you. You can come on to the dais and tell us, speak about yourself about 30 seconds and why do you want to nominate yourself. Okay, ladies. So you will have to nominate yourself for only one position. It will be either chairperson projects or else vice chairperson projects. You will have to talk about it as said, 30 seconds in the mic. Then you also will have to campaign about yourself in the hygiene. Now we will be having a break for hygiene. You will have to campaign and you will have to let people know, you will have to convince audience on why should they vote for you. So with respect to your speech and with respect to your campaigning, we will have a voting process, and we will also be distributing voting cards to the audience after the hygiene. And according to your speech, they will vote yourself, and then we will announce the results later on. So I will call each one of you on the dais to speak about yourself. Okay, folks, you will have to talk about yourself after the high tea. Now you can go and campaign. Chairperson projects is basically the head who will lead the whole 4 vice chairs. So vice chairperson project will lead each group. Example, we will have 1 vice chairperson project for each goal. Now poverty, we will have 1 chairperson project leading the whole goal. Then same for the other goals as well. Then 1 chairperson project will be leading all the 4 goals. Is it clear? Any more doubts? Now you will have to go campaign about yourself. You have to convince people on why should they vote for you. And as soon as the IP is done, you can come and discuss. You can come and tell about yourself. We have 4 vice chairperson projects and we have 1 chairperson project. 1 one chairperson project, for all 4 goals, and one vice chairperson project for each goal. Any more doubts? Is it clear? The session is adjourned now. You can go and campaign over yourself. Organizing committee, please ensure that all the members who are outside the hall will report to the hall immediately. We will be starting off with the voting process. Organizing committee, please be at your positions. As soon as we start off with speeches, you'll have to start with your drum rolls as well. Organizing committee, I repeat, please be at your positions. Before the members come to the chair table, you will have to start off with your drum rolls. Is everyone settled? Can we start off now? Organizing committee, I see a lot of disturbance from your end. Can we please maintain silence? Members, can we start off now? As I call names of the members, OC will start the drum rolls simultaneously. Clear? All the top 15 fundraisers, please come over to the chair table and stand beside us. Stand behind us. Ruchit, please start off with the drum roll, folks. Ruchit, thousands of repos. Vaishnavi Sena, Archita, Himanshi, Hamsini, Vaishnavi Sai, Afwan Zain, Ashish Ran, Chitkara, Rishikesh, Ved Sidhu, Rashida Nandu, Sri Yashaswini, Satvika Reddy. All the members will be clearly visible. Thank you, Ray. Rohit from organizing committee, only you will distribute the voting cards to only the members. Not to the alumni, not to the chief PV, not to the organizing committee. Only members present in the hall will have the voting cards. Can you please start off with the distribution? Please go in an order. And ensure that all the members are receiving the voting cards. Members, are you ready with your speeches? You don't have to call me.
Anybody want to withdraw your nominations?
Wall.
Is there anyone who want to withdraw your nomination? Please do withdraw it.
Okay.
Are you all clear with what designation you are going to nominate for? What designations do you have? We have chairperson projects and vice chairperson projects. You are aware about what chairperson projects is and vice chairperson projects is, right? I repeat again, chairperson projects will lead whole 4 goals. Vice chairperson project will lead the respective goal. Each vice chairperson project will lead their respective goal. Clear? Mostly are the voting cards equally distributed? Once the voting process is done, it will be evaluated clearly with the help of alumni. We will be assigning 2 good alumni to evaluate the process. The process will be very fair. No organizing committee, no chief EB, no office, no alumni. No one will be part of this voting process. Members, you cannot vote for yourself. You can only vote for the people. You can vote for yourself as well. Okay, you can nominate for yourself, and in the voting cards, you can vote for yourself. And members, please follow a fair process. Ruchit, you can start off with your speech. Alumni, please check the timer. 30 seconds will be the time.
Hey folks, I am Ruchit, part of the Street Cause HY, nothing but the best. And I just want to convey that I'll be as a member, I'll be as a I'm participating as a chairperson of all committees, so of all goals. And I promise you, not just a fake promise, I'm just truthfully saying that I'll make sure your voice is heard and your opinion is valued.
Thank you, Ruchit. Kausar Firdaus.
Hey folks, I'm Kausar Firdaus nominating for a vice chair. Please do vote for me. I am a part of Street Cause, and also I promise that I'll put this energy alive. Also, let's make this HYA louder, prouder and unstoppable. Thank you.
Thank you, Firdaus. Vaishnavi Sura.
Hey folks, I am Vaishnavi Sura. Honestly, I'm trying to be as honest as possible. So I'm contesting for the position of vice chair for quality education. And I hail from a medical background, so I'll try to make impactful outreach to the NGOs. And thank you.
Archita.
Hey everyone, I'm Artisan and I'm nominating myself for the Vice Chair. So this is Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 15, The Legacy. So I'm hoping that we truly will leave a legacy behind. And I want you all to say it with, who are we? Louder people, who are we?
Nothing but the best.
Louder! Who are we?
Nothing but the best.
Thank you.
Himanshi.
am Himanshi Gupta and I elect myself as a chairperson. I elect myself for this position because I have a vision. I have a vision to live in a world where we all care. And I'm proud to say that with the Hyderabad Youth Assembly, all of us together can make a real difference in the world. And as long as I'm sure that as long as I'm here to support all of you, I will do my best to make a good difference and make a real change in the world. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Gnana Hamsini. I'm nominating myself for Vice Chairperson. And as Vice Chairperson, I promise I will acknowledge everybody's efforts. And let's just make sure we all do amazing tasks and amazing projects. And let's have a great tenure together, guys. Thank you.
Vaishnavi Sai.
Hey folks, this is Vaishnavi Sai and I'm running for the position of chairperson. I truly believe I am capable of this post.
Delegate, it is not chairperson, it is chairperson projects.
I'm nominating myself for the post of chairperson projects and I think I'm truly capable of this. Lastly, I would like to say I keep it friendly, I keep it chill, I keep it professional and I'm truly nothing but the best. Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, good evening. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for recognizing me. And what I would want to say, and would be cutting the chase, and would say what I'll be doing for you guys. I am nominating myself for the chairperson projects. And what I'll be doing is, when anything has to be worked on the ground, I'll be taking each one of your suggestions, and we'll be making sure that your VCs, Vice Chairs are taking your suggestions as well. Not everyone's suggestions would be taken into consideration because multiple people will be having multiple suggestions. But still, into the next suggestions, we'll be taking it. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Chitkala.
Hey folks, this is Chitkala and I am contesting for the Vice Chair, and I truly believe leading a moment doesn't start in boardrooms or on stages. It starts with experiencing the moment, right? So I truly believe that we as a team could lead, and I will lead within the team, not leading the team, being in front of the team, but from within the team. That's what I'd like to say. Thank you so much.
Rishikesh. Prem Sidhu.
Hi everyone, I am Prem Sidhu. I am contesting for Vice Chair. I feel that I am capable because whenever there is a task, I give my 100% and I put all my blood and sweat. And Hyderabad Youth Assembly deserves a leader who leads with purpose and passion, and I feel that I am one of them.
Hey folks, this is Varshada Nandu contesting for Vice Chairperson projects. I believe that a strong teamwork brings a better result, and I promise that I would be that leader for you and hear all your goals and respect every one of you and bring the outputs same as the 14 seasons brought. Thank you so much.
Good evening everyone. I am Shri Yashaswini. So I'm running for the post of Vice Chair projects. So I will always listen to my members and see that everyone's voice is heard, and I will be very active and see that the projects that we are doing will create a great impact. Thank you.
Satvika Reddy. All the members contesting for chairperson projects, please stand on left side to the chair table. All the members contesting for vice chairperson projects, please stand to the right side of the chair table so that people can recognize you, and place your placard higher. Place your placard higher. Please stand in a line and hold your placard here so that everyone can see and nominate. Members, you have 4 options in the vice chairperson projects. For vice chairs, you can write one name in each section. You cannot write single name double time. If any double names are seen, the vote will be invalid. No cross talking. Please vote by yourself.
like also members, it's a humble request that those who are contesting for vice chairs, you have to nominate them only for the vice chairs, and those who are contesting for the chair positions, they are to be only contested. I mean, you have to only nominate them for the CP. You can't interchange between, like, you can't change one person who is contesting for chair projects or vice chair projects, and you can't nominate a person who is nominating for vice chair projects as chair projects, because it would be considered as, the vote would be considered as invalid. Okay, all the members, am I clear? Your vote will be considered invalid if we find any person who is contesting for VC to be a CP and any person who is contesting for CP to be a VC. But thank you.
Organizing committee, I want you all to stay far away from the members. Please follow the process. And the process should go fairly. Please stay at the back of the seating. All the organizing committee members, please stay at the back of the seating. All the placards should be raised properly. Is everyone able to see their names? Can you please hold them properly? Is any one of the name not clear? Organizing committee, you will not have any talk with the members, please. If they have any concerns, they can reach out to me.
Those who are contesting for vice chairs, please show your placard properly, so that even the back of the members can even see. That goes with the chair projects as well. Thank you.
All the people contesting for vice chairperson projects, can you please read out your names louder, so that even if they are unable to see your placard properly, they will be able to understand by listening your name. You can start off with. Please pronounce him.
Archita.
You can do it from there. Be louder.
Vaishnavi Sura.
Nana Vamsani.
Kausar Firdaus. Shri Yashashwini. Varshita Nandu.
Also the chairperson projects.
Safwan Zain.
Rujit Tatavarti.
Himanshi Gupta.
Vaishnavi Sai.
Is everything clear? Do you want us to repeat once again? Do you want us to repeat once again? Is the voting process done?
Yes.
Can we collect your voting cards? Rohit, please collect their voting cards. Rohit, please close it soon. Rohit, please submit the voting cards to Nihal, alumni. Did you collect all the voting cards? No, they haven't written their names yet. The members who have contested for chairperson projects and vice chairperson projects, you can go back to your seating and vote down. Once it is done, if you can let us know, Rohit will collect it from you. Please make it quicker. Organizing committee, are all the voting cards collected?
I think some of the people who are contesting, they are not able to recall the names who are actually being...
All the members who have contested for vice chairperson projects, can you please stand and let us know your name once again, so that everyone will know. All the members who have contested for vice chairperson projects, can you please stand up? Organizing committee, please stay at the back. Only Rohit will coordinate here for the voting cards. I repeat, organizing committee, please stay at the back without no cross talking. Are the names clear? Okay, vice chairperson projects, you can be seated. Chairperson projects, please stand up. Please do check this record properly and vote. Nihal, Lasya and Yashwant Ure, I request you to please look into the voting and ensure that everything is fair, and please let us know the results. Can you please come on to the chair table to evaluate the voting cards? Until then, I request all the organizing committee members to come and stand in front of the chair desk.
पहले हम बाद में सब खाली कर दिया बता रहा हूँ जीवन में
ऐसा बहुत ही
बहुत दूर होगा पानी करना पड़ता।
हाँ करो
तुम्हारे को नहीं आता
मैं देने के बाद
सॉरी
ओके ओके रेडी तो पीछे लाइट फेमस picture. Okay. Look here.
और पीछे चलेंगे फुल आ जाती थी मैं आ गया आपको
Okay.
Okay, so I think, can we call Govardhan here as well? Quickly, please. I think probably this is the best part in the assembly, wherein we talk about our organizing committee members. Can you all please stand properly? So until your votes are being evaluated, I would like to talk about my organizing committee members who have put in a lot of efforts for this assembly. So probably without them we wouldn't have done this assembly.
First, I would like to discuss few points before we recognize our OC. How many people came late to the venue today? గట్టిగా నేర్పండి నేర్చుకుంటే అసలు ఇప్పుడు కూడా డిసిప్లిన్ టైం చెప్పు
Members, we want you all to understand on how our organizing committee has helped us. So we want you all to listen to all of our points because we want to really let you all know how our organizing committee has worked over the past 2.5 months. We will talk about the organizing committee. I don't know, from where should I even start? I think we'll start from Srujana. So Srujana has been Srujana has been a very good OC, best OC I could say. So she has come up to office whenever required, even though she has even though she's faced very difficult times with respect to her parents and also with respect to her hostel timings, but she still stood by our side and she always came to office whenever there were recruitments. She always coordinated. She made sure that all the members are being engaged properly. She helped us in all the way she could. She did hundreds and hundreds of calls. She also got in very good member application. She has done fundraising. So irrespective of whatever happened at the end, she stood by us. I would thank Srujana for always being and I would want to see your work going ahead as well in the phase 2. All the very, very best. Thank you so much for joining the organizing committee.
So, Likita ఇంకా సాహితి వీళ్ళిద్దరు అసలు ఎట్లా అంటే అసలు ఇద్దరు లెజెండ్ గా ట్విన్స్ అనమాట. కలిసి వస్తారు, కలిసి పోతారు, కలిసి తింటారు, అన్ని కలిసి చేస్తారు. ఏమన్నా ఏమి పని కూడా ఇద్దరు కలిసి చేస్తారు. పని చేసిందంటే తినేస్తారు, తిని చేయకపోతే తినేది. ఇద్దరు కలిసి ఇంటికి వెళ్ళిపోతారు. ఏమనంటే అన్నా అన్నా ఏమన్నా అన్నా అలా అయితే లేదన్నా అలా చేస్తున్నా.
Campaigning వెళ్ళాలన్నమాట. We used to go for campaigning for different colleges. బట్ వీళ్ళందరితో వెళ్ళారనమాట. వీళ్ళిద్దరే వెళ్తుండే, ఏదేదో కాలేజ్కి వెళ్తుండే, ఏదేదో స్కూల్కి వెళ్తుండే, వీళ్ళే పని చేస్తుండే, అసలు వేరే వాళ్ళతో సంబంధం లేదన్నట్టుంటుండే. But then later on, over the past few weeks, they've put in a lot of effort. They've come up to the office. Again, as said, all of them also came up to the office. But yes, these both are very special to me as well because I understand their situation at home, but still they stood up for HYA. They took ownership. Then they went for campaigning alone. They came for the office. Even though it was very difficult in their homes, they still came to the venue today earlier. They came to the induction venue earlier. So I would thank you so much, Sanitary and Vikta, for always being there. We would be really like a contribution. We really wanted to contribute further for the organizing committee for the phase 2. We want to look forward to your contribution to the phase 2 as well.
Really looking forward to your amazing work for phase 2, Likita and Sanitary.
Also, they have done, as said, all of them have done a lot of calls. But Likita, she has been doing calls every time. She's part of HR and hospitality department. So whenever there were calls, even though when she would not be able to do calls, but somehow at the end of the day she would close. So her commitment is really next level. Thank you so much, Likita. And Sanitary, she was very good at fundraising. She was very good at form sales. Then I told her, itla jayi, వీళ్ళని అడుగు, నేను చేస్తాను, మళ్ళీ చేయలేదు, తప్పించుకుంది, escape అయిపోయాను, to be honest. తర్వాత then she later on understood. She came up to the induction. She herself came to the office every time. And follow up చేసినా చేయకపోయినా ఆమెనే వచ్చేది, ఆమెనే పని చేసేది, అన్నీ ఆమెనే నన్ను అడిగేది. Thank you so much, Sanitary, for always being there for HYA 15 and organizing committee.
Tejashri. Thank you so much, Tejashri. First, because ఎప్పుడెప్పుడు ఆఫీస్కి రమ్మన్నా, ఇంటర్వ్యూస్ కాల్స్ ఏమన్నా, యూ ఆల్వేస్ షోడ్ అప్. ప్రతి దాంట్లో యూ కాంట్రిబ్యూటెడ్. యువర్ సెల్ఫ్. అటు సైడ్ డివిజన్కి వర్క్ చేస్తూ సైమల్టేనియస్గా ఇక్కడ ఓసీకి వర్క్ చేసుకుంటూ చాలా మంచిగా బ్యాలెన్స్ చేసినావు. టు బి ఆనెస్ట్ కాల్స్ కానీ విత్ ఓసీస్కి హెల్ప్ కానీ ఏమున్నా అసలు నేను స్టార్టింగ్ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ కూడా చేయలేదు అనమాట. అసలు మస్తు సెన్సిటివ్ ఉంటుండే. ఏమంటే అసలు ఇట్లా ఫుల్ ఇన్నోసెంట్ ఫేస్ పెట్టేసుకో అంటుండే. ఏమంటే ఇలా ఫుల్ సైలెంట్, ఏం మాట్లాడినా అసలు రిప్లై ఉండదు. ఏమంటే ఇట్లా ఫేస్ కింద పెట్టేస్తావు. ఇప్పుడు కూడా అంతే. సో ఐఎమ్ రియలీ రియలీ హ్యాపీ జయశ్రీ ఇవాళ బికాస్ నిన్న యూ కేమ్ టు ది ఆఫీస్. ఇవాళ ఏమున్నా అన్నింటిలో యూ కాంట్రిబ్యూటెడ్, నీకు ఎంత ఉంటే అంత. ఐఎమ్ రియలీ హ్యాపీ. ఐఎమ్ రియలీ రియల్లీ లుకింగ్ ఫార్వర్డ్ ఫర్ ఫేజ్ 2. ఇంకొంచెం ఇంప్రూవ్ అవుతా విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు క్యాంపెయినింగ్స్ కానీ ఇంకొంచెం యాక్టివ్ ఉండాలనుకుంటున్నాను.
Thank you so much, Devashri. All the very best. We look forward for your contribution for phase 2. Okay, next coming to this person, Amar. I'll tell you honestly, he is the most inactive person ever in Lower Sea. So, to be honest, he started being active from the day of probably 2 days before the induction or so. So he came to induction, he experienced everything, he felt very, very nice. Then what I feel is then he understood how HY works. Appudu mundu light antunnadu.
ముందేదో పిలుస్తుంటే ఓకే ఓకే చూద్దాం. యా.
But then with respect to logistics, you know, you see all the logistics here, the flags, the placards, all were Azam and Ahmed, both of them went to the vendor. They almost sat for 1 day. 7, almost a day, to be honest. They almost sat for 1 day there. They got all the things ready. దగ్గర ఉండి వాళ్ళతో చేయించి నువ్వు చేస్తావా చేయవా భయ్యా నాకు టైంకి ఇస్తావా ఇవ్వవా అని చెప్పి కూర్చున్నారు. I'm really thankful for that, Amar. Probably if you wouldn't have gone to the vendor and got it done, I think we would not get all the logistics we delivered on time. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward for your contribution for phase 2 as well.
సో ఆజామ్ లాస్ట్ మూమెంట్లో వచ్చిన మిరాకిల్ అనమాట ఆజామ్. సో బేసిక్గా ఆజామ్ ఏంటంటే జస్ట్ ఇండక్షన్ ముందు 2 days ముందు అన్న నాకు ఆల్ ఆఫ్ సడన్ మిడ్ నైట్ కాల్ చేస్తాడు అనమాట. మిడ్ నైట్ స్పామ్ చేస్తాడు 2 సార్లు. అన్న అన్న అని చెప్పి వాట్సాప్లో మెసేజ్ ఏంట్రా అంట అంటే మళ్ళీ అన్న మెసేజ్ పెడతారు, కాల్ చేస్తాను. నేను లిఫ్ట్ చేయలేదు. దాని తర్వాత నెక్స్ట్ డే ఇట్లా ఓసీలో ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉంది అని చెప్పుకుంటే ఇంకా ఇట్ టుక్ హిమ్ ఇంటు ది టీమ్. సో సిన్స్ దట్ డే హీ ఆల్వేస్ షోడ్ అప్. ఎప్పుడున్న ఆఫీస్కి వస్తుండే. లైక్ ఉన్న డ్యూరేషన్ చాలా తక్కువ అన్న he impacted a lot in team, like with respect to his contributions towards logistics కానీ ఏమన్నా. అక్కడ నేను అన్న ఇంట్లో ఫుల్ కాల్ చేస్తున్నారు, డాడీ తిడుతున్నారు, అమ్మ తిడుతుంది అని చెప్తున్నా. అరే ఉండురా ఏం కాదు, ఇంకా పళ్ళు చేసుకొని వెళ్ళిపో అంటే ఒక్క మాట kanda ఏం తిట్టించుకొని మరి ఉంటుండే.
To be honest, her mother is currently under treatment and she has been going to hospital from many days, to be honest, from probably a month or so. But even though her mother was in such a condition, he still showed up to the office. He always came up to the office. Even though he had to take his mother for the doctor appointment, he was still at home. Thank you so much, and we are looking forward for your contribution to phase 2. కొంచెం టీమ్ నుంచి మంచిగా
ఇప్పటి నుంచి కొంచెం నీ మెసేజ్ కూడా కనిపించాలా, ఏదో ట్యాగ్ చేస్తే రిప్లై ఇవ్వడం కాదు.
ఓకే, we'll talk about this person later.
ఇందాక మాట్లాడుతుండే అసలు వెళ్ళిపోతా అన్న, నాకు వద్దన్న, ఇంట్రెస్ట్ లేదన్న, అయిపోయిందన్న, నీకు చాలన్నా, నా వల్ల కాలేదన్న లంచ్ టైంలో.
Okay, so coming to Manu, I would say he's the gem of a person we got for our digital. All the digital content we have. So you see all like photos and videos. So out of 100%, I would say 90. Out of 100%, I would say 90% of the digital work is done by manual.
Everything is done by manual.
He used to do very spontaneously. Next minute the poster is on. He used to come up with several numerous and much ideas. We will hype our HYA like this. Probably came digital content take up on HYA if it was not manual. We are really grateful for you, manual. Irrespective of whatever happened, you stood by digital. Na portfolio the ownership you had was truly amazing. So, see, the banners you see at back is designed by him. The standards you see is designed by him. The placards you see was edited by Manu. Obviously, the digital team have put in efforts, but I would say 90% of the efforts were solely put in by Manu. He's a digital gem of a person I got. So, like, seriously, I have no words. Asalu, chala dependent అయిపోయాను నేను రాహుల్ చాలా డిపెండెంట్ అయిపోయాను మాన్యూ పైన అట్ పాయింట్ రాత్రి 1 o'clock 2 o'clock కాల్ చేసినా యూస్ టు సీరియస్లీ ఎడిట్ అబ్బా నాకు I am unable to put into words on how much work he has solely given for digital.
HYA digital is zero. The only person he completely relied on digital is Mani. Mani is equal to digital.
He's part of Thrift was MCR division associate president. He's also originate lead, Hyderabad originate lead. Any works on but still the dedication he had towards HYA. Thrift was MCR funds raised చేసిన మళ్ళీ HYA కూడా raised ఉండే. He was like, I will close the target అక్క. నేను ఎట్లైనా చేసి చూపిస్తాను. ఏదేమైనా సరే నేను చేస్తాను. HYA నాకు ఇంపార్టెంట్, నా ప్రయారిటీ. నేను HYA కోసమే వచ్చిన. నేను ఇదే చేస్తాను. So I am we both are really grateful for you, Manu. Again, we are hoping you will give more good content for digital days to others. There were things when I used to scold them, they poster and అసలు చేయడం వచ్చా క్యాప్షన్స్ కూడా నేను డ్రాఫ్ట్ చేసుకుంటే ఎంత స్టూపిడ్ క్యాప్షన్స్ డ్రాఫ్ట్ చేసావు అసలు ఎంత ఇడియాటిక్ క్యాప్షన్స్ డ్రాఫ్ట్ చేసావు వాట్ ఈస్ దిస్ అని చెప్పి ఫుల్ ఎట్టుండే అసలు నేను ఎంత చెప్పినా చిన్న అలైన్మెంట్ ఇస్తే నీకు అసలు డిజిటల్ వాళ్ళు వచ్చా అని అంటున్నాను బట్ స్టిల్ irrespective of whatever happened he has done it. He closed it. So Hyderabad digital content is solely because of Manu. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Looking forward for your contribution for phase 2 as well. Acha manchi inga ragali okayna?
Reach the reach పెంచాలి
నిజంగా కొంచెం రీచ్ తీసుకొచ్చిన I used to tell ఏదో నీకు పెద్ద 1 lakh రీచ్ వచ్చినట్టు ఎందుకు చెప్తున్నావు అని చెప్పి నేను ఆయన తిడుతుండే బట్ స్టిల్ irrespective of everything he has done. Thank you so much, Manu.
Thank you.
Sanjay. So he's also one of the most inactive persons. He's up for the assembly now. Madhalo, he was very inactive. His department he belongs to logistics department. He has not done any work with respect to logistics. Zero work. నిజంగా ఏం చేయాలి సంజయ్ నిజంగా ఏం చేయాలి బట్ ఇవాళ అసెంబ్లీ ఉందని తెలిసినాక పాపం లాస్ట్ డేస్ లో హీస్ కాంట్రిబ్యూటెడ్ ఎంతైనా కూడా మధ్యలో కాల్స్ అసైన్ చేసిన కాల్స్ చేస్తుండే సో he had issues. He genuinely had issues. He genuinely had a lot of issues with respect to zone. He used to go out a lot. Okay, out of station వెళ్తుండే బట్ irrespective of that కాల్స్ అసైన్ చేస్తే HR కాల్స్ అన్ని క్లోజ్ చేస్తుండే అప్పుడప్పుడు ఏమైనా కాల్స్ అసైన్ చేస్తుండే కదా చేయలే కదా సో ఇవాళంతా కూడా ఓవరాల్ అసెంబ్లీ స్టూడ్ అట్లనే నించున్నాడు నేను చెప్పిన ఇట్లా అంటే ఇట్లా నించోవాలి ఇట్లా ఉండదు అంటే అట్లా కూడా కదలి ఇట్లానే ఉన్నాడు సో సంజయ్ సో విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ లాజిస్టిక్స్ కొంచెం తక్కువ ఉండే బట్ వేరే డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ తోడుతుండే అనే డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కన్నా So thank you so much, Sanjay.
There is a lot of scope to improve, Sanjay. Hope phase 2 you will come back. Yeah.
Thank you so
Hoping
much.
so. Wish you all the best. Really looking forward for phase 2 performance.
ఎందుకంటే రాకపోతున్నాను ఇచ్చాను లైన్లో అందరూ Okay, now coming to this girl actually.
Just 200 rupees. By the end of the day.
Okay, so she is fundraising and sponsorship lead anamata. So she has been OC fundraising, whatever OC fundraising was done was because of her push completely. No, it is me appo call chesi rojki. So she used to ask 100 aina cheyara ivala please raman OCs gullies untade enta gullies fundraising continuous follow up. She used to do continuous follow ups. నిజంగా కథాయించిందా? So she used to irritate other roses a lot. Fundraising చేయండి అని చెప్పి. But apart from that, I'm very college నా క్లోజ్ చేస్తుండే. ఆఫీస్కి ఎప్పుడు రమ్మని వస్తుంది. నువ్వు చెప్పు నేను కళ్ళు మూసుకొని వచ్చేస్తాను చీరజ అని అంటారు. నువ్వు చెప్పు నేను కళ్ళు మూసుకొని ఏదైనా పని చేస్తాను.
Constant dialogues.
So she has delivered her work. She has delivered whenever we wanted Akshita, she was there. Whenever even we did not want her, she was there. So and obviously we never thought of her not having her. But wherever her presence was not really that much required, but she was still there, coordinating with other OCs, with continuous follow-ups, continuous fundraising follow-ups, tag చేయడం group లో రెస్పాన్స్ ఇవ్వవా ఏమనుకుంటున్నా నీకు అని అడుగుతాను.
మెంబర్ ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ అవుతుంది. దాని తర్వాత సడన్ గా అరే ఓసీ ఫండ్ రైజ్ కూడా మనం కొంచెం చేయాలని అని చెప్పి ఆలోచించడం మళ్ళీ ఓసీ ఫండ్ రైజ్ ఫాలో చేస్తుండే. అటు సైడ్ మెంబర్ ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ ఇస్తాడు, ఓసీ ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ మొత్తం ఫుల్ బ్యాలెన్స్ చేసింది అక్షత.
Yeah, so I think whatever fundraising we have done so far was also based on Akshita's contribution, Akshita's efforts. So thank you so much, Akshita. We used to talk very late nights, me, Rahul and Akshita. రేపు ఏం చెప్పేద్దాం, ఎట్లా చేద్దాం, ఇవన్నీ కంప్లైంట్స్ చెప్తున్నాయి ఒక్కొక్క సీట్లు.
అసలు అందరికన్నా ది మోస్ట్ కంప్లైంట్ చెప్పేది అంటే అక్షిత.
కంప్లైంట్ బాక్స్
వీడియో చేస్తలే కాల్ చేస్తే తట్లే ఏం చేయాలా అన్ని రీజన్స్ ఇస్తున్నారు, ఈ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ చెప్తున్నారు, ఏం చేయాలని చెప్పి.
But Akshita, irrespective of everything, she's a very, very good friend of mine. So she was my EB member last year in France in Rainwater. So she reapplied because of me. You reapplied because of me, right? So both of them. So she reapplied. She was like, "నేను చేస్తా నీ కోసం ఏం పర్లేదు, ఎంతున్నా I will be there for you." I told her.
దగ్గర కూడా అయ్యే డైలాగ్ వాడావా? మొన్నటి దాకా నాతో అన్నావు.
Okay, so you have told him very recent and good care చెప్పినావా? So I called and told her about OC. So next minute ఆలోచించకుండా she వెంటనే అప్లై చేసింది. వెంటనే అప్లై చేసి she was always there. So whenever I wanted Akshita, she was there. నేను రాత్రి 8కి కాల్ చేయని అక్షిత అవుతుంది, నేను 3 o'clockకి కాల్ చేసి అక్షిత అవుతుంది, ఏమైంది క్షీరజ. నేను లోలో ఉన్నప్పుడు కాల్ చేసిన అక్షిత అవుతుండే. మొన్న అసెంబ్లీ నుంచి ఇంత టెన్షన్ ఇంత స్ట్రెస్ ఉండే, బట్ స్టిల్ తనే వచ్చి కంఫర్ట్ చేసి అట్లా కాదు ఇట్లా చేద్దాం ఏం కాదు అంతా మంచిగా అవుతుంది, టెన్షన్ పడదు, వి ఆల్ ఆర్ దేర్ అని చెప్పి షీ వాస్ ద పర్సన్ హూ ఆల్వేస్ గేవ్ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ టు బోత్ మీ అండ్ రాహుల్. సో ఐ థింక్ అక్షిత ఆల్ నేను చాలా తిరుగుతున్నాను అక్షిత, నేను సీరియస్లీ చాలా తిరుగుతున్నాను అసలు. ఐ మీన్ ఐ హ్యావ్ దట్ ఫ్రీ బాండ్ విత్ హర్. సో చాలా అంటే చాలా తిరుగుతున్నాను, నెక్స్ట్ లెవెల్కి ఇట్లా తిరుగుతున్నాను. ఏం చేస్తున్నావు అసలు, ఏం చేయవు, నీకు అవసరం అవుతుంది
అట్లా కూడా అసలు నువ్వు ఏం చేస్తలేవు, నువ్వు ఎందుకు నువ్వు ఏం పనే చేస్తలేవు, నువ్వు ఇంకా ఫుల్ డిమోటివేట్ ఎట్లా చేయాలంటే అట్లా చేస్తుండే.
సో యా అండ్ she reported to office whenever required.
She used to never give up అంటున్నా.
Yes, she never gave up. And she used to report to office whenever required. Chala again, obviously, our inclinations were and she also had. She never gave up. She always stood by OC. She always stood for me and Rafi both. Yes, right? She stood for HYA. Cheppu gatiga. So thank you so much, Akshika. నాకు ఇంకా ఏం చెప్పాలో నీకు తెలియట్లేదు, నీకు కూడా తెలుసు. నాకు ఇంకా ఐఎమ్ అనేబుల్ టు పుట్ ఇన్ ద వర్డ్స్ ఆన్ హౌ మచ్ ఐ హావ్ టు టెల్ యూ, బట్ థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. గాడ్ ఆల్ యూ కెన్ డూ. నీకు ఇంకా అర్థం చేసుకోండి నేను ఏం చెప్పాను. Thank you so much, Akshita. We're looking forward to your contribution for phase 2 as well. ఇప్పటికైనా చేపిస్తావా? ఫాలో చేస్తావా ఎప్పటి నుంచి? Thank you, Akshita. Next, Bhavani. Bhavani start చేయాలి. అసలు probably I thought she's the most she's that kind of person who would give up always. ఎప్పుడు గివ్ అప్ ఇస్తుంది, ఏం చేయాలి, మా ఊరికి సుత్తి మాటలు చెప్తుంది. ఏమో కాల్స్ అని వెనీలా చేస్తుండే, దట్ కదా తిరుగుతూ ఆమె వెనీలా అనమాట.
కాలేజ్ జూనియర్.
సో వీళ్ళు ఒకటే కాలేజ్ అనమాట. సో షీ యూస్ టు వెనీలా యూస్ టు డూ హర్ కాలేజ్, ఫ్యామిలీ ఇస్ డూయింగ్ నథింగ్, షీ ఆల్వేస్ కమ్స్ అప్ విత్ ఎక్స్క్యూజెస్, ఏం చేయదు అలా
కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ ఉంటుండే పాని పైన. నీ చెప్తుండే పానీ చేస్తుంది, అట్లా కాదు, బాగా పని చేస్తుంది.
Last week when we gave her the team lead position, she has shown immense asal, I cannot put into words. Asal enta dedication చూపించింది. She continuously followed up. She, I mean, ఎంతలో నేను చేపిస్తా అక్క, నేను ఇది చేస్తా అది చేస్తా, ఆఫీస్కి వస్తుండే she stayed up in office even though late nights అని తను ఉంది ఆఫీస్లో వచ్చి మొత్తం ఇక్కడ ఈ ప్లకార్డ్స్ ఫోల్డర్స్ ఇవన్నీ అరేంజ్ చేసింది కానీ పావని. సో మార్నింగ్ వచ్చి I mean in the night she came with us yesterday late night, then early morning ఇవన్నీ అరేంజ్ చేసింది. Thank you so much, Pavani. And also with respect to HR department, I know you have given your best. I know you have done all that you could do. I know with respect to your member fundraising as well. You have pushed how much ever you have done, and I know you gave your best. Thank you so much for all the contributions you have given. We really did not expect that Pavani would show this much of improvement, but sudden change, sudden improvement.
నేను చెప్పా కదా, ఇప్పుడు నమ్మినావు కదా పావని బాగా పని చేస్తుంది. సైలెంట్ నేను చెప్పిందే నిజం.
Silent ఉండాలి. That's it, Pavani. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to your contribution.
Thank you so much, Pavani.
Nivedita గురించి ఏముంటే నాకు అర్థం చెప్పు.
నాకు ఏమి గుర్తురాదు. మాట్లాడలేదు చూసిన నివేదిత గురించి అంటే
Okay, Mara Lavate in the sense we are able to put into words on how much you have done.
అలాంటి చేసుకో, అలానే చెప్పాను నేను. అర్థం కాదు.
Okay, so Nivedita handles fundraising as well as finance department. She is the only person in finance who deals with all HY finances, updation and all. So
మా ఎంటైర్ బిల్స్ మేనేజింగ్ కానీ ఫోటోస్ కానీ ఏమన్నా మొత్తం.
so even though we had one more person but we have exited her. బట్ నివేదిత ఎప్పుడైతే నేను ఆమెను అప్డేట్ చేయమని చెప్తున్నప్పుడు ఐ యూస్ టు ఈ ఫోటో లేదు ఆ ఫోటో లేదు అని నేను చెప్తుండే. దాన్ని గుర్తుపెట్టుకొని దగ్గర ఉండి దాన్ని టెంప్లెట్ రన్ చేసి వీడియో అన్నీ అప్లోడ్ చేస్తున్నాయి. షీ హస్ డన్ ఆల్ ది ఫైనాన్సెస్ పార్ట్ వెరీ వెరీ నైస్లీ. ఇప్పుడు అన్ని క్లోజ్ చేయాలి, ఓకేనా? So she has given her best in the finance part. So whenever required, late night meeting, almost 3 hours straight meeting not doing, just because to update HY finances. So a 3 hour straight meeting lo she used to put on exam na laptop charging lekapona. The problem is she doesn't have signals at all. Asal wala hostel signals undadu sa 1 point amount ante అదే దాన్ని మేనేజ్ చేసి 3 hours స్ట్రైట్ శ్రీరజాను 1 hour అంటూ నాకు తెలుసు 3-4 hours చేస్తావు అంటే నేను లేదు 1 hour క్లోజ్ చేస్తాను, బట్ 3-4 hours అల్టిమేట్గా అంతే టైం అవుతుండే. సో అండ్ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ యాజ్ షీ హస్ ఫాలోడ్ అప్ విత్ ద ఓసీ, షీ ఇస్ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ టీమ్. Thank you so much, Nivedita. The finance desk, Maika Kuchani help చేసింది. Induction role, she dealt with finances. So whatever finances part is there, she was the person. So I think we would never have other person for finances as best as you. And I'm hoping you will be the best in the finances. Just like just like you. Okay, thank you so much, Nivedita, for all the contribution you have put in so far. You came up to office whenever required, calls, all the online interviews, all online interviews. She single-handedly dealt with online interviews. So the thing was, she was there and only one alumni was there. She continuously took online interviews straight for 3 days, even though she had mid-exams. So thank you so much, Nivedita. I mean, upward turn up, whenever we required, you were always there. నేను ఇది చేసిన ఆమె పని చెప్పుకొని చాలా చెప్తుండే, అసలు ఏం చేస్తున్నావు, ఏం కాంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేసినావు స్టార్టింగ్ నుంచి చెప్తే నో దిస్ ఇస్ వాట్ ఐ హావ్ డన్ అని చెప్పి రోజు అప్డేట్ చెప్తున్నాను. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ ఫర్ వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ హావ్ డన్. వి లుకింగ్ ఫార్వర్డ్ టు యువర్ కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ టు ఫేస్ దిస్.
Thank you so much, Nivedita.
ఈయన గురించి చెప్పాలి. సో ఐ మీన్ వీళ్ళిద్దరి గురించి చెప్తా. వేరే లాజిస్టిక్స్ కూడా ఉన్నారు, బట్ స్పెషల్లీ వీళ్ళిద్దరి గురించి. సో రీసెంట్గా మన అసెంబ్లీ అప్పుడు ఐఎమ్ రియలీ గ్రేట్ఫుల్ ఫర్ బోత్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్. అసలు నేను చెప్పలేను వీళ్ళిద్దరి గురించి. మిడ్ ఎగ్జామ్ వదిలేసి వచ్చినారు తెలుసా వాళ్ళు, జస్ట్ బికాజ్ నేను అడిగినా అని చెప్పి. ఐ మీన్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ ఇంత వెయిటేజ్ ఉంటుంది తెలుసా మార్క్స్ జస్ట్ ఫర్ లాజిస్టిక్స్. నేను ఎప్పుడైనా బట్ దీస్ 2 people are really close to my heart. వాళ్ళ కాలేజ్ ఎక్కడో నాగర్గుల్లో ఉంటుంది ఎంబీఎస్. మా ఇంటి వరకు వచ్చి నన్ను పికప్ చేసుకొని ఆఫీస్ దగ్గర దింపి లాజిస్టిక్స్ పనికి ముగ్గురు ఎట్లా దిగేటోళ్ళు ఉంది. మస్తు కామెడీ చేస్తుండే. ఎగ్జామ్ పెట్టుకొని వీడియో పంపుతుండే, ఎగ్జామ్లో ఏం లే హెచ్ఐ ఇంపార్టెంట్, షీరా ఇంపార్టెంట్ అని చెప్పి వస్తుండే. సో ప్రాబబ్లీ all of this logistics wouldn't have happened. I am really grateful for both of them. I am unable to control it all because నేను ఎప్పుడు ఒకళ్ళ గురించి మాట్లాడుతూ I have never had tears in my head. But వీళ్ళిద్దరూ I cannot express in words how much they have contributed. So I am looking forward for their future leadership as well. Thank you so much. ఎప్పుడైనా సరే చాలా చాలా సో I mean all the logistics work happened only because of both of them, purely because of both of them. And coming to Rohit, నేను అసలు చెప్పలేను the bond I have with Rohit. నేను ఎంత
ఇవాళ కూడా అసెంబ్లీలో చైర్ టేబుల్ మీద కూర్చొని కూడా తిడుతున్నాను నేను ఏం బిగుతున్నాను అసలు అని చెప్పి యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఎన్షూర్ దట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఎన్షూర్ దిస్ అండ్ దట్. సో రోహిత్ ఇస్ ద backbone for HRD, I will say. Anything. డిజిటల్ పార్ట్ పక్కకి పెడితే అన్ని కవర్ చేసినాడు. ఆల్ ఆఫ్ మై ఓసీ డిడ్ ఆల్ ద వర్క్. కొంచెం డిజిటల్ ఓన్లీ మాన్యూ చేస్తుండే ఆబ్వియస్లీ. సో వీళ్ళు అంటుండే డిజిటల్ తప్పించి అన్ని చేసినాం, అది కూడా చేసి చూపిస్తాం అని చెప్పి. HR, మార్కెటింగ్, PR, ఫండ్ రైజింగ్, స్పాన్సర్షిప్స్ కూడా తిరిగినారు, ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ తిరిగినారు, ఆన్ గ్రౌండ్ వెళ్ళినారు, PR కోసం వెళ్ళినారు, లాజిస్టిక్స్ కోసం తిరగని డే లేదు తెలుసా. రాత్రి ఇంట్లో ఉంటే ఇప్పుడు ఫోన్ చెప్తే 8 o'clock చెప్తే రోహిత్ చాలా తిడుతుండే. సో I am unable to put into words on how much work you do. Thank you so much, both of you. But yeah, truly because of them. Everything is because of them. The backbone, I would say. All of yours is the backbone, obviously. Yeah.
But Rajesh especially
Satvik members are there here, right? 2 people. So I will tell you, the way he challenges OC is amazing. Challenge group lo vettam. Can challenge chesnante he will achieve it. That's the best part. I like it.
First 2 days చాలా సేవ్ ఎండుండే.
His raise is solely dependent on those 2 people. They have done 40,000 each. So 40. So ఏం చేయకపోదు నేను చాలా పెట్టుకున్నా సాత్విక్ని. బట్ నేను ఛాలెంజ్ చేసిన అంటే మాత్రం యూస్ టు ఫుల్ఫిల్ ఇట్. ఇవాళ ఛాలెంజ్ చేసినాడు పక్క 40,000 తక్కువ చేయకపోదు. సో ఐ థింక్ సాత్విక్ is a very good person.
ఏదైనా కమిట్ చేస్తే వాడి మాట వాడే.
Great commitment. అసలు కమిట్మెంట్ నిజంగా హ్యాట్స్ ఆఫ్ తెలుసా.
నిజంగా
చెప్పినది చేస్తాడు.
ఏదైనా కమిట్ చేశాడంటే పక్కా చేసి చూపిస్తాడు.
So thank you so much Satvik for always being there. Then Rohit, he knows it's very చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. I told now. So my only person, నాకు ఎప్పుడు ఏమున్నా ఈయననే తీసుకుంటుండే, తిరుగుతుండే. నా స్ట్రెస్, నా ప్రెషర్, నాకు ఏమున్నా మొత్తం నేను రోహిత్ పైన చూపిస్తుండే. ఏం కాదక్క అట్లా చేద్దాం ఇట్లా చెప్పి. He was there each and every time. He is the DP of MBSR. He has lot of works on it. He was the CEO. He's the COS for. He's the COS as well. But he stood for HY also. So I think I would not have a very best OC other than Rohit. So ఎంత కష్టం ఉన్నా he still stood. ఎంత తిట్టినా ఎంత కోపం ఉన్నా చేసేసాం అక్క ఏం కాదని చెప్పుకుంటున్నాం. So I think first reason for this assembly happening is Rohit. I would say. Thank you so much, Rohit. Yes, thank you so much. I can do this. Tarvata. Coming to this girl as well. So, how many of you know Bhamini here? Me. All the members know Bhamini, right? Because she has called you. So, I used to have very big problem with these OCs. The time ki calls cheyamante calls cheyakapadu. Kurchoni, Bhamini used to do all the calls. Then I used to tell her, scold her, you are solely responsible if you're not getting forms. You're solely responsible if members will not turn up. I would say, అసలు అందరికన్నా ఎక్కువ పని చేసింది హోసీతో అంటే భామిని. సో
ఒక 5 రోజులు ఇట్లా లాజిస్టిక్ చేస్తుంటే ఒక 5 మొత్తం అసలు భామిని మెంబర్స్ కాల్ చేస్తుంటే డే అండ్ నైట్ అసలు ఎన్ని కాల్ చేస్తుండే అంటే కాల్ సెంటర్ వాళ్ళకన్నా ఘోరం చేస్తుండే. జెన్యున్ గా అసలు ఇంత సతాయిస్తుండే అంటే భామిని కన్ఫర్మేషన్స్ అని. ఒక రోజు నాకు ఇంకా గుర్తు, ఆ రోజు సండే ఇంటర్వ్యూస్, నా దగ్గర యాక్యురేట్ కన్ఫర్మేషన్స్ లేవు సండేకి ఎంతమంది వస్తున్నారు అని చెప్పి. కాల్ చేశారు, భామిని కన్ఫర్మేషన్స్ అని చెప్పట్లేదు, చేస్తున్నారు చేస్తున్నా ఇంకా నాకు నేను ఇంతసేపు వెయిట్ చేసిన ఒక అప్డేట్ రాదు. ఇంకా కొంచెం మరిసేస్తా, ఏంటి బాబు నీ ఏం చేస్తున్నావు అసలు, అట్లయితే ఎట్లా అది ఇది అర్థమవుతుంది. ఇంకా లాస్ట్ 2 weeks ఉంది అది అని అసలు ఆ రోజు ఫుల్ గట్టిగా మాట్లాడేసిన. అండ్ దెన్ ఆ రోజు ఫుల్ బాగా మస్తు చేసింది, బాధపడింది. దాని తర్వాత షీ ప్రూవ్, అసలు ఎలా ప్రూవ్ చేసుకుందంటే ఇండక్షన్ ముందు వీక్, ఇండక్షన్ తర్వాత హర్ టీమ్ వాజ్ ది హైయెస్ట్ ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ టీమ్ ఎంటైర్ ఓసీలో. ఏమున్నా అసలు సోలోగా తను ఒక్కదే ఒక్కొక్కరితో 1 hour 2 hour కాల్స్ మాట్లాడుతుండే. నాట్ జస్ట్ హర్ టీమ్, బయట వేరే డిఫరెంట్ టీఎల్స్ వాళ్ళ టీంలో కూడా మెంబర్స్ రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వకపోయినా అన్ని కాల్స్ తను ఒక్కదే క్లోజ్ చేస్తుంది.
Why do you want to quit? Explanation of them. So that's the best part of it. So if any OC has any problem, they will reach out to Bhavani.
నాకు జెన్యున్ గా ఒక 5 to 10 మెంబర్స్ నాకు రీచ్ అవుట్ అయ్యండి, ఏమైంది తెలుసా, ఐ వాంట్ టు బీ ఇన్ బామిని టీమ్, ఐ వాంట్ టు బీ ఇన్ బామిని టీమ్ అని చెప్పి.
So I mean, amazing work. I've never praised it. I've never ever praised
Bhavani.
I've never ever praised Bhavani. In 100% efforts, he used to tell her that is not sufficient at all for what we have done, for what you should do. So, irrespective of whatever things happening, so she stood by us, she did everything. So I think all the OC we have here, all the members we have here now, is because of Bhavani. If Bhavani wouldn't have been there, members wouldn't have come to assemblies, what I would tell you. So thank you so much, Bhavani. So she used to always be there. I'm genuinely not getting any words.
Plus రాహుల్ వీళ్ళెవ్వరు పని చేస్తలేరు, వీళ్ళెవ్వరు పని చేస్తలేరు. డే అండ్ నైట్ అసలు ఒక్క రోజు కూడా ఉండదు వీళ్ళు కంప్లైంట్స్ లేకుండా బామీజ్ అని. బట్ రిగార్డ్లెస్ ఎన్ని కంప్లైంట్స్ ఉన్నా షీ యూస్ టు నెవర్ షో ఇట్. యాంగర్ కానీ ఇరిటేషన్ కానీ ఎప్పుడు చూపిస్తుండే కదా. అసలు వర్క్ మీద అయితే అస్సలు చూపిస్తుండే కదా. మళ్ళీ షీ హ్యాస్ టు ట్రావెల్ డైలీ 3 hours తన కాలేజ్కి. డైలీ మార్నింగ్ 3 hours ట్రావెల్ చేయాలి, ఈవినింగ్ మళ్ళీ 3 hours ట్రావెల్ చేయాలి ఇంటికి. అంత ట్రావెలింగ్లో అన్ని కాల్ చేసుకుంటూ ప్రతి ఒక్కరితో ఫాలో అప్ చేసుకుంటూ రియల్లీ సో హ్యాపీ బాబుని.
Thank you so much. రోహిత్ ఒక ఐ అయితే బాబుని ఇంకొక ఐ HYD.
నేను ఒకసారి సీరియస్గా తిట్టేసా బాబుని తిడుతుంటే.
I used to scold her a lot, seriously. చాలా చెప్తున్నాను, అసలు నెక్స్ట్ లెవెల్ చెప్తున్నాను. ఫస్ట్ రోహిత్ అని చెప్తుంటే నెక్స్ట్ టీమ్ అని చెప్తున్నాను. సో ఎప్పుడు అంటే ఊరికి నన్ను ఎందుకు పెడతావు, ఎవరు పని చేస్తాను నన్ను పెడతావు అని చెప్పి. బట్ షీ వాజ్ దేర్.
టామ్ అండ్ జెర్రీ అంటే సీరియస్గా బాగుంది, జెన్యూన్ టామ్ అండ్ జెర్రీ చెప్తారు.
సో irrespective of whatever happened, she was there. I've never ever praised her. So this has happened only because of her. HY phase 1 members happened because of Bhavani. Assembly happened because of Bhavani. Everyone could make it to the assembly only because of Bhavani. Thank you so much. We'll aim more in the next phase.
Yes.
So we'll do it. So coming to you, so I'll tell you something. He will do all unnecessary work. In a portfolio,
ఇలా వాళ్ళ ఇంట్లో ఏమైతుందంటే హ్యాకథాన్ లో మనోడు ఫుల్ టాప్ కాంపిటేటర్ అనమాట, ఫుల్ ఫైనల్ సెలెక్ట్ అయిపోయాడు అనమాట. ఇట్లా అన్ని ఎవ్రీ సండే ఏదో ఒక రీజన్ ఇంట్లో. హ్యాకథాన్ అని చెప్పి, ఈ కాంపిటీషన్ అని చెప్పి, జిమ్ అని చెప్పి వాడు అన్న జిమ్ లో మా 2 hours ఉంటాడు, మనోడు 5 hours ఉంటాడు. అది మనోడు స్పెషాలిటీ.
Yuva has been very good with digital as he has contributed little part for digital. but logistics has contributed. I would say we got this venue. I forgot to mention about Rohit. So these two people, so all the time Rohit came, we got this venue solely because of Rohit Alva. This is a very, very tough venue. Chala custom venue.
Not easy as the venue
So we almost came 10 days straight. He used to have lunch here, seriously. The bomb which was into. So we got this venue because of Rohit. And in the part of Villain Disco, Yuva, Yom Raj, Villain Disco. So equally with him, they have also come. So yesterday also Yuva came just in the question just the videos click చేసి shoot చేసి Instagram లో reel post చేయడం కోసం ఇంత దూరం వచ్చారు. So Nina Yuva came. So I would say we got this venue solely because of Rohit. This is our legacy venue. So we have been doing Hyderabad Youth Assembly from past many years. So అసలు ఇక్కడ చేయకపోతే అసలు వాల్యూ ఉండకపోదు HY season 15 phase 1 if you wouldn't have done MCR. But MCR we got MCR solely because of Rohit and yes other team members as well, but solely Rohit again. Thank you so much Rohit. Induction venue we got induction venue. We visited almost 12-13 venues. Elli maatadi price negotiate chesi akkada maatadi last ki we got venues because of Rohit again. And again same team along with the team, but I would say Rohit is the main person. Thank you Rohit. And yeah, as I said, you used to come to MCR along with Rohit. MCR వచ్చి కూర్చొని వీళ్ళిద్దరు మంచిగా నువ్వు తిన్నావు కదా. సో వీళ్ళు వచ్చినప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తుందంటే షెఫ్ వాళ్ళు చికెన్ బిర్యానీ మంచిగా సో మంచిగా ప్లేట్ చికెన్ బిర్యానీ తింటుండే. MCR ఆయన ఇస్తుంటే కదా. Oh, with the kitchen. Okay, so you guys contributed a lot for digital as well. So at the end moment, placards are edit chesnadu, ID cards edit chesnadu. So almost 2 days before we sat straight for 6 hours in a week. 6 hours kuchoni you guys edited all the placards. So thank you so much Yuva. And also ninna kuda na just chala chinna edit unde night 12 o'clock emo something I was at the venue. So at 12 o'clock నాకు ఉందని చెప్పి ఆయన ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీతో బయట ఉండే ఈ టోల్డ్ ఐ విల్ కమ్ బ్యాక్ ఇన్ 20-30 minutes అని చెప్పి ఇంటికి వెళ్ళి ల్యాప్టాప్ ఓపెన్ చేసి నాకు ఎడిట్స్ క్లోజ్ చేసి పంపించినాడు ఇవా లాస్ట్ మూమెంట్లో. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ ఇవా. అండ్ అగైన్ లాజిస్టిక్స్ కూడా కాంట్రిబ్యూటెడ్ లాట్ ప్రతి దానికి జరిగినాడు ఎక్కడ ఉంటే అక్కడ. యూనివర్సల్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ లాజిస్టిక్స్ కాదు తెలుసా. ఇందాక నేను ఏ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ అంటే డిజిటల్ అండ్ లాజిస్టిక్స్ అంటాం. నేను అసైన్ కూడా చేయలేదు, ఇలా తీసేసుకున్నాను. And assignment is but he couldn't. So he has been contributing a lot with respect to logistics as well. So thank you so much Yuva for always being there. We are looking forward for good digital content phase 2. Decide. Okay. And coming to this lengthy guy. So he can do movie. ఊరికే మూవీకి వెళ్తారు వీళ్ళందరికీ అనిపించినారు తెలుసా మూవీ ఈయననే ఎవరెవరికో చెప్తున్నారు. So వెంకీ he edits reels very nicely. The thing is he doesn't put in effort. He doesn't put in effort. కానీ ఎడిట్ చేస్తే చాలా బాగా ఎడిట్ చేస్తాడు. మన ఇన్స్టాలో రిలీజ్ అయిన 2 reels was edited by వెంకీ. So it doesn't work at all. చాలా చిల్ ఉంటాడు. ఎవరేం
బయట ప్రియారిటీస్ చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉన్నాయి వెంకీకి. అది కొంచెం తగ్గించుకొని HY ప్రియారిటీ అయితే అసలు అన్బీటబుల్ ఉంటుంది.
So with respect to digital is very nice, but because it doesn't put in effort. But పెట్టినప్పుడు ఫుల్గా పెట్టాడు. ఎప్పుడు కావాలంటే ప్రాసెస్ వచ్చేటోడు, నైట్ వచ్చేటోడు. నైట్ ఒకళ్ళ ఇంటికి లేట్ అయినా ఒక్కదాన్ని పెట్టలేదు అమ్మాయి అని చెప్పి యూస్ టు డ్రాప్ ఎట్ హోమ్ as well. So thank you so much Venki for being here. So at point ఆయనకు అసలు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ లేదు, ఏదేదో చేస్తుండే. ఆయనకు అసలు అర్థమయ్యేది కాదు. ఉన్నా అంటే అన్నట్టుంటుండే. But later on he truly understood the value. He himself came to me saying that I will work again, I will do it. And చెప్పి ఆయన వచ్చి కూర్చొని చేసి with respect to logistics he worked, digital he worked, reel చేపించినాడు, అన్నీ చేపించినాడు. So thank you so much. And he edits very good reels. చాలా మంచి ఫోటోస్ తీసుకోవడం మీరు అందరూ చూపించుకోవాలి. వెరీ నైస్ ఫోటోగ్రఫీ, క్రేజీ ఫోటోగ్రఫీ ఇస్తారు, చాలా అంటే చాలా బాగా ఇస్తారు. ఒక బస్ట్ కెమెరా అయ్యి చాలా మంచి ఫోటోగ్రఫీ ఇస్తారు. సో ఎవరికైనా కావాలంటే నేను తెచ్చుకోవచ్చు. సో దట్స్ ద బెస్ట్ పార్ట్. ఐ లైక్ మంచిగా చేస్తారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ ఫర్ బీయింగ్ దాట్. అట్లీస్ట్ ఫేస్ టు అయినా మంచిగా Okay, we'll tell you the shawarma thing. So what happened was, Rohit and Satvik cunning fellow. So ఏం చేసేయాలంటే వీళ్ళు they bought two shawarmas. వాళ్ళు ఏం చేసినారు, టోకెన్ అంటే అక్కడ టోకెన్ ఇచ్చి ఏదో రెండు ఇస్తారు, ఒకటి వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చి ఒకటి వీళ్ళు తెచ్చుకున్నారు. వీళ్ళు మంచిగా షవర్మా తినేసినారు. ఈ అదే వీళ్ళు పాపం యోగరాజ్కి పంపించి, ఇదిగో మేము టోకెన్ తీసుకున్నాము, నువ్వు పోయి షవర్మా పట్టుకరా అని చెప్పి పంపించాడు. పాపం లిటరలీ ఇందులో టోటల్ మేము పేమెంట్ చేసినాం, ఇదిగో కూపన్ అని చెప్పి ఇచ్చినాడు. వాడేమో ఈ స్టార్టెడ్ చేయడం యోగరాజ్ షవర్మా అనేది ఏం లేదు, ఇదంతా ఫేక్. సో దట్ పర్సన్ థాట్ హీ వాస్ స్కామింగ్ అనమాట. కానీ అది వీళ్ళిద్దరు స్కామ్. సో వాట్ దీస్ పీపుల్ థాట్, వస్తే రెండు షవర్మాలు ఎక్స్ట్రా తినచ్చు అని అనుకున్నారు. ఆల్రెడీ తిన్నారు. బట్ లాస్ట్ కి పాపం యోగరాజ్ కి చిత్రపడినాయి. బట్ యోగరాజ్ వాజ్ ఆల్రెడీ సో he's part of HR department. He has done numerous calls, చాలా చేసినాడు. Also you're seeing it, your HY bottles are there, right? HY bottles, you got it only because of Biogas. Literally, morning to night, every day. ఆయన దగ్గర కూర్చోబెట్టి ప్రింట్ చేయించుకొని we got, see, all the bottles you got are because of Biogas only. So, thank you, Biogas. So at one we thought we will not give bottles only to the members. We thought we'll give something else. But we gave bottles only because of Biogas. He got it at the best price. He got it printed very nicely. It's contributed for other vendor management as well. And other vendor management work as well. Logistics, other things. So, నిన్న కూడా వచ్చి మొత్తం ఇక్కడ కూర్చొని అన్ని అరేంజ్మెంట్స్ చేసినారు. సో ఐ వుడ్ సే ఈజ్ వన్ మోర్ బ్యాక్ బోన్ ఫర్ ద లాజిస్టిక్స్ టీమ్. సో లాజిస్టిక్స్ టీంలో రోహిత్ వాజ్ ఫేసింగ్ వెరీ బిగ్ ఇష్యూస్. ఎట్లా అంటే నాకు ఎవరు పనిచేయలేక అంటే బట్ సడన్లీ యోగరాజ్ కేమ్ అప్. యోగరాజ్ తీసుకున్నారు. And he has performed exceptionally. I think he is also solely one of the reasons for all the logistics that we done. Thank you, Biogas. Thank you so much. So, the logistics
Thank you so much, Biogas. Really looking forward face to face.
Okay. Okay, coming to Venkat, he stays very far away, but I know Venkat travels 3 hours and travel into office. But I know the office cost all the recruitments he used to take care very nicely. Form sales was an information, I'll tell you. So basically he called his juniors. Juniors ki call chesi మీ unofficial group photo పంపు అందరు numbers ఉంటాయి కదా అని అడుగుతుండే. So వాళ్ళ juniors they used to send all the unofficial group numbers photos and he used to randomly pitch to them about HY. So after he has helped a lot with respect to office. He came to office. So ఎంత late అయినా he was there. వెళ్ళాలి అంటుండే but ఇంకొంచెం సేపు ఉన్నట్టు కూడా వెంకట్ was always there. Thank you so much, Venkat. He's part of HR department as well. HR he's very silent, but at the same time he's a silent people. But yes, thank you, Venkat. And also నిన్న కూడా ఇవన్నీ పెట్టినాడు, అప్పుడు కూర్చొని బ్యానర్ పెట్టినాడు. He has worked a lot, contributed a lot. So I think the dedication he has for HY is also truly amazing. Thank you so much.
చాలా ఉన్నాయి బయటికి రావాలంటే.
Thank you so much. So yes, we are looking forward to your contribution to the Facebook.
మంచిగా చేస్తాం, we'll improve on all the points whatever are there. But so far you have given your best. So thank you.
You are so confident.
ఇంకా శ్రీకల్ గురించి చెప్పాలంటే నేను అసలు ఎప్పుడు అడిగినా నేను ఆఫీస్లో ఎప్పుడు చూసినా 2 times చూసినాను. I saw him only 2 times, other 2 times I don't know. But he was out of town. He had a very emergency. He was out of town. సో వాళ్ళ పెళ్ళి పక్కన పెట్టుకొని నైట్ ఆయన బస్ ఎక్కి బస్ ఎక్కి నేను వస్తున్నా శ్రీరాజన్న కాల్ చేసి అసెంబ్లీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ అండ్ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు HR department as well, he has done all the calls ఎప్పుడైనా కూడా. సో and logistics team
and the most consistent person of fundraising లో కూడా కొంచెం చేస్తున్నా కన్సిస్టెంట్ గా చేస్తుండే ఏదో ఒకటి
50 rupees 100 rupees 50 rupees
ఎప్పుడు డిసప్పాయింట్ అయితే చేస్తుండే కదా.
అక్షత చెప్తుండే మాకు స్ట్రీట్ తో నాకు కూడా అంటే మంచిగా పని చేస్తాడు ఏమున్నా కూడా. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ శ్రీకర్ ఫర్ ఆల్ యువర్ షోయింగ్ అప్ ఫర్ HY. Okay, I want everyone to listen. I want everyone to understand about this girl. Okay,
crazy journey.
Very, very special. So this girl, I'll tell you, she ఒకవేళ ఇవాళ మీలో ఒక మెంబర్ లాగా ఉండాల్సిందాను. సో షీ బేసికలీ అప్లైడ్ ఫర్ మెంబర్ అనమాట ఇనిషియల్ గా. బట్ తిన వర్క్ నచ్చి ద వే షీ ప్రెజెంటెడ్ అన్ ఇంటర్వ్యూ వి పర్సనలీ ఫాలోడ్ హర్ అండ్ ఆస్క్డ్ ఫర్ ఓసీ. సో మెంబర్ కి అప్లై చేసిన నెక్స్ట్ మినిట్ ఆలోచించకుండా షీ అప్లైడ్ ఫర్ ఓసీ. నేను చేస్తా అని చెప్పి జస్ట్ ఇవాళ ఆన్ బోర్డింగ్ కాల్ అయింది. నైట్ 9 PM కి ఆన్ బోర్డింగ్ కాల్ అయింది. నెక్స్ట్ డే 30,000 రిజిస్ట్రేషన్. లైక్ సీరియస్లీ
అసలు ఏమైనా తన టీంలో ఏమైనా ఎవరైనా పని చేయకపోయినా కంప్లైంట్ చేయదు, తిని మొత్తం నెత్తి మీద వేసుకుంటది.
ఎవరైనా కాల్ చేయకపోతే ఏమైనా చేస్తుండే ట్రైడ్ అలాట్ అన్ని పని చేస్తుండే. ఇప్పటికీ
పాపం HY కోసం స్ట్రైట్ గా 8 hours 9 hours స్ట్రీమ్స్ ఉంటాయి అంటే యూట్యూబ్ లో కంటిన్యూస్ గా అన్ని స్ట్రీమ్స్ చూసిండే.
అందుకే ఇవాళ అందరూ మంచిగా మాట్లాడింది, ఎమోషన్ షేర్ చేసింది. సో అన్ని 8 hours 9 hours ఎన్నైతే అసెంబ్లీ వీడియోస్ ఉంటాయో అవన్నీ షీ సో ఐ థింక్ వెనిలా ఇస్ ఆల్సో వన్ ఆఫ్ ద బ్యాక్ బోన్. సో ఈవెన్ 8
టైంలో బాగా చెప్పుకుంటుండే. ఇవాళ నేను ఓసీ కాకపోయి అంటే అసలు ఎన్ని మోషన్స్ రేజ్ చేస్తుండేనో, అసలు ఎంతమంది కాంట్రడిక్షన్స్ చెప్తుండేనో.
But still, she has still given being a part of OC as well. So, తనని ఏ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ లో నాకు అర్థం కాలేదు. తనని HR లో వేసిన లాస్ట్ కి. సో ఇప్పుడు I and Rahul, I'm seriously telling, I and Rahul are in a dilemma on తనకి ఇంకెంత అసలు ఇంకెంత మంచి పొజిషన్ ఇవ్వచ్చా అనేది నాకు we were really confused. We were discussing about positions, we were discussing about their promotions, we were discussing about their designations. So I was thinking అసలు వెనిలాకి అది ఇచ్చినప్పుడు కూడా చాలా తక్కువ అయ్యింది ద వే షీ ఇస్ కాంట్రిబ్యూటెడ్. సో చాలా ప్రాబ్లం ఉండే ఇంట్లో. సో ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ టైంలో ఎవరెవరో కాల్ చేసి పెడుతుండే తనకి. బట్ ఎందుకు అడుగుతున్నావు అట్లా బట్ షీ వాజ్ దేర్. ఐ థింక్ Vanilla is also one of the best person and very close to
one of the best persons left to see.
Very cute, చాలా cute. That's ముద్దుగా మాట్లాడుతుంది మెంబర్స్ తో కూడా. ఇట్లా చేయండి ఓసీస్ కూడా అట్లనే మనం ఇట్లా చేద్దాం ఇట్లా రాబెట్ లాగా చేస్తుంటారు. సో చాలా క్యూట్ పర్సన్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ the way she has contributed, the way తనకున్న ఒపీనియన్ HY పైన అసలు చాలా కష్టం. జస్ట్ 15 days లో ఎంత బాగా అర్థం చేసుకుంది తెలుసా.
మస్తు పికప్ అయింది అసలు అందరూ రోజుతో ఈక్వల్ గా.
There were people who have told her not this, but still I'm influenced by it. Seriously telling, I'm వచ్చిన ఏమన్నా తెలుసు ఒక్కడే మాట, ఎవరు ఏం చెప్పినా నేను వినను. అక్కడ నాకు తెలుసు HY అంటే నేను ఇస్తాను బెస్ట్. This is what she told. So the best part of her is she will not get influenced and whatever she wants to do, she will do. Thank you so much, Vanilla, for being there.
Thank you very much.
also kind of person.
నాకు ఇంకా గుర్తనమాట అసలు గోవర్ధన్ సో
Folks, this is all fun, you know, you have to get to know about your horses while explaining and just
సో బేసిక్ గా గోవర్ధన్ ఇంటర్వ్యూ తీసుకుంటుండే ఓసీస్ అప్పుడు ది లాస్ట్ ఇంటర్వ్యూ ఓకే గోవర్ధన్ ఇట్లా వెళ్ళి అసలు ఎంత నర్వస్ ఉన్నాయంటే గోవర్ధన్ ఆ ఇంటర్వ్యూలో
ఈయనంత ఇన్నోసెంట్ ఎవరు ఉండరు అసలు ఈయనంత country ఎవరు అసలు ఇట్లా
మరి దాని తర్వాత ఇంటర్వ్యూ అయిందప్ప ఇంటర్వ్యూ అయిన తర్వాత ఓసీస్ అందరు సెలెక్ట్ అయ్యారు అంతా అయింది 1 వీక్ అయింది సెలెక్ట్ అయ్యి స్టార్ట్ అయింది చిన్నగా దాని తర్వాత ఐ వాజ్ జస్ట్ చెకింగ్ ర్యాండమ్లీ నాకు గుర్తుండే అరే ఇట్లా గోవర్ధన్ ఇంటర్వ్యూ తీసుకొని ఉండే నాకు నేను పర్టికులర్ గా చాలా గుర్తుండే ఎందుకంటే ఇంటర్వ్యూ నాకు అంత గుర్తుంది కాబట్టి నేను ఎత్తుక్కొని చూసుకునే ఎందుకంటే ఇట్లా ఓసీ ఇంటర్వ్యూలో ఇక్కడ ఎందుకు అంత పర్టికులర్ గుర్తుండే అంటే ఇట్లా ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ ఇట్లా నీకు ఎంత చేయగలుగుతావు ఏంటి అని చెప్పి మాట్లాడుతున్నాను నేను ఆల్రెడీ నాకు తెలుసు నీకు క్వశ్చన్ అడుగుతారు అని చెప్పి అందుకే నేను ఆల్రెడీ ముందే 5K రేస్ చేసుకొని పెట్టుకున్నా ఇప్పుడు ఇచ్చేయాలా అంట ఇచ్చేమని ఇప్పుడు ఇచ్చేస్తాను 1 మినిట్ బ్యాగ్ లో అట్లా అట్లా అంత పర్టికులర్ గా నాకు బాగా గుర్తుండే అండ్ దెన్ దాని తర్వాత నేను రాండమ్ గా చెక్ చేస్తుండే నేను సెలెక్ట్ చేస్తుండే బట్ సంహౌ వి మిస్డ్ హిమ్ లైక్ సెలక్షన్ ప్రాసెస్ లో దాని తర్వాత లేటర్ ఆన్ మళ్ళీ నేను ఫిగర్ అవుట్ చేశా బికాజ్ నాకు గుర్తుంది కాబట్టి ఐ కాల్డ్ హిమ్ పర్సనల్ గా మళ్ళీ మాట్లాడినా ఇట్లా యూ స్టిల్ హ్యావ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఇట్లా ఓసిలా పని చేస్తా అంటే యా నాకు చాలా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అది ఇది అని ఫుల్ చెప్తుంది దాని తర్వాత ది మూమెంట్ నెక్స్ట్ సెకండ్ టీమ్ లో యాడ్ చేస్తుండే గోవర్ధన్ ని So since that day, every Sunday. ఫోటో తీయడం మాత్రం బాగా.
మేము రీల్స్ లో ఆల్మోస్ట్ 4-5 రీల్స్ లో పోస్టర్స్ ఇలానే ఎడిట్ చేసినాడు కూర్చొని నేర్చుకుంటున్నాడు నిన్న పని చేయడం ఆపేసి ఏం చేస్తున్నాడు పోస్టర్స్ ఎడిటింగ్ నేర్చుకుంటున్నాను మళ్ళీ నన్ను వచ్చి అడుగుతావు జాబ్ కదా చేయమని చెప్పాను
ఏం పని చెప్పిన అస్సలు విసుక్కోడు అబ్బా గోవర్ధన్ పని చేయగలరా గోవర్ధన్ ఇచ్చేదా ఏం చెప్పినా అస్సలు నో అనేదే లేదు ఏమున్నా చేస్తా అసలు ఎవ్రీ నైట్ లేట్ అవుతుందంటే పాపం ఆఫీస్ లో ఉండిపోతాడు బికాస్ చాలా దూరం ట్రావెల్ చేయాలి ఆ హాస్టల్ కి మళ్ళీ అంత దూరం ట్రావెల్ చేస్తే ఆఫీస్ లోనే మొత్తం ఓవర్ నైట్ ఉంటుండే నెక్స్ట్ డే సండే ఎర్లీ మార్నింగ్ రిపోర్టింగ్ అంత ఆఫీస్ కి ముందు రోజు వచ్చేస్తుండే ఆఫీస్ లో ఉంటుండే అంత డెడికేషన్ ఉంటుండే నిజంగా నిన్న రాత్రి కూడా అసలు ఫుల్ అందరూ అందరూ రాత్రి 3-4 కి ఇంటికి వెళ్ళి ఫ్రెష్ అప్ అవడానికి వెళ్ళినా ది ఓన్లీ పర్సన్ ఆఫీస్ ఇంకా లేచుండి సరే అరే ఇది ఉంది ఇది చేస్తా ఒక్క నిమిషం అని చెప్పి ప్రతి ఒక్క పని లాస్ట్ సెకండ్ వరకు చేస్తుండే అబ్బా ఫుల్ డెడికేటెడ్ అంటే గుడ్
Thank you so much, Govind. I think you've learned a lot with respect to digital, okay? Next phase lo cheyakopodum. So, thank you so much. The dedication is very nice.
Yeah.
So, with respect to...
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Photos and తీసింది గోవర్ధన్ I think ఓసిస్ ఎక్కడికో వారిపోతున్నాడు అప్పుడే Thank you so much for being here. I think this phase 1 season 15 has truly happened because of you. Me and Rahul, we had multiple works. దాంట్లో దీంట్లో ఉన్న
అసలు నాకు ఇప్పటిదాకా నేను ఆర్ఎఫ్సి పీక్ మూమెంట్ లో ఉన్నప్పుడు కూడా నాకు ఇంత టెన్స్ అవ్వలేదు నాకు నిన్న రాత్రి అయినంత టెన్స్ నాకు ఇప్పటిదాకా కాలేదు
బట్ ఎంత టెన్షన్ ఉన్నా కూడా ద వే దే హావ్ హ్యాండిల్ ఎంత స్మూత్ గా హ్యాండిల్ చేసి ఏం కాదు మేము ఉన్నాం మేము చూసుకుంటామని చెప్పి it is very nice. Thank you so much for being here and I'm looking forward to your contribution for phase 2 ఇంకా మంచిగా చేస్తాం phase 2 ఇంకా crazy చేద్దాం onboard more people will I think I had to
Members,
talk.
attention.
I think I had to talk because this happened because of them. The place where you're sitting happened because of them. The place where I am sitting happened because of them. So it is truly because of them. They are the backbone for this. So that's why we always say OC is the backbone for assembly. So thank you so much, folks.
1 second, Shiriza. I would also like to thank the all chief of Shikar Hyderabad, especially Siri, Maswak, Asal, Egona, Rahul Chedam. The moment, Pavam, it's a cute boat and Mata. Purna, Sadhika, Siri, Raghu, Shashank.
So I will tell you about each one.
అసలు ఫుల్ నిజంగా చెప్పాలంటే మేము క్రేజీ సతాయిస్తుండే అబ్బా వాళ్ళని. అరే వీళ్ళు ఇట్లా పని అవుతలే, మీరు పని చేస్తలే ఫుల్ అసలు ఎంత వీళ్ళు నాకు తెలిసి మమ్మల్ని ఎట్టుకున్నంత ఎవరిని తిట్టుకోనండు. అసలు ఇట్లా అంటే నాతో నేను ఏమైనా మాట్లాడదాం అనుకున్నా ఫుల్ వీళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు రాహుల్ మాట్లాడతానంటే ఏదో అన్నట్టే ఉంటారు. అది నేను అసలు జెన్యున్ గా చెప్తున్నా, ఫుల్ అంటే ఫుల్ చేసుకొని ఉండే అబ్బా అందరినీ.
I'll tell you something today as well, just because of them, just because of they 3 people not closing their HYA benefaction target, they did not even step into the assembly.
Yeah.
That's the dedication they have. Close cheyani gaani local grammar so I thank all the chief people, especially so ఎప్పుడైనా కూడా ఏం మాట్లాడినా వెంటనే ఫాలో అప్ చేస్తుండే. పూర్ణ ఇది పూర్ణ అది పూర్ణ ఇది కావాలి పూర్ణ అది కావాలి పూర్ణ అంటే నేను చేస్తా క్షీరజ, నేను పక్కా చేస్తా, విల్ క్లోజ్ ఇట్, విల్ డూ ఇట్, డోంట్ వరీ, విల్ గెట్ ద బెస్ట్ అసెంబ్లీ డన్ అంటుండే. So thank you so much Purna. I think we are also one of the most reason for this assembly happening. Probably without your push, this wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, నిజంగా సార్ వితౌట్ యూ చీఫీది ఇంత అవుట్పుట్ అయితే వస్తుండే కాదు. విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు రాక్థాన్ రోజు కానీ ఇవాళ కానీ ఇండస్ట్రియల్ రోజు కానీ.
So I'll tell you, do you all know who Purna is? Okay, she gave an opening speech today, right? This all HYA, whole street called Hyderabad, she's the person who drives the whole city. She's the president of street called Hyderabad. She's the person who takes care of all of them. She's the person who drives everything. Whole street called Hyderabad, she's the person driving, the person taking care of all of them. From scratch, paina, tana board nunchi kinda volunteer varaku, she's the person who takes care of everything. Thank you so much Purna for doing whatever possible. Whenever we wanted, you were there for us. Ivala kuda their board did not close the target and cheppi bayane kuchobettundi. She did not let them enter. She told them, if you close the target, then only I'll let you all enter and cheppi. So I think at a point even she did not close what she should. But last moment local వచ్చే ముందు క్లోజ్ చేసే వరకు ఆమె లోపలికి కూడా అడుగు పెట్టలేదు సార్. వాళ్ళ జస్ట్ ఓపెనింగ్ స్పీచ్ ముందు అడుగు పెట్టింది. సో ఐ థింక్ అయిపోయింది రావాలని చెప్పి. సో ఐ థింక్ షీ ఈస్ వన్ ఆఫ్ ద మోస్ట్ క్యూట్ ప్రెసిడెంట్స్ ఎవర్. Thank you so much for that. And coming to Satvika as well. So Satvika has been very nice. She was very, the way she has always, given that dedication and also the way she used to pull people even though divisions were in risk.
సగం మంది ఓసీస్ ఇవ్వాలి ఉండడానికి కారణం సాధ్గా కానీ
అందరు వాళ్ళు హౌస్లో ఉన్నారు నిజంగా మెంబర్స్ లో ఉన్నారు. But still, irrespective of whatever happened, the division risk lo unna, she never gave up. Then Jayapesta, Shivaranjani, Namale Jayapesta, I'll get the work done on today. All the finances, eppudu kavalana vente she used to handle, do the payment. Thank you so much, Satvika. Probably, I think, in the divisions lekapante maku sagam mandi avasram. Thank you so much. And coming to Raghu has supported a lot. So Manu is like the backbone. Raghu is the person who has been pushing Manu. So with respect to digital team, so I'll tell you how Raghu came in. Raghu was the previous tenure digital head, HY14 digital head. So just like how Manu is, Raghu was like that. He was truly amazing there. ఒక్కడే కూర్చొని కూర్చొని చేస్తుండే అన్ని ఆన్ spontaneous గా. I'll tell you all something. He doesn't know how to do digital work there, sir.
Just for the sake of HYA, he
HYA
learned
the
it.
last time join అయినందుకు he learned digital work and it's an amazing digital
ఇప్పుడు
work.
now he became the digital head of Inclusivity Hyderabad.
So person who doesn't even know how to do a poster, who doesn't even have any knowledge about digital, has learned for HYA. So I think Raghu is just like as I said, Manu, Raghu was a gem of a person for HYA 14, and now he's leading whole street cause Hyderabad digital head. Thank you so much for always spontaneous approval. Itla cheste bounty used to give us input always. Itla cheste bounty content, atla cheste bounty content. Thank you so much, Ravi. Inga Shashank దగ్గరికి వస్తే I think all the alumni we have here today are because of Shashank. So many alumni calls. Every Sunday alumni calls. You all can see the alumni here, right? They all came because Shashank has pushed and asked them to come over. Almost 15 years street calls alumni and contact Chief EB alumni. Almost 15 years Chief EB alumni contact 15 years street calls alumni contact every week he used to do calls. Every week a text ఉంటుంది తెలుసా ప్రతి ఒక్కరు
రాహుల్ ఇట్లా పెడితే బాగుంటుందా
ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఆయన వాట్సాప్ లో ఒక 150-160 టెక్స్ట్ ఉంటాయేమో వాళ్ళవి అందరివి టెక్స్ట్ చేస్తుండే కాల్స్ చేస్తుండే మాట్లాడుతుండే ఐ థింక్ alumni engagement has happened very nicely this time here because of Shashank. The way we have got it very old alumni, very great alumni. The best part is very almost 2013 board, 2011 board వీళ్ళందరూ ఇంటర్వ్యూస్ వచ్చినారు HY interviews. They came for offline when we were having interviews. So
we had highest number of alumni confirmations across of Sunday.
So I think
members will
I think the way Shashank dealt with alumni relations was truly amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
There is no one better than you.
All the alumni we have here, everyone turned up today because of your message, because of the call. Thank you so much. And
thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So Tejas is the CEO of Street Call. So
he was constantly pushing us, motivating us.
So ఎంత అయినా ఏమున్నా కూడా he used to push హైదరాబాద్ని నువ్వు క్షీరజ రాహుల్ they'll get the work done, వాళ్ళు చేస్తారు ఇది వాళ్ళ అసెంబ్లీ అని చెప్పి చాలా పుష్ చేస్తుండే ఐడియాస్ ఇస్తుండే. He literally, he being the CEO, he spoke with all of my OCs. He gave
inputs to them. Yesterday with all
he gave inputs to them. So he dealt with them in a very friendly manner. చాలా మంచిగా మాట్లాడి. I think the OCs నిన్న చాలా మోటివేట్ అయిపోయారు తేజస్ మాట్లాడి.
ఇలా నెక్స్ట్ సెకండ్
good feedback.
ఇలా
I think Tejas, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tejas.
ఇవాళ అంతా పుష్ చేయడం కన్నా even his Hyderabad EB assembly, as said Purna laga, he did not let them enter. He was like, I'm sorry.
Yesterday I was just confirming with Tejas what in చెప్తారు what do you say అంటే Noora, I strictly say no, I don't care what they want. He was so reckless అసలు ఎట్లా అంటే అరే వాళ్ళు నేర్చుకోనిరా పర్లేదు ఈసారి కాకపోతే నెక్స్ట్ టైం కన్నా తెలిసి వస్తుంది.
So I think only because of this push, all the Hyderabad we were able to do it. Obviously, mental support is okay. Last but not the least, we would want to talk about one important person.
Very important for us, for HYA.
I want you all to really understand who she is and what she has been doing.
Yeah.
So, do you all know who is spoke for HYA? So basically, Siri, the current Vice President Fundraising and Sponsorship of Street Call Hyderabad, she is also the spokesperson for HYA. So basically, whatever happens with respect to HYA, she will, from here, she will convey to the office, she will convey to her board. So basically, she is the
special point of
contact. But I think our role can be chala ekkuva chesindi.
She was always there, Rahul, how can
I think she has exceeded what she should do. So, ప్రతి దాంట్లో she has a budget ఎట్లా తెలుసా HY లాస్ట్ టైం ఎంత చేసింది దాని దాంట్లో 10 lakhs draw అయితే మనం 12 lakhs plus దాంట్లో we can do it, it's not impossible, we can do it. And the way she's so ambitious, ఎప్పుడు ఏమున్నా చేయాలనుకుంటుంది. So she was my DP. I also want to talk about this thing very specifically. ఎప్పుడు మాట్లాడతారు ఎవరైనా మాట్లాడతారు. So she single-handedly, I think her division, Francis, she was a divisional president for Francis. She had 8 people in her team. I'm not joking. She had organizing committee. Can anyone please focus? She had 8 people in her team. She made them put 19 lakhs in a tender. I am not joking. So I think the way Siri contributed a lot with a very less team, anta cheshi, anta efforts petti, ippudu kuda support lekunna emunna lekopana, she was like, I will get the work done. Shiraja na board tho nen cheyapista, వాళ్ళు చేయకపోయినా నేను చేపిస్తా, వాళ్ళు చేయిస్తారు. సో చాలా అంటే చాలా ambitious person Siri. I think I am really happy to have Siri in the board. చాలా, I mean, he used to fight a lot. అట్లా కాదు అంటే నువ్వు ఏం చెప్తున్నావు నాకు తెలుసు ఏం చేయాలి. But I think she is the best person ever. So she has been pushing Ozi a lot. Oziతో మాట్లాడి దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి క్యూట్గా మాట్లాడి వాళ్ళతో దూరం మాట్లాడి. I think Ozi all know Siri as well. Very nice. I think Bhavani knows Siri as well. Bhavani knows Siri. The way they both talk is very nice. So thank you so much Siri.
Thank you so much Siri.
Will you face to in the mancha will get them?
Face to నరుకులంటే
ఒక క్యూట్ ఎమోజీ పెడతారు. That is the way కాదు. Thank you so much for all this. Yeah, I think that's it from our end. You all are excited for the results. One more point last. I thank all the Chennai team for being here today.
so much.
From Chennai, we have Chennai President Sriram here, Chennai Executive Board also, and there here. We also had
Chairperson
Chairperson Sai Ganesh, Chairperson Execution. Basically, he is Chairperson Execution for CY. He has a semester exam tomorrow. I'm not joking, he has a semester exam tomorrow. He still came up for HYA. I mean, he left earlier than the exam. But Sai Krishna, thank you so much. Sorry, Sai Ganesh, thank you so much, Sai Ganesh, for showing up here for HYA. It has really mean a lot to us. And the whole Chennai team, thank you so much. And I never expected they would come here. So thank you so much, Chennai team, for being here with us today. We're expecting you to transfer phase 2 as well. We want the whole, will definitely come. So thank you, Chennai team. Yeah, I think.
ఇప్పుడు నేను ఏమైనా చెప్పాను కొట్టడంలో చాలా ఉంది. But again, I would like to take a minute. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I would like to take a minute or two and talk about obviously the stars of the show. Stars, together with the people themselves, Rahul and Shiraja. One thing was, Shiraja was someone who was pretty close to me. I met her during RFC and I worked with her very closely. I know who she is, what she is, and she yells at me. ఎట్లా అరుస్తుంది అంటే, and it's not rude. When Shiraja yells, it's not rude. It's out of spite that the work is not happening, and that is in itself shows how the kind of ownership you hold. You are frustrated because your work is not happening, and the way you get around with it, the way you get in, and after she comes like, I'm sorry. Alright, that's how the conversations are with Shiraja. But Shiraja, every single time, I think you can't do better than this. Just a newer standard being set for when you are asking. I agree that the numbers are not according to what we anticipated. But what you become in the last 2 days with the kind of team you held and everything, crazy. And the fights, the cat fights, the dog fights you had in the group, that's something I'll never move on from. But I believe you will take all of this and do a better phase 2. Rahul, I don't know how many of you noticed how sick Rahul looked. I mean, he did not sleep the entire night. He was just going around tense and he barely could keep his eyes open.
He was still sitting, trying to get it done, and you did sleep for like 3 days? 3-4 days now already? He's on no sleep, literally zero sleep for the last 3-4 days. And yet he's standing here, not just because of his job, he's not standing here just because he's the chairperson. He's standing here because he's committed for the role. And he's ready to give it his all. And Rahul, I've always appreciated the way you strategize, the way you, it's just the way you think is something I've always appreciated. For people who are unaware, when I was in L4, Rahul was mentored 2 years ago. And I always like the way you think, the way you said they were ambitious, like serious ambition. For me, I look at you that way. You are very ambitious today. You are very, very ambitious. And I believe that ambition will effort that you put in this kind of effort that you put in the last few weeks, especially. I've seen it, kind of effort you put in the last 2 weeks, and if you put that kind of effort going forward, definitely phase 2 will be much, much bigger. And obviously, the Hyderabad team is always there to support you because it is their assembly too. And thank you for executing such a execution-wise I didn't find any flaws. So thank you for executing such a beautiful assembly for yourselves, for the Hyderabad team, for the members, for the university, and for street persons like that. Thank you.
Okay, folks, now it's time to announce the result. We have been, I understand we have awaited you long. So we'll have to announce. Okay, so we'll invite Nihal and Avinash to announce the results. The most awaited moment is here. The legacy is going to run from here. So I'm eagerly excited as well to have the best chairperson projects and vice chairs.
Okay guys, I think chala mandi. First of all guys, I think I hope wait. I know many of you guys are really excited about this particular results. Chala mandi. I think how many of you actually mansulo chair valani tittukundu cheppandi inta safe తీసుకున్నా అని చెప్పేశారు. So it's okay, so guys, now it's the very most exciting moment ippudu. The first Vice Chair projects of Hyderabad Youth Assembly season 15 is Any guesses? Yeah, okay, see, we are too old now to become vice chairs right now. So, any guesses right now who would be the first vice chair of Hyderabad Youth Assembly season 15? Genuine guesses. Wait, we'll have genuine guesses guys. Okay, chalu uplo undi. Fine, it's okay. I can totally understand. Raghu. Guys, any guesses? Okay, so the first vice chair of Hyderabad Youth Assembly season 15 is Prem. Prem Sidhu is the first vice chair of Hyderabad Youth Assembly season 15. Congrats, Prem. Okay. So next. Okay, next The next Vice Chair of Hyderabad Youth Assembly.
Okay, next I would like to invite Melky and Shloka to announce the second Vice Chair.
So the second vice chair person for projects is, any guesses? Said. All right. Okay, the second vice chair projects is
Archita. Next, I would
like to invite Sunain and Naimisha.
announce the third vice chair. So the third vice chair, any guesses?
Naimisha. Sunil.
The next vice chair is
Chitkala. So next I would like to invite Dhruva and Saket to announce the next vice chairperson. I would also like to invite Sunaina who will announce this result as well.
It's a very interesting game. We have so much discussing here and as well,
The next vice chair is any guesses? What? Is
Krishna.
Faridas.
We are genuinely sorry for your loss. Congratulations, you Now I would like to have Tejesh and Yashwant together around the chair.
So chairperson projects, the most excited announcement. Let me tell you a little backstory for it. The scores were in this way: 5, 12, 13, 15. These were the scores. I mean, I've never seen, I think in the last 2-3 years, we've never seen such scores for chairperson projects. It was so close. And yet, in the end, the worthy has taken the mantle, and the chairperson projects for HYS season 15 phase 1 is on a serious note, it's been so close. I want to know what are your guesses.
So close.
What do you folks say?
Rohit? We need actual member names.
We need member names.
We need actual member names. Member names to apply for chairperson project. What? Okay. Any other names? Any other names? What are your guesses? Oh, this side. What are your guesses? Shashank. What are your guesses? What are your guesses? Member names. What are your guesses? All of you. You voted right. What are your guesses? What are your guesses?
Again last year.
I would like all the applicants for chairperson project to stand. All the 4 of you. Yeah. So this being so close, I think we need to play an eliminator round. The first time. So would you like to announce the first eliminated? Ruchit. Ruchit.
Yeah, hardly. Yeah.
Hard luck, all the best, and hope you do well. You couldn't make it through. Okay. Now, the third eliminated.
Tick 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 tick.
So.
The third eliminated, Himanshi.
All the best. Great efforts. So, okay. Last 2.
Can you raise your hands? Your
Okay. So guys, exactly competition between these two. So, can you come here near the table? Both of them.
It's
Fine.
No, wait. Be there.
Yeah, come back.
Be there. Okay. The chairperson projects for HY season 15 phase 2 is Zen.
Very tough competition between you.
Very tough competition.
Very tough competition. And the very first chair projects of Hyderabad Assembly season 15 is Zen, and we have the chair projects and vice chair projects of Hyderabad Assembly season 15. Guys, huge round of applause to them. So now the chair will hand over you chits where it's a lottery system of for you to select the goals. So good luck with your respective goals. Whatever your goal might be, it will be decided on completely luck based on it. Be ready for anything. That's what we will do. Guys, please.
So we want each one of you to choose one chair, and whatever goal you will get will from this chairperson project for that particular goal.
Excited?
Which goal do you want?
Okay, quality education.
Which goal do you want?
Climate action and quality education for Chukala. You don't have any goal. Everything is your goal. Quality education for Prem. Oh, quality education has a very great demand. Now we'll see who is the lucky person to get quality education.
Okay, folks. So Rahul,
Don't worry, they will give you the chits.
just take the chips and don't open them. Okay?
Only the 4 vice chairs you have to pick it up. Okay. So don't open. Don't open. Wait.
Chupke open there.
Wait. We will go. Okay. So we'll go order wise and we'll ask what is your chip. What's your respect? So guys, all members, you have to also pay attention. Why? Because you have to give your respective preferences for the goal which you will be working. So I want you to please make sure whoever getting the respective goal. Oh, this is Hannah. Okay, so Kaushal, yeah, got quality education. So give round of applause. Next, most demanded goal and you got it. Chitkala, and what is your goal?
Climate action.
Oh, okay, climate action is the Chitkala. So here is your 2 weeks quality education and climate action. Next, you don't have any. Okay, Asita, and your goal is?
Gender equality.
No poverty. Okay, Asita is goal is no poverty, and by default, yes, Prem's yours is gender equality. So guys, the goals have been decided. So quality education, climate action, no poverty, and gender equality. Huge round of applause, guys. First of all, great effort, and all the members, those who have not been selected, don't feel disappointed. Why? Because you'll have positions of directors or any more department senior directors and many other positions as well. Portfolios are also been there. So there's high chances for you to even be as a leader of that particular department or for that particular portfolio. So hope the spirits are high enough. All the very best to the vice chairs and chair projects. Huge round of applause. Yeah, yes. As chairperson also mentioned that This positions what the chair projects or vice chair project, this is not permanent because it's completely performance based. Whenever we feel that the performance metrics are not being satisfied, definitely will be a revamp of entire position of the VC or chair projects. So you have to show your performance, you have to show your standard on what, and you, especially vice chairs and chair projects, you have to show the trust what the members have put upon you. Your performance must be your standards of Hyderabad with assembly are always kept high because you are the leadership position right now. Okay? All the best.
Okay folks, so I congratulate each one of you. Being here, sitting in the chair table is not easy. Okay. Only chairpersons, corner chairs, office, they only sit in the chairs. But you got this privilege of sitting in the chair and this is not a joke. I and Rahul are those kind of people who believe in exiting non-performance, okay? Even if you're not performing properly, at least for a week, we will remove you. This is for sure. There is no doubt about that. So we want whoever person is going to take up the leadership position, we want them to be active throughout. We want them to continue the legacy going forward. HYA is no joke at all. HYA is the top priority. Wherever it is, the top. All the people, they aim, they literally aim to come to HYA, they aim to sit there. But you got this position to sit on the chair table. And this is something not a joke. Okay. So, going ahead, tomorrow I and Rahul will contact you. Safwan, we want you to create one group with all the vice chairs along with us. So we will be coordinating you on whatever going ahead is there. Please, you are the leaders. We don't want you to give any excuses going ahead. Okay? I have my exam, sorry, I have to go out of station. These are the very, very tiny issues which will not be caring for. Okay? I'm not joking. If you're up to those kind of excuses, you can leave now. Anyone want to leave now?
Yeah, please.
If you do not want to continue, you can leave now. It is fine. It's totally fine. Are you up for it? Are you sure? I don't see the confidence at all.
Doesn't do.
Come on, Sapman, you are the chairperson projects. I don't expect you to do
Yeah.
this.
Of course, 100%.
Use the mic.
Use the mic. Take the mic.
No, you have to.
Of course, 100% we are ready to lead it.
Okay, we'll see. You all are up for it, right? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. I don't see that enough
I
excitement.
can't feel that Josh.
I cannot have my VCs and chairperson projects like this. Not really. Come on, tell me, are you up for it? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Okay, we'll see the based on performance. So please create a group and we'll be coordinating. Thank you, Nihal, for
Yeah, one final thing. Thank you so much, Nihala, for helping us with respect to chief guests and hosting us and HYA and all.
all the members, you all can discuss now.
I would also like to thank all alumni who was here till this late.
You have shown up for the assembly. Thank you so much, alumni. Although it was
Thank you for showing up every Sunday for HYA member interviews. It was great.
Members, you all can disperse. Thank you so much for being here. We'll create WhatsApp groups and we'll contact you. Your vice chairs will contact you. The most support, the biggest support system we have is our. Thank you so much.
Left right కాదు హార్ట్ డైరెక్ట్
Okay.